as you can, and all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing the light, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the light, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the night, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night, holding on for life, feeding the high, chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay. Locked in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to get off you. Day to day you wanna stay out, you're chasing the light, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the light, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the night, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night, chasing the night.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together and staying off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Rebirth's a tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go pack your bag now, keep your feet on the road and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 13th and final Playday of Pro League here in ANZ. I'm Guz, and joining me is the one and only Dev Marta. James, how's things? It's been a bit of a break for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's actually been quite a while since I last casted a match. I think Pro League for the first half of Pro League. So yeah, I mean, I'm ready to get back into it. I've been enjoying watching the games that you and Raven casted last week, and of course overseas and EU, NA, and Latin America. That started again too. It's going to be really exciting, yeah.
Yeah, that actually leads into what I was going to ask you. Obviously, you've been tuning in to what has been a pretty exciting Super Week. Is there maybe any particular match or maybe team that has really stuck out to you?
I feel like this entire season we've been talking a lot about Wildcard because Season 10, they were the team to watch on the rise. This season, we've seen some huge pitfalls for them. I think that match against TBD was a real surprise when TBD ended up taking a victory and a draw. But then it was great to see after that Wildcard coming through with 2 wins over Elevate. So I feel like Wildcard and Elevate and TBD, all teams to watch out for. We've had a lot of roster shakeups in ANZ, so I think that's really what's going to be catching people's attention.
Well, unfortunately, the LAN finals for this season are not going ahead, but these teams are still fighting for the prize pool. Let's bring it up on screen and see exactly how that is distributed. Keep an eye on the left-hand side of screen. Highlighted in yellow is Oceania or ANZ. At the top, $20,000, and then, of course, that breaks down. So, Dev, they're definitely still going to be fighting hard in this final Playday, trying to get their way up those standings.
Yeah, so there's a huge difference, as you can see, between first place and second place. You're basically doubling your prize money if you take that top spot in the region. And then further down as well, you can see there's a huge drop from second to third. So that prize money being redistributed from the APAC finals and from the global finals has really given a huge opportunity to these teams, especially teams like TBD and Elevate, who are for the first time in a long time really in the running for those top 2 slots.
Well, as I said, those standings are critical. Let's have a peek at how these teams match up heading into the 13th and final Playday. Dev, we're going to see Fanatic once again reigning supreme on top with 28 points, but TBD and Elevate are not trailing too far behind. And then as we make our way down, Wildcard still finding themselves in 4th, and then Sinister, Pittsburgh, Fury, and Kanga will round things off. What sort of shakeup could we see tonight?
Quite significant, to be honest. You've got teams like Fnatic, TBD, and Elevate who are all vying for those top 2 spots. Wildcard, it's not actually possible for them to come in second place at all. They are locked at 4th or 3rd, or potentially, no, I don't think they can drop below either. So they're kind of locked in that area. So really, we could see TBD, Elevate, or Fnatic, any of those teams take that first spot for the 20k or the second spot for the 10k. And also there's a lot of potential shake up down the bottom end. As you can see, Sinister, Knights, and Fury all sitting at 13 points currently.
Yeah, and what's awesome to see is we'll actually see Sinister and Fury play off tonight. And again, they're all battling for that prize pool. And not only that, I think it's also becoming a battle of sort of momentum leading into the rest of the year as well, because they know these teams are going to be continuing to compete, hopefully. And a good finish to this season will lead on to that.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's been a lot of questions throughout the season about what the state is of our Pro League, of the different teams and kind of where they're shaking up, especially into the new program, which is really exciting. There's already been a bit of a tease of what's happening that was announced at the 6th Invitational, and there's a lot of action coming specifically to the Oceanic region as well. So these teams are really all getting themselves ready for that.
Well, talking about action, let's have a peek at the schedule for tonight and see exactly who is playing. Now, keep in mind that there are games going on that are off stream. So Pittsburgh are taking on Kanga, and Elevate are taking on TBD off stream. But Dev, we have a lot of action here, so stay tuned. Fury and Sinister up first, and then Fnatic versus Wildcard. Let's start diving a little bit into this first matchup. As you mentioned, currently even on points in the standings, so it should make for a good contest.
Fury and Sinister have always been teams that are neck and neck. They're constantly taking games over each other. There's been some significant ones, in particular at 6 Masters. Fury knocked out Sinister last year in the quarterfinals on stage at Margaret Court Arena in Melbourne. So these guys have a long-standing, I guess you could say a long-standing rivalry, but also to some degree a lot of kinship, and they're both teams that have been around for a very, very long time.
Well, talking about rivalry and I guess being around for a long time, Fnatic versus Wildcard later in the night will definitely be bringing that rivalry, rebirthing that rivalry, I guess. Unfortunately, Wildcard hasn't had the best season so far, but they could really end it off here with a good result against Fnatic.
And we saw a lot of inklings of greatness from Wildcard with their new roster, Gio and Pat, joining them when they played against Elevate. And if they can replicate that kind of performance against Fanatic, that's a huge opportunity for them. Maybe they can't affect their prize money very significantly, but they can certainly affect their pride. And that's something that I think they would hold very dear to them, especially after such a rocky period over the last 9 months.
Yeah, not only that, but that momentum that they could potentially gain tonight will really help in that sort of rebuild effort, because even Flux himself a little while ago on the interview said that this really is a rebuild time for the team. So maybe the results themselves aren't necessarily massive, but in the greater scheme of things, what they bring to the table and sort of what they can improve upon will be really critical heading into the rest of the year.
Yeah, and of course they're going up against a team that has somewhat been defanged, where Fnatic lost Virtue over to G2. By the way, watching G2 7-0 Empire, that was awesome to see. So they're going to be playing with aces instead. So quite a different scenery for a lot of our ANZ teams. And the more matches we get to see, the more of a better indication we're going to get of how they'll shape up looking into the future with these roster changes.
Well, Fnatic have unfortunately gone through a little bit of a rocky last couple of play days. Let's have a look at that roster once again. Fury. No, we're looking at the Fury roster. My bad. I heard the
another F.
Yes, and it's the same, and the logos are very similar. They're both orange. Either way, they're Fury. Let's dig into this roster.
Yeah, these guys, like I was saying before, they've been around for a very long time. A couple of changes here and there. Muesli not on the active roster at the moment. Sushi coming up and playing in that position. Players like Warden, Shade, Rock, these guys have been in Pro League for such a long time. And look, these guys have had a mixed season, I would say. They've had some good performances. They actually took a map off of TBD, but on top of that, they've also had a couple of pitfalls as well. They didn't manage to get a single map off of the Pittsburgh Knights just last week. So I think we're not quite sure how these guys are going to shake up, but I'm pretty hopeful for them.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how they try and bounce back, because they are in poor form. So what do you think, quickly, what do they need to try and do to reignite that flame?
I think just tightening things up a little bit and hopefully some strong preparation and then feeling confident on the game day will make the difference against Sinister here.
Yeah, I'm hoping that they can bring something to the table, because we know that when Fury are red hot, that they are pretty hard to beat. They've taken down Wildcard, for example, and then struggled against some teams that you would expect them to beat.
Yeah, this is definitely a team that I think is known for their fragging potential and known for coming into games with a lot of confidence. And yeah, I definitely think this is a team that you could see maybe come out on top of the bottom end there. If you remember last season, what was it? It was these guys playing against Oddity, which is now Elevate. And it was Elevate's opportunity to push forward and go to LAN, and these guys stole it from them.
Well, Sinister, they are definitely in red hot form at the moment. They've won their last 4 maps, Dev, against Kanga and Pittsburgh. So I think this second half of the split's really favouring them, and they're bringing some good form to the table.
It's funny, once we saw the roster changes on Sinister, bringing in Milo and Vinny in particular, I think a lot of people thought, wow, that's actually quite a stacked roster. Milo coming up from being an under-18 player on teams like Sleeper Gaming that played in Six Masters last season. Milo was always a player to watch. As soon as he turned 18, jumping into Pro League. Vinny as well, he was one of the highlight players on Elevate. Now, he was dropped from that team and he joined on Sinister. This is a team of players who are absolute stars. We've seen Nico go off, especially with grenades, and yet we hadn't seen that potential fully realized. They failed to get a map off of TBD when they played against them, but then finally, like you alluded to just before, 7-0, 7-3 against Kanga. Now that's one way to reassert yourselves into the league.
Yeah, and I think Fury are definitely going to be a challenge if they bring that form to the table that we've seen against, as I said, Wildcard in the past. If Fury do start to slip up again, I definitely think Sinister will be in a position to capitalize that, as they have on these previous teams, like you mentioned, Kanga and even Pittsburgh Knights, who both maybe went into those matches not prepared to see that the Sinister that they did bring to that table.
Totally. Like, if you look at these teams, both of them, since they came back from the break, both of them have won 2 maps against Kanga, but then Fury, they lost 2 maps against Knights, whereas Sinister beat Knights out on both of their matches as well. So I've got to say I'm favoring Sinister here, but it could hinge on the maps. It could hinge on anything.
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned it hinges on the maps. We have the map veto ready. Let's see where these teams will be heading tonight. We still haven't seen Theme Park in ANZ. Will tonight be the night? No, Fury will spoil the party. And Dev, we're going to end up at Cafe.
Yeah, Cafe, like, I've got to say, I'm sad that we haven't seen any ANZ teams go to Theme Park yet. It's one of my faves, but, oh, well, not to V, I suppose. Yeah, Cafe is where it's at. In terms of long-term history, we've seen Fury have some results to boast of on Cafe. They managed to beat Fanatic last season, I think it was, but just last week they lost it to Pittsburgh Knights, so I guess there is some cause for concern with that result there. As for Sinister, I haven't seen as many results from them, at least not back since the end of the split. So, I don't know, this could go either way. There's not a lot of info necessarily.
Yeah, I think the thing to note about that Fury loss to Pittsburgh is that it came down to essentially a 1 versus 1. It was only a 5-7 defeat, so it was quite close. However, as we mentioned earlier, Sinister pretty much wiped the floor with Pittsburgh Knights, so maybe they're not the best gauge sort of heading into this matchup. So as you said, it's a little bit of an unknown.
Yeah, and I guess to some degree we also saw before the Six Invitational in the first half, of the ANZ split, we saw Fury draw wildcard on Cafe 6-6, so maybe that's another thing to go by. It's so difficult to compare though, because that was wildcard when they're potentially at their worst. We've seen them for a really long time, so I think it's very difficult to make predictions. I think it's really going to depend on how these teams have been practicing over the break and coming into the second half of the season, and how that affects their ability to perform on the match day.
Well, Dev and I are finding it a little bit hard to try and pick a winner, and we're meant to be the experts. Let's see what you guys at home think. Let's have a look at the community poll results. And the favourite going into this one will be Sinister. And to be honest, I think the numbers probably reflect the sort of lines that we were going down in terms of who we think the favourite will be.
I got to say, Sinister on a bit of a streak at the moment with 4 wins since the Pro League has resumed. Fury, a bit mixed, mainly because of the muck up against Pittsburgh Knights. So I got to say, I've got a feeling Sinister's in it to win it here. And it seems like the community is on board with that.
Yeah, still relatively strong support for Fury. And I guess one thing to note is that Sinister do have quite a strong sort of prominence in Siege, with Priest being the leader of that organization, I guess you could say. So the name would definitely be bringing something to the table in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real here. We've talked about the kind of the long-term history, but sometimes that doesn't even make a difference, right? Sometimes it's just about who turns up on the match day. Now, Sinister, they're a team that we've talked about so much before, and you know really well. You hang out with those guys a lot, not trying to flex or anything. But I know you do. So we were chatting to Luna briefly before the game started, and she was seeming a bit nervous. We were just doing some rehearsals for the player interviews, and she's pretty nervous. And honestly, I think that's something that's kind of held Sinister back. Not Luna specifically, but the fact that this team does succumb to nerves. Is that going to make the difference here for Sinister?
Well, in recent form, Sinister have been able to put the nerves to the backs of their minds. Can they do it here against Fury? It is matchup number 1 on Cafe. Let's get into it. Dev, the ban phase first up. Fury, of course, having that first ban being on the defense first.
Yep, let's roll through these. Fury going to get rid of the Thatcher, bit of a classic ban. Not just in ANZ anymore, it's pretty worldwide. Going to make it much easier for the defense to deploy a lot of wall denial and information denial, your mutes, your cades, your bandits, and not worry so much about Thatcher just being able to chuck a blanket over and get rid of everything. So a map that can already be fairly defense-sided might be more accentuated, and there you go. That hard breach is going to be all the more difficult now. No Thermite, no Thatcher, a lot of heavy utility operators gone from the lineup of the attack. We'll see whether they can balance it out at all on the defense.
The attacking ban there from Sinister definitely screaming confidence, because they are only making that first half of themselves more challenging. They followed up with a pretty sensible ban in Maestro, one that we often see here on Cafe, the final ban. Likely to be something along the lines of an Echo or a Mirror, and it will be the latter.
Yeah, so we've got Echo and Valkyrie still on the board, and IQ to some degree, so I expect that we'll probably see a lot of information gathering, revolving around that Valkyrie, that Echo, the Mozzie even, perhaps a bulletproof camera here and there, and And it'll be more difficult to get rid of that stuff with the Thatcher gone, but IQ is going to be fairly pivotal on ensuring that the IQ really uses her utility is going to be essential too.
Fury teasing a Tachanka here in the first round could make things interesting as they are heading to Reading and Fireplace. Fury electing not to stick that Tachanka pick, but the objective will be stuck. And interestingly enough, last night when they versed Pittsburgh, they didn't go on the top floor first either, so a definite strategic decision from them.
Yeah, nice way to mix it up, and I think it kind of goes with Fury's playstyle and what seems to be telegraphed by the operator picks, that they're playing very mobile. Operators like Echo are in, which are really powerful as we know, really great for information gathering and also concussing and denying the plant, but we see Fury go for a complete lineup of 3-speeds and 2-speed operators. A lot of roaming potential. We've got Warden here for information denial, Shade as well, part of that. Playing the Vigil, going to be difficult to drone. Golden's also going to be reducing some of these lines of sight. A lot of presence upstairs, telegraphed by those reinforcements, and so much information gathering and information denial. I really think this is going to be a very mobile defense from Fury.
We did see the little graphic pop up there for the Thermite Pro League skin, or set. Very cool.
Love it.
I picked it up the other day, actually, because
of course you did.
the life of a support mate, as you would likely know. It is a pretty cool skin, though. Definitely be rocking that.
We actually have the battle pass as well coming out, so a lot of exciting stuff in cosmetics in Siege at the moment. You know, every time we see Nico playing Buck, I just get excited. I mean, he's the man who shows us all of those insane angles, and I'm gonna keep my eye on him later. Maybe a few nades potential.
Yeah, that's what I was
At the
going to say.
moment, it's the roam game.
Yeah, it's not only the angles at the moment, it's his nade work. We've seen both Nico and actually Magnet from Fanatic, both really strong with their nades in recent time, or recent memory. So definitely keep an eye on that. Of course, the beautiful new UI can track how many nades Nico has in his pocket. That's one kill to come out. Quick trade though there from Fisher Guy, but Warden gets a double. That's a quick way to open this round up for Fury.
Just dancing upstairs. Warden looking for yet another. Here with the Commando. His back covered by rock as well. Now he knows there's someone in that corner. He's crossed and drops downstairs. Excellent delay of time there for Fury, but Sinister, they're brute forcing this top floor. Vinny's a bit concerned. He knows how exposed he is, so Milo's going to drone up that top white area. He's going to quickly spot out that Fury have completely gone downstairs. And now Sinister can feel much more comfortable in this top floor.
Nico beginning to use that skeleton key to full effect, creating a lot of angles down below. Trying to flush out any members of Fury that may be sitting on site. Vinny as well, joining in on the act using one of his 3 breaching charges. Sinister with a decent amount of time here, Dev, to continue to just prod the floor a little bit and maybe try and find one more pick.
Yeah, that's of course the goal, taking top floor, looking down through the holes. But of course, Fury has decided that it's about time to vacate the site and play horizontally. You can see Warden now in mining. Golden's still inside of dining, but he's safe from the vertical play because the floor above, or the roof rather, above him is concrete. Warden's making himself an extra rotation so he can go back into the long hallway if he wishes. He also spots out a drone, and he's going to keep pushing this flank. It looks like Sinister aren't aware. Could be dangerous if we get just a few seconds left.
Warden does hit that triple. Can he get one more? He does. He's on for the ace here, potentially, Dev. He needs to find one more. Molosca is sticking that plant. Golden might steal it away from him here. But no, he will get the ace. Warden with 5 kills in the opening round, Dev. What a start here for him. And what a start for Fury to take round number 1.
It's one way to make a statement, isn't it, Warden? And there you go. Great way to kick off the series for Fury. And look, we were a bit concerned for them. We were saying that Sinister were the guys more likely to come out on top of this one. And, wow, to see an ace. So, well, I don't know what to say about that one, Warden. We had him on the... We were having a bit of a chat to him before when he was doing the rehearsal, testing all the cameras were working, and he seemed pretty chill. He didn't tell me he was going to ace.
No, definitely kept that one secret. That is now the second time I've casted an ace. Actually, no, the other one wasn't an ace, was it? I was thinking of the Geo clutch. Do you remember that? In the very first round of ANZ Pro League, Geo hit a 4K, which was technically it was not an ace clutch sort of. But
it was a 1 versus 5 clutch. He just didn't get the 5th kill, but he didn't need it because he delayed enough time. And a lot of great moments we've had this Pro League season, and we're lucky that Fury is just adding to that at the moment. They're going to go top floor now. It's funny. Go on that downstairs objective first. And library means that they can just head upstairs. And they will bring the Echo this time.
Golden, he might not be too busy this round if Warden continues his form. Sinister not able to really get anywhere near side, and once Molosca did, it was game over, and Warden collected that final kill.
The real concern for me was the fact that Warden was able to flank upstairs. There was a drone, and he just shot the drone and kept walking. There was no one on the drone when he shot it, and there was a player who was dead on Sinister, at least one player, because Warden had got the opening kill earlier in the round. So if you have a player dead, they should be flicking cams, and that flank watch is one of the most essential cams to be flicking. And even if they were flicking cams and they saw that it was destroyed, like they noticed that there was no camera watching the red stairs flank, they should have said that. So as much as I do want to credit Warden for that, he was gifted the opportunity by Sinister on lax flank watch.
And Warden will get another one. That's 6 in a row here, Dev Fisho. Unfortunately, the opening death here for Sinister. Once again, just given the license to just run around and gun, and this is the exact playstyle that Fury brought against Wildcard. It unraveled them earlier in the season, and so far Sinister are basically writing the same storyline. They need to try and get some frags back here, try and gain some momentum. Or at the very least, just kill Warden. Just get him off the board so you don't have to worry about him anymore.
It's a good start. Would be a good start.
Golden. Still flicking through those cameras. Not much to see though. Sinister playing from below. You're going to see Vinny on the IQ getting to work, trying to clear some of that utility. Flash is coming out as well. An explosive there. An explosion of some description will damage Vinny. Possibly a friendly nade. Either way though, it doesn't do a lot. Shade gets another kill though. So that's Nico off the board, and another flank there potentially was shut down. Great kill from Vinny, leaving it in a 3-on-4. A winnable round for Sinister. They just have a minute now to try and mount it though. Top floor so difficult when you are forced to filter in towards the site.
There's still that room below as well.
Yeah, Warden's still left
and
below.
Another C4 kill.
Wow, this is just aggression, isn't it? Milo's actually dropped the skylight potentially here, and he's made his way in towards the A bomb site. Can he net this kill? He will. What a flick onto Golden. That's his double for the round. And a round that didn't look winnable is now so for Sinister. That plant is being stuck potentially. He can Warden deny. That's a little bit lazy from Molosca there. Not waiting for his teammate to cover. They had plenty of time in this round, Dev, and just like that, it's basically fallen apart.
Vinny completely separated from Milo. Now Vinny's up for the clutch. 1 versus 2. Time's ticking away. Just 15 seconds left for him to make it work. Warden and Sushi playing the passive game. They know they don't have to push him. They know he has to plant, and they're just going to hold a passive angle onto the diffuser and find that one. It's Warden again. Who's surprised? Not me. And there you have it. It's a good way to get things going for Fury. 2 rounds straight.
What an opening 2 rounds. That was, yeah, a very refreshing way, I think, to start that map. It was a little bit hard to follow what was going on because Fury, they were just running around like absolute rake stars pretty much. And Sinister, unfortunately, not quite able to shut that down yet.
It worked, and I think part of that was, if you want to get really nerdy about it, right? We had that Thatcher ban, and that means that if there's any utility, whether that's echo drones or wall denial, that's all going to be. If you play an IQ, you can go downstairs into library and shoot that through the floor. We saw Vinny downstairs there, and so Fury are playing into that by having a heavy roam and heavy presence downstairs. Then expecting Sinister's going to try and take that map control and get rid of utility through the floor, and they're going to get flanks off of that opportunity, and it worked. They had 2 picks onto the Sinister guys before Sinister really had a chance to start pushing onto the site, and that's when I saw Molosca. He spotted an opportunity. He said, "There's not enough people on site. I can drop the skylight." He tried it. Unfortunately, he was too separated from Vinny that by the time Milo tried to get that diffuser down, there was no one to cover him. But
yeah, I wonder if Milo had waited just like a fraction for Vinny to maybe have a better angle on the skylight, that round could have played out differently. But again, hindsight's always 20/20, and we have the privilege of seeing exactly where those players are positioned, and we don't know what sort of intel that Sinister would have had on the table anyway. So I think by that point, Molosca had to try and get a play going, and unfortunately, it just didn't quite pay off.
Yeah, well, there's only so much you can do, and a lot of the time, especially because we're in such a, I would say, defensive-sided set of bans with the Thatcher and Thermite taken off the board. So I feel like if you're an attacking side and you've just lost 2 in a row, you can't be kicking yourselves. A lot of the time, the more rounds that one side wins consecutively, the more opportunities that is for their opponents to start to realize, okay, this is how these guys are defending it. Let's start to make adaptations. Let's start to figure them out and change things, change the pace of the game. That's definitely what Sinister is on for at the moment. And of course, Fury, now that they've won 2 straight defenses, they're going to have to move on to their tertiary site, probably going to be Kitchen. So Sinister attacking Kitchen. To be honest, without a Thermite, that's actually going to be really tough, I think. They're probably going to have to try to go for a lot of vertical pressure, which means they're going to have to roam clear. That's exactly what Fury wants, because roaming is their speciality. And yeah, I mean, it could just be a fairly rough attacking match in general, and we'll see whether that gets continued into the second half.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that you mention Fury now having to go to that tertiary site. We saw last night against Pittsburgh, that's when they definitely looked their weakest, and the Knights were able to sort of start to get that momentum back slowly. One thing I want to sort of hone in on is you mentioned there that Sinister need to try not get too worked up here, and that's, I think, something that might have been their downfall in the first half, where they started to let rounds slip away. Their mental game became quite weak and started to deteriorate, which flowed into their gameplay. What sort of things can they try and do over this break just to reset? Because this rehost, in some respects, gives them that ability to just sit down, kink out any issues, and then bring that into the rest of the map.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's about resetting. So they could be talking to their coach now if they wanted to. Serum, they could be just taking the opportunity to talk to each other. And in these circumstances, it's not necessarily strategic opportunities that you're going to be talking about, saying, hey, why don't we bring this operator to do this operator? At the moment, it's just about keeping their heads. Maybe you could just start to talk macro strategy, start talking about, okay, Fury, they're playing really loosely. They're trying to play the roam game. They're taking advantage of the fact that they're just going to hide, be very elusive. They're going for flanks, and they're punishing us when we're not watching. If we start to see Sinister maybe being a bit more vigilant with their flank watch, maybe bring some Nomad, cut off those flank opportunities, even bait some aggressive players from Fury and punish them, they could get an early man advantage, which is something we haven't yet to see. Warden's got the opening kills both of these rounds so far.
Well, you did mention that Serum there for Sinister will be helping to head that conversation, but most importantly, the player in the map that will be likely heading that as well will be Molosca, their new IGL, if you will, who has sort of filled that role for this second split of Season 11. How do you think he's been filling into that role? Because we know that previously for Sleeper Gaming, for example, and even his initial role in Team Sinister was that entry frag, that aggressive player. Now he's sort of taken a step back. He's playing more of a supportive role. We're seeing him on operators such as Habana on the attack quite often now. He's not getting as many kills as he once was, but what sort of impact do you think he's having on the team? Because they're definitely looking a lot more structured.
There was an earlier moment when it was in the first round. We saw, I think it was Vinny playing the IQ, got really aggressive, taking the top floor. There were 2 players from the defense trying to contest that white stairs and cocktail area. And then we had Vinny get really aggressive and try and take that control around cocktail. And it was once the Fury players decided to drop downstairs, we saw Milo droning that out, making those callouts. And I think that's something that's really underrated about players like Milo, who we know he's a good fragger, right? but how good are his comms and how good is he at really relaying that to the rest of the team and managing them as an IGL? And I think it's impossible to fully understand and fully really just, you can't just point to it on the screen and say, oh yes, he made an IGL call right here and we can see that from the spectator camera, because you can't do that. It's just the nature of Rainbow Six. But in some ways, it's the most important part is making correct call outs for your team and really helping them talk through it. So it's all speculation. I got to say, I think Milo's, I've played with him before. He's a really communicative guy. And I think that's going to bring a lot to them.
Yeah, Milo definitely loves a good chat. Definitely playing with him or just talking to him generally. He's really passionate about the game, which is good to see. And yeah, as you say, a lot of this unfortunately is sort of speculation in the end because we don't have that ability to sit in and listen to comms. I mean, that would be amazing if we could, but understandably teams are obviously going to be very protective because we know that communication in Siege is absolutely massive, and any advantage or insight that other teams could get into that could be pretty detrimental. We know that teams come up with things like specific call-outs or keywords for different parts of their game, for example. And again, that just ties in, I think, to the teamwork that this game really does require.
Yeah, 100%. It's all about teamwork, all about communication, and we've seen good efforts so far from Sinister. It's just a lack of vigilance on some key areas. I think after they start reading into the play style that we're seeing from Fury, we start to see Sinister really take advantage of these aggressive... basically, every time that Fury makes an aggressive play, it's an opportunity for Sinister to get a pick. If they can start picking a few of those apart, getting early numbers advantage, then we'll really get to see Sinister be able to shine.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Dev has pressed the magic red button and we are back into the game. Kitchen will be the tertiary site of choice for Fury. Interestingly enough, I'd have to look back at my tracker here. This might take me a second, but I don't think they played this last night, or last Playday rather, against Pittsburgh.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
No, they didn't. If I got my tracking correct, they did not play this site. So this is basically new territory for Fury in recent time.
So, oh, okay, interesting. Well, one thing I will say for them, Thermite's banned, Thatcher's banned. It's going to be really difficult for Sinister to get any walls open, and there's a lot of walls you would typically want to get open here on this bakery and kitchen attack. Mainly all the walls facing into the bakery on that west side. You've got that big wall of prep room and the big wall into the bomb site. Typically, you open up the prep room wall and that prevents anyone from getting aggressive and rotating through prep. You open up the bakery wall and you have an avenue onto the bomb site and you can expose a lot of anchor positions. If you can get both of those open, all power to you. If you can only get small holes with your Hibana, that's not quite the same as with the Thermite.
Saw Shade there on the Jaeger. In his last couple of games, he's been quite strong on that roam game. And once again, he will be playing off-site, trying to get that early pick. Surely he doesn't get aggressive and go for that one. He will. He will be punished, though. Fantastic shot from Luna. Will give Sinister that early round advantage. There is a player there in towards Piano. Are Sinister aware of that position?
This is what I was talking about. Fury are playing aggressive, and there you go. That's 2 early picks from Sinister. Maybe they have had the opportunity to just talk that through and say, look, Fury, they're going to walk into our guns if we sit there and we wait, we locate them, and we shut down that aggression. It's working so far, and I've talked about how it would be so difficult for Sinister to win this with no Thermite, but these 2 opening picks could be exactly what they need to make it happen.
Rock trying to go for the retake up white. Trying to maximize the use of that cloaking device. He is spotted though, and we'll have to rotate back towards site, pre-firing through the garage there, which has been left unreinforced. Sinister could try and cut off that rotate quite easily from outside. Nico once again, he's on the buck, playing above using that skeleton key. Fury basically forced to just hunker in on site. Not a great position to be in.
And that vertical play is coming in to effect now with Nico above. Being able to take out those extra players from Fury really early is giving Sinister the opportunity to abuse that vertical play without fearing those roamers so much. This is when we see Molosca starting to open up some holes into the bakery wall, and there's no utility on there from Fury. Not sure whether that's because the Electroclaw was shot from above. All very likely, and another aggressive peek. Fury getting desperate now. 2 versus 5. This could be a flawless round for Sinister if they're up for the challenge.
Could well be. Sushi and Rock need to hunker down now, try and find a couple of picks to make this round winnable. Both in compromised positions, and Nico has spotted Rock. Sushi is dropped, and now they know where this last player is. Vinny will collect that kill, and Sinister will win that third round. And as I mentioned earlier, Fury just finding it a little bit tough on that tertiary bomb site.
Yeah, and interesting really, because I'd really suspected that at a really basic level, having the thermite ban would have a big effect on the ability for the attackers to open up long angles and do a bakery push. Like, I'd say a bakery push is pretty much off limits, unless if you're running a Maverick and want to figure something out to do with that. But it really didn't matter. I mean, Fury didn't make that the game that they were playing. They decided to make it a game of roam, a game of aggression at the start. And as soon as they got picks, that really condemned the rest of the team. As soon as we saw, I think it was Fisho and Warden got picked off nice and early. Sorry, not Fisho. Was it Shade and Warden got picked off early?
Yeah,
that was really
up by Luna.
Yeah, so that was really the last chance for, I think, Fury to kind of get a leg up. Losing those engagements and had really just nail in the coffin.
Fury are heading back now to Reading and Fireplace. They attempted this in round number 1, and they did win it. Quite convincingly as well. Of course, there was an ace from Warden, which proved to be quite helpful. Unlikely he'll be able to follow that up, but you never know.
Yeah, I mean, it always helps, right? When you have one guy on your team who just wants to kill everybody.
Yeah, one guy getting 5 kills it helps just a little bit.
I mean, if I'm Sinister now, though, like you talked about this when we were in a bit of a break, when we had that rehost to get Golden back in, or whoever it was disconnected. We had an opportunity for Sinister to talk about what went wrong and to fix these problems. And it looks like they did just that. And mind you, it was on this bomb site that you're saying is a weaker one for Fury, but Sinister perfectly read into everything that had previously caught them off guard. That was the aggressive place. And last time Sinister attacked this, not only did they lose the opening engagement, but they also lost 2 players to a flank from Warden. I don't think they're going to lose that again. Luna's playing the Nomad, and they're going to be ready for it.
Nomad will prove critical in cutting down those rotates. Luna, interestingly enough, already using 2 of those air jabs, potentially for runouts outside. Fury definitely love a good vault out, no matter the map.
Luna's aware of it.
Definitely aware of that. She can hear me saying that at the moment. As Rock is in a potential position to go for it, but Fury at the moment playing a relatively sensible roam.
Nice drone work there from, I believe it was Molosco. Fisho taken out, but there's a good refrag from Luna. Excellently done, and now she's cautious. Wary of that refrag potential. Vinny also gets up nice and aggressive on control, and now Warden going to try a C4 through the floor, but it misses. There's no one up there. Rock still an aggressive position on the white stairs. And Warden might be actually keen for this flank again. He's got Golden nearby. Surely they're not going to go for this.
Warden.
I don't think Luna actually went to red stairs.
Red. No, she didn't. And Nico gets downed. They're outside still on that cocktail balcony, which isn't going to be helpful in denying that. So definitely keep an eye out on Warden, who could hit this.
It looks like Vinny is cautious of that flank. Luna was flicking drones as well. Sushi's taken down so low that on the overlay it looks like he has no HP. So very low there. You can see C4's already utilized on both Sushi and Warden. Milo there does find Warden. Finally, that X Factor taken out. They can sit a bit more comfortably. Vinny jumps in it as well. It's just the very low Sushi and Golden left to hold this for another 35 seconds. Oh no, Golden's gone. Sushi, 1 HP and a dream, as we like to say. And the execute coming onto the A bomb site. He is nowhere near it.
Milo will be able to stick that plan. Sushi, in a desperate attempt to try and get a pick, will be flashed. And as you said, Dev, it's Basically 1 HP in a dream. Essentially unwinnable at this stage. Sushi did have a decent round getting 2 kills, but he will have to hit that ace. Fury definitely relying on the aces on this bomb site. But I don't think this one's going to be as winnable, and there we go. Sinister will shut it down, and in the process, even out that scoreline to a piece.
If I'm not wrong, was that a 3v4 to a 3v0? I'm not sure if I got the numbers right there, but that was a very good redemption opportunity for Sinister. And we were a bit worried. We saw Warden potentially going for a flank. We'd seen Sushi get that kill through the floor. And yet Sinister really managed to use that open flooring to their advantage. I don't think they killed many players on site. I think it was just whoever was... Actually, I'm not sure if they did get any kills to the floor. They just got kills on the Fury players running around on the second floor.
Bar and Cocktail will be the second choice here for Fury, giving up on
Defenders, protect your bombs from
what was a
being defused
pretty
by
poor
attackers.
defense in that previous round compared to the first. Fury just too reliant on the ace strategy, apparently. As Sushi would have had to get 5 in that last round, but
Yeah,
wasn't quite meant to be.
It didn't quite work out for Fury as they intended. I think that the idea, I mean, I feel like I'm harping on this, but playing loose, playing for that flank potential. I like the fact that they held onto white stairs for a decent amount of time and then pulled off, but they really didn't get a lot of work done on that top floor. And a lot of the time we've seen teams, I think, accomplish a lot more when holding that cocktail area. I don't know whether it's a lack of utility from Fury.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
We could be seeing all kinds of things from a Goyo setup to hold that top floor. Mirrors out of the picture, thanks to Fury. Maestro as well, but bulletproof cameras, like I feel like they could be giving more of a dent. Even just a deployable shield up on that top floor cocktail area would have helped them out a little bit. They just couldn't hold on to it for very long at all.
Yeah, there's definitely something Raven and I, over the last 2 nights of Super Week, have noticed on that defense. So much utility being brought, and the attackers having to deal with that. And really making that decision on what operators they bring to the table, and it being more critical than ever, ensuring that they have enough operators to clear that utility, but then to also displace members of the defense and get frags late round. So a definite balance act, and as you mentioned, Fury potentially making it a little bit easier with these picks.
A bomb has been located.
Nice progress so far from Fury. This is a bar cocktail top floor defense. But Sinister have made some good progress this far. Again, it's very much a map control taking control from the bottom and working upwards. In fact, there are 4 players in the building. It's so typical usually on these kinds of attacks. You'd see multiple players on the roof taking control of red stairs, taking control of piano, but this is very much a vertical focus. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the execute coming primarily from these east windows.
A very unorthodox approach from Sinister thus far. Vinny, he gets the first pick though, so it's paying dividends. Unlucky for Nico, not quite able to find that second one. Does shut down that critical long angle though. Vinny here holding an angle potentially for a second, but Warden will get one back onto Nico, who was playing below that angle from a bomb site. Might not be as dangerous. Vinny will fill that void, but maybe a little bit too late.
He's going to try to use these holes in the floor, but he's missing the skeleton key that Nico is using to open up that floor. So he's going to have to be satisfied with what Nico's already done. The smoke grenade was utilized as well. Not sure what exactly that covered, but Vinny peeks up from the long hallway downstairs and finds Warden getting aggressive in the middle of the bar. Looks like Rock's position has been sussed out as well. Luna's covering that. Now it's a flank downstairs from Sushi. But I think most of Sinister has rotated, and now upstairs, Vinny gets taken down. Luna and Milo work together. And there you go. There's another one for Milo. All on Sushi downstairs. Can deny Vinny. And how much info does he have on this plant when it eventually comes down?
It is going down. No Milo on top of that countertop. Fisho guy left to try and cover as he makes his way up white. Just misses the initial shots there. Still a full 100 HP as he misses even more. Both members from Sinister also on full HP though. that SMG-11 might not be the greatest weapon for this clutch. Both members of Sinister likely running ACOGs and can hold these long angles, but it won't work if you're looking the wrong way. That's Fisher off the board, leaving it up to Molosca, the IGL of Sinister, to try and clutch this up, give his team the lead. Is he looking the right way? Do they have the intel? That is the question. Shots raining out from both players. Sushi will get aggressive, but Milo, he's dropped down the hatch. Can he make it up in time? He has 7 seconds to do so, or he has to fall back from below. He's going to try and commit to it, but he can't hit the shots, and Sushi will be able to stick it. What a play there from Fury. Unfortunate for Molosca. Whether he dropped on purpose or not, it was a misplay, and Sushi was able to clutch the round.
And he could have gone up the stairs, but he decides to go for the vertical play. Oh no! Wow. I can't believe that that was pulled off there by Sushi. I really thought that was a done deal. But you can see there was so much information on that bomb site, lending Sushi a hand. The rest of the Fury players just avidly scanning those attackers. Fisho guy got caught blindsided. He tried to run away from Cocktail. He thought, no, this is a predictable location. I'm going to go towards the bar. He was getting constantly spotted there. I don't know whether that was a drone, a Mozzie drone, or the default camera. He got spotted out, and that really enabled Sushi to go for that rotate, get that first pick, and that was what's so essential. And then, I mean, what can we say for Molosca there? Do you think he would have won it if he just filed up the red stairs straight away? Do you think he would have been able to get there in time?
I don't know. It was a really weird engagement. I mean, taking a step back, I think he would have backed himself to win the initial gunfight before he dropped the hatch. So I'm guessing he dropped it by mistake. And then, yeah, if he had walked straight up white, surely he would have made it in time. It's 7 seconds to counter defuse the bomb. That is a long, long time, and you're just sitting there waiting for it to go down. So yeah, potential misplay, and maybe Sinister getting a little bit panicked in the comms. We have seen them, again, in that first split, struggling a little bit in such crazy scenarios. And maybe that's creeping in a little bit here. So it's going to be up to them to try and reset. They still have an opportunity to draw out the half.
Yeah, and look, if they can get 3 attacks here, that's actually a really good position from my point of view. Thatcher and Thermite bans. I think you'd expect to see quite a strong set of defenses. Sinister can finish it off. Even 4-2, it's not out of this world that they can still win the map. And it looks like Fury are actually keeping this consistency in terms of their playstyle, still going for that aggression, and it's not always working out. That's the Vigil taken out early. Vinny's been on the ball with this G8 LMG.
Currently going 6-1, and keep in mind that doesn't count any of the kills before the reho, so he's definitely having a strong first half here. Seen him play IQ a lot in recent times. Very strong entry for his team. Not only that though, he's often trying to find gadgets and clearing utility, which if you are playing IQ is quite critical to your role. It's not just all about kills. So Vinny definitely playing a well-rounded playstyle. But here we go, Dev. Shade has been activated, the hatch has been blown, and he's going to run around like a madman.
A bomb has been located.
It's Fury's specialty.
Yes.
Bottom floor, still looking for those flanks, and you can see Sinister are very much aware that this is how Fury are playing. Look at these avid rotations. They're really not trying to hard contest areas like this. I feel like Fury's strengths aren't hard contesting specific areas, and it's why they're getting off of Cocktail so quickly. Their strengths is in running around the map and finding flanks, finding engagements. The Sinister are getting a lot of map control because of it.
This round going down quickly. It's felt like it's only really just begun, but there's only a minute on the board, Dev, and Sinister now need to try and mount this attack, try and take full advantage of that early pick onto Rock. Fisher guy using the tracker there. We'll be able to spot one player. Not quite sure who that is, but he is currently below Fisher guy. It's likely Warden
just downstairs.
Or Shade. Yeah, like Warden.
It was Warden.
Yeah.
And I think
Shade,
that's why he's
going to go through the smoke, Dev. This could be massive if Shade gets aggressive, but he looks at the wrong angle. Fisher shuts him down, and now the round is massively open here for Sinister. They could well draw out this half.
It was an attempt at the bait from Shade and Warden. Warden being spotted on the Jackal scanner, and Shade trying to make an aggressive play, expecting Fisher wouldn't think he's there, but there's only 20 seconds left. Where is this execute? Nico does find one, and here we see Sinister begin to collapse. It's It's really going to be mostly up to Golden here. He's in a better position. Warden wants to flank up the stairs, but Fisher Guy takes him down. Golden in such a difficult position, and players are chasing him down. He finds Vinny, plant down, but they're just going to keep on chasing him until they get that round. It's a tied half. Sinister, 3-3.
A great round from Sinister, and not a bad way to end the half. Of course, they were 2-0 down at the start of this attack, but they managed to bring it back with some really nice aggression and showing the ability to shut down any sort of roam that Fury are trying to bring to the table. Fisher Guy as well in that last round, Dev. 2 massive kills. If he hadn't have got either of those, the round may have fallen apart.
Yeah, now we're going to switch sides, and it's actually Sinister taking Reading Room first instead of Bar. The same thing that we saw from Fury. And we're also going to see Sinister play a entirely 2-speed and 3-speed defense lineup as well. Not opting for that Echo, probably because of the prevalence of that IQ partly. Be interested to see if we see Sinister strongly contesting this cocktail area, which is what I would think is more typical. Really hard holding him, that tooth and nail, trying to find at least 1 kill off of it before you back down. Or whether we'll see Sinister do something a bit more similar to what we saw from Fury. There is a deployable shield, enabling a bit more aggressive peaks from that southeast corner of Cocktail, and castle barricades also to prevent the kind of repel we saw from Luna in Sinister's attacking half.
5 seconds to go.
On top of that, Luna as well, with the bulletproof camera, so definitely a lot of util for Fury to try and clear out. Mute Jam is going down as well to try and protect those walls, which can prove quite critical if you want to hold that A bomb site.
I think that's one of the things we saw
go below.
in this thing. Yeah, it's possible. That was the main strategy we saw from Sinister, trying to go below as much as possible. But of course, the problem being is the site is library. You can't necessarily go into library to get rid of the mute jammers on Cocktail, because that's the objective. They're not going to let you in there. That's something we saw, I thought a bit lacking from Fury was the use of these mute jammers. Sinister were typically just using a Hibana pellet on the wall inside of Bar Backstore, looking towards Tarps and Cocktail, right here where Molosca's playing, and that would negate these positions from the defenders at Cocktail. And well, Fury can't do that because it's the mute jammer there, and Thatcher's banned.
Shade struggling to try and find intel getting past those jammers. Rock will assist. 10 members still up on the board, 5 for each team, as Shade continues to get aggressive, but doesn't look like Fury are able to get this pick early and could make things tough in the late round.
Now Shade's worried about that garage push as well. Just going to watch that. Warden's pushed in upstairs, but Sinister are delaying a lot of time. Smoke Babes, a lot of utility coming out. Another drone goes forth. That Sushi checks for the position, sees Molosca, and then backs off. Tries to move down the stairs as well, and that's Luna's UMP ringing out. So 2 people spotted by that drone. Now the concussive blasts come out from the Zafira grenade perfectly takes down Molosca. Stun grenades, and Luna thinks maybe it's better to back off. Indeed. She gets downstairs, a smart move. It took a while, but Fury do take this ground.
They have a minute left now to try and capitalize on that early advantage. Sinister very mindful that there are so many holes above. Fisher Guy with a pre-placed C4 ready for anyone that could peek that location. No one currently there, and he's going to actually blow up the floor to try and get that C4 back. We'll retrieve it. Very smart strategy there. A little trick that many people probably don't know about. He's going to reuse that C4, and he gets a kill. What a play from Fisher Guy. Textbook use of that C4. Nets himself a kill, and now there's 30 seconds left for Fury to try and mount this attack.
While they did get the opening engagement, things haven't gone their way since, and now Fury have to get desperate. Shade's still above, but Golden's dropped downstairs. Another player's been taken out. Spots the Jaeger and doesn't win that fight. Vinny gets traded out, however, by Golden, and it's a 1 versus 2. No opening in. He's going to use a breaching charge to get rid of the castle barricade. That'll telegraph his position. ACOG in hand. I don't think Sinister's going to give him any opportunity here to clutch this. And there you have Sinister with the first successful defense.
looked a little bit dicey then when Molosca was dropped by the first of those frag grenades at the top of white, but great work from the rest of his team to recover. And that play from Fisher guy, I was really hoping he'd be able to pull it off. It looked so cool when he was able to get that C4 back down, and there we go as he shoots the wooden floor and then perfectly places it over towards Cocktail. Bada bing, bada boom. Good night, Warden.
I don't even think he had info on that one. I think it was just, oh, this is a common spot people are going to run past. There were like 2 or 3 players. Can you tell me who was the one who threw the nade? Because I'm tracking my opening engagement.
I think it was Shade because he was playing Buck, so Buck equals frag grenades, and he was on that window, so pretty sure it was him.
Yeah, I'll pay that. He actually threw a frag grenade in previously, but it was chewed up by the ADS, and I think maybe that's it was Warden. We saw concussions come out from Warden to the white stairs player. Oh my goodness, I always get yellow and white confused. It is the most bewildering thing. Like, the 2 colors are not similar at all, and for some reason my brain just like says yellow when I mean white. White stairs. And that ADS might have been burnt maybe by a concussion or maybe by one of the impacts in Warden's lifeline.
We are heading above now. Sinister will give this site a crack. Bring in the castle, and that's going to be really interesting, I think, because Vinny is often a top fragger, and the UMP not the best weapon, but I think it'll just increase that amount of utility that Fury need to clear.
Yeah, definitely. Something we've seen very common on this map in particular is the use of castle to lock out that cigar area, separate it, cigar lounge, or piano, as it's more commonly known, from the shop, cigar shop. Really enables a lot more rotations between the two. If the attackers are repelling on piano windows, you can rotate freely into cigar shop without being exposed to that angle, and vice versa. If they play inside cigar, they take top red and new hatch, you can just push in through piano as long as no one's on those windows. Rock does find the first kill. A lot of early engagements here, and I think that was just peeking through the hatch, and Molosca gets taken down in the middle of bar. Is he putting up an ADS late? Maybe he was.
Maybe. Potentially. Does look like he was shot from that skylight angle, just going off that blood splatter. But either way, Milo is unfortunately that opening death again. I guess it's not all doom and gloom. He is the IGL of Sinister, and maybe this will actually allow him to sit back and guide his team to victory here. As Fury definitely having some issues, I think, trying to get in towards piano.
But there's 2 opening engagements for them. Trade come out as Golden refrags his teammate Shade. Nico's down. 2 players versus 4. And once again, these mute jam is really frustrating Rock. He's playing the Twitch, no doubt, because that Thatcher is gone, trying to get rid of utility as much as possible, while also being a great fragging operator. It's just too difficult to get rid of those mute jammers.
We are seeing these castle barricades now have an impact. Rock using one of his 3 breaching charges to break that one. Luna currently in an engagement over towards Cigar Shop, does lose a little bit of her life. All 4 members critically on 100 HP, so this is going to be very challenging for her and Vinny to clutch up. Neither of their weapons the greatest, so they need to hit headshots here if they want to be a real chance. Fury have a lot of time to work with as they try and mount this attack. It looks like we are going to have a couple of players push over towards Bathroom, straight into Vinny's line of sight. No. He's whipping those shots. The UMP rate of 5 proving to be so challenging. The super short, he comes up clutch. He almost gets a second potentially, but Golden will shut that down. Luna left in a 1-on-3, the MPX in hand. That drone going straight past her, spots her out, and the quick peek from Rock will shut her down.
Great work from Fury, getting that attack, and I think we were a bit worried at first. It didn't look like Sinister had a lot of util to deal with, Fury had a lot of utility to deal with what Sinister had set up, but those early picks makes all the difference. Really opens up opportunities for you to push without being so concerned. As soon as you're in a 5 versus 3, you know that it's less likely people are going to be peeking aggressively in a certain area because there's got to be players on the bomb site. And as soon as you get information on one player, you know that's a third of the remaining defenders. Fury finding those opening picks, working off the back of that.
We are going to see Sinister reattempt that side, and hopefully for their sake they don't lose that man early. It was Molosca as the opening death in the last round. Not really having much of an impact outside of placing those ADS devices around the map. He is currently going 6-2 though after that rehost, of course, so I guess he's going along nicely. Looking at the rest of the scoreboard, it's quite even across both teams. Vinny currently top fragging in the lobby alongside 3 assists, so he's playing well. He is once again playing on a pretty heavy support character though, so these roles from Sinister are pretty interesting at the moment.
Vinny being support? Yeah, I think Sinister... I don't know. It's
like a frag support, sort of hybrid, I feel sometimes.
I feel like Sinister play, all of them are any of these 5 players is capable of playing a fragging role, and I would say most of them, if not all of them, are also capable of playing those supportive roles as well. And we see, in my view, Rainbow Six esports becoming more and more hybridized. Gone are the days when you can just be a support player or just be a fragger. You have to be able to do both. And let's talk about Vinny for a minute. He's bringing that Echo, an operator that, despite being left unbanned and despite being very, very powerful, hasn't been utilized a lot by either of these teams so far in the series. Vinny bringing it out here for this top 4 defense. There's a lot of great places you can put these yokais to gather information and not be exposed to that IQ, lest that IQ go downstairs and try and shoot him through the floor, as we saw from Sinister. But that's not what Golden's doing right now. He's on the roof. And I think it's probably unlikely Fury will go for that full bottom to top kind of clear that we saw from Sinister, as it's just too time consuming.
It is the typical meta to clear from Piano, which Fury did successfully attempt in the previous round. Getting those early picks, they made it a lot easier, and so far here in round number 9, that hasn't been the case. All 5 members of the defense still up. Rock once again having his drone disrupted by a mute jammer. He will prone in towards Cigar Shop. Destroys one of those jammers. I'm not sure whether or not his drone will be safe now. I don't think it will. Either way, those shots are raining out. Fury need to be mindful they don't get shot in the back of the head here.
Concerned about that long angle that Fisher's playing from the bar back store. Freezer looking through the open elevator. Actually 2 players here in the washrooms. A lot of information gathered by the Valkyrie cams of Luna. She's potentially eager for an opportunity to jump outside and flank. Information gathered by the Twitch drone as well. Luna's going to double check if there's a player still repelling there. And in fact, there is. It's Shade. She's double checking for a drone now. She knows she wants to make this work, but she's cautious, and instead she's just going to decide to bait out shots. And there you go. That's going to distract Shade for a minute. I think that's Shade. Can't quite tell from here. Maybe it's Warden. It's Warden.
No, it is Shade. Thanks, MC. Great observing.
Thank you, MC.
Shade in a position to renade that spot that netted him a kill previously in this game. It does in the end. That's Luna off the board. Mid-white stairs. It's now a 4-on-5 in favor of Fury. Sinister do lose that man early again. Fisher, they get one back, leaving it in a 4-on-4. 30 seconds to go, and on a site like this, it's not looking great for Fury. They need to try and mount this attack, but they're really struggling to get things going. Frag still coming out here, leaving it at a 2-on-3 in the late round. Vinny and Nico need to try and hold out this attack. They have about 10 seconds to do so. Vinny shoots more shots, but he will drop below. We've seen that not work against Milo, but it could work on this occasion. Nico below as well. They can play off intel on the plant. Sushi is attempting it, but are Sinister aware. Nico has a C4 in his pocket, but he needs to move quickly. This might be too late. Sushi sticks the plant. Can he net a kill though? He will. So it's a 2-on-2. Shade and Sushi left. Sushi taking quite a bit of damage as well there. And it's up to Sinister to try and retake above. Shade is mindful of that flank up shop, and it looks like Sushi has been tasked with holding the top of white. That intel from Vinny could prove critical. Nico trying to distract from below as both players will head up, but Vinny doesn't see the Claymore, and that leaves Nico now in a 1-on-2. 20 seconds left to try and clutch it up. Effectively 10 seconds now to get these 2 kills and go for the defuse, but I don't think it's going to be possible, Dev. He can't find these kills. Fury are playing ultra passive, and as that time ticks down, so does Sinister's hopes of winning this round. Fury will be 5-4 up regardless of this result. They do get the kill in the end, Dev. Pretty solid execute from Fury.
And I think that was an option that Fury took with both hands. As soon as the 2 Sinister players dropped downstairs, I thought, okay, you've got Nico playing with a C4 and Vinny with the yokai drones. Surely Fury aren't getting this plant down. But Vinny, I think he was worried about them shooting his yokai, that he didn't bolt it over to where the plant was going down at full speed. He played it a bit more cautiously. And that extra bit of time allowed Fury to get that diffuser down. And we also saw Nico miss his C4. I'm not sure whether the player was planting on top of one of the bar benches or whether the player was just in the corner inside that would be above the laundry. But nonetheless, Nico missed his C4. No yokai drones to make that work either.
Defenders protect
Not
the
in the
bombs
right position
from being
anyhow.
used by attackers.
And that puts Fury on the 5th round on the board for them. Getting very close to that victory. And I've got to say, I really was feeling Sinister here, but they'll have to improve their bar defenses if they have any chance at winning this.
This will be the second time we've seen Kitchen tonight. We haven't seen a successful defense on it though, as Sinister did win their attack in round number 3 when Fury were forced to their tertiary site. On this occasion, circumstances a little bit differently, or a little bit different rather, as Sinister with a couple more choices instead electing to of course go to this site. Talk about choices, Fisho guy running the FO12 Ala shotgun, able to create a lot of angles, but potentially limiting his fragging ability, as he will have to try and keep it ultra close range.
I like that idea of using the FO12, especially playing that position of VIP, where Fisher guys likely to play near that shield. Especially because with Thermite and Thatcher ban, I personally think that this bakery side take is going to be much more difficult than usual. As I mentioned in the first half, going to be difficult to open up the prep wall and the main wall into the bomb site. Actually, there's been a rotate placed there to enable the Jaeger to back out if needed. Information there gathered by Warden, but the drone's taken out. That's Milo. I feel like Sinister not completely taking advantage of this Thermite ban by having an open style setup. Nonetheless, I'm ready for them to prove me wrong.
Sinister really looking to prove everyone wrong in this second split, of course. After the first split of this season, they only had the 1 point. But their recent form has been anything but that. On a bit of a win streak at the moment, looking to continue that, but if they drop this round, they can only get 1 point from this matchup potentially, as they will be forced to settle with a draw. But if they can win the next few rounds, they can well and truly take this map. The last 2 rounds didn't go their way, but Kitchen does offer a fresh opportunity for them to reset here. Fury just taking their time, and Sinister not really giving them any picks at the moment.
Yeah, it's a 5-man on the bottom floor defense for Sinister. 5 players all downstairs, and Fury decided it's an opportunity to take map control. They're going to do just that. Going to drone up, going to open up the floor. Dislodge these players on site. Now, one thing I will say, dislodging those players on site is not so effective when Sinister can just play outside of the objective in Bakery, in coat check. That's the advantage of this open style hold that we see Sinister holding. Milo coming under fire, Warden looking to peek in. The concussions go out, but everyone's concussed right now. Milo can find... Oh, he gets 2! Warden does find one picking up with the pistol, but Warden wins that pistol engagement. That's a 2-for-2 trade. Not so bad for either team, but there's only 30 seconds left. Fury might have that Bakery control, but there's so much more work to do.
None of that verticality really meaningful at the moment, as Fisho is allowed to rotate back in towards site. The remaining 2 members of Sinister still off site, as Fury begin to mount their attack from Bakery. That hole has been opened for an entry, but that could well be a funnel point that Sinister can exploit, and Fury now only with 10 seconds left on the board. Rock has the diffuser in hand, and he's going to go deep in towards site. He will be dropped though. It's a 3-on-1. Warden needs to try and collect what has been scattered for him, but Sinister will take the round. And this really could go either way now, Dev.
No doubt the FO12.
Yes,
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I was a little bit critical of it, I will be honest, but Fisho highlighting its strengths there at the end.
I do love the FO12, but yeah, as you said, we're at 5-5 at the moment. Next team to win a point puts themselves on match point and guarantees at least 1 notch on the standings. 1 point out of this matchup. 1 point for a draw, 3 points for a win. Nico, please. What is this, Tachenko?
Yeah.
Mate.
It wouldn't surprise me if he actually stuck this, you know. It is Nico.
It is Nico.
Yes.
4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Ah, no. That's a real shame.
What a shame.
I think he
Attackers
was thinking
need
to himself,
locate and defuse bombs.
can't disappoint the fans, but at the same time, he really wants to win this round, really wants to win this match. And look, this is the third time that Sinister would be attempting Bar Cocktail, and they haven't won it yet. It's, I don't know, concerning time to be rooting for Sinister here. They've got to change something.
Of course, the stakes of this match is quite high. Both these teams heading into tonight are sitting on
10 seconds remaining.
13 points, meaning that the winner of this overall will have that round advantage, which will prove critical in those final standings. And of course, these teams are fighting for prize money at the end of the day, so not only is it for pride, but it's for a bit of cash in the back pocket, so neither of these teams wanting to give up here. And so far, we've seen quite a struggle ensue.
And another thing to point out is also that these teams are tied, as I said, on 13 points, but with Pittsburgh Knights as well. And Knights coming up against Kanga, I think a lot of people are favoring Knights in that matchup. So let's say tonight, Knights come out with 6 points. The only chance either of these teams have at contesting them would be to win this. In fact, my eyes would be on Sinister, as they already beat Knights. So if Sinister can get as many points tonight as they can, Sinister will be on top of them, and on top of Fury, and on top of Kanga. That'd be a huge moment for Sinister, who've been in for so many seasons really struggling to stay out of Challenger League.
Definitely be a great end to what has been this fairy tale run in the second split. If all goes their way, they could find themselves at the top of the bottom half, which will be such a great effort by them. Definitely build into what could be a big rest of 2020. But let's focus on this matchup. Fury going for the entry. Golden actually being lit up there. Gets away with his life though, and Fury trying to gain as much intel and as much vertical control as possible. Sinister not wanting to forfeit much of that control below, as we have seen them play there. They try and clear out Pixel, but those ADS devices causing a lot of issues, and it's all this utility that Fury need to clear that's wasting time. Frags are ensuing though, leaving it in a 4-on-4.
And that's the Yokai wielding Echo to get picked up first, and Fisher is just so confident with the shotgun. In those close range engagements, he takes down Sushi. It's looking pretty good for Sinister. 4-on-3 now, and these attackers are in desperate times. Not a lot of utility remaining. They're just going to storm all the way through. But is Milo ready for it? He finds one. Shade's taken down, but Fury aren't out of this yet. It's all on Rock. He spots one player. 3 to find. 40 seconds to go. They haven't won this defensive site yet. This would be huge for Sinister. Rock is completely surrounded. Surely there's no chance for him to get out of this alive. 30 seconds, and he's just terrified, running around, checking every angle. Checks the next one, and Sinister are just playing hide and seek with him. Rock gonna peek onto the next one. Is Milo there? He is, and he manages to lose that fight. This is still possible for Rock. Don't want to count him out just yet. Gonna try to plant this diffuser. At least bait it. The player peeks out, and there you go. Sinister onto match point.
Fantastic round there from Sinister. The rush being foiled there as Luna collects that final and vital kill for her team. Sinister now have secured themselves at least 1 point tonight. So at least heading out of this first matchup, they will be potentially even or have the advantage heading into the second matchup between these teams, which I think will give them a really nice confidence boost if they are able to edge ahead. Reading and Fireplace though, Dev, will be the final site here. We've seen this site get quite a bit of action so far in this matchup, in this second half. This will be the second time it has been played. Unfortunately, Sinister did lose it on that occasion though, so hopefully they can mix it up a little bit here heading into their second attempt.
Sinister,
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Oh, did they win it?
bombs.
they defended this once and they won it, right? Round 7.
I put blue team as winning it, which would be... Oh, that would be Sinister. Okay, my bad. You know, no, what I've done
Not
wrong
the blue,
is...
not the blue logo
put,
team.
I put Fury on the blue side of my tracker by mistake, not Fury, and it's probably because of those Damn logos. Ah, well.
Yeah. Oh well. I actually just realized I have the old Fury logo in here, which is in fact blue. Unlike the new
Yes,
Fury
they're even
logo.
more confusing.
Yeah. But yeah, there you have it. So Sinister's actually won this bomb site once, and they haven't tried it since actually, which is interesting to me because they insisted on continuing going back to Bar Cocktail. Maybe they thought that this was just a kind of once-off. Probably isn't going to work twice, but now they've won Kitchen, they've won Bar. They don't really have an option here.
You can stop worrying about grenades now.
Interestingly enough, Sinister are now going to bring up that Wamai. It'll be in the hands of Molosca, currently going 11-5. Strong map for him so far. Big round from him previously as well. I believe he got a triple at least. Interested to see how that Wamai is going to play into their playstyle. We have seen them bring it on a couple of maps so far in this second split. Of course, Wamai alongside Carly only recently brought into the competitive pool of operators, and I think teams are definitely still experimenting as to where you can place them because they really are so diverse. Teams can be so adaptable in the way that they throw out those magnets. They can pretty much be placed anywhere, and it can be really difficult to clear them out.
Yeah, with no Thatcher on the board, you're going to be relying on using projectiles to waste out not only that Wamai, but also the Jaeger. And yeah, that bulletproof camera is still up, so we'll need to see Fury use their utility more cleverly to waste out these projectile catches in order to destroy the actual utility they're going for. In that case, that bulletproof camera. That's 2 Ash charges wasted, and still we have deployable shields in abundance. We have plenty of utility that they would need that for. And Nico finds the lead-off kill onto Shade, roaming downstairs. This is looking to be good for Sinister.
Great start for Nico, who has had a relatively quiet map for his standards in this second split, but still a very solid performance thus far. And Fury now feeling a little bit stalled out as they continue to try and clear this side of the map. They still have 2 players to contest inside of Cocktail, and Warden's going to get very aggressive to try and get the first, but that shield creating such a terrible angle, and he can't clear it with the lifeline. The ADS will protect it. And again, the timer is ticking down. A minute to go as Fisher gets one as well, and there could be one more pick as well from Vinny. It will be. It's now a 5-on-2. Sushi and Warden left to clutch it up, Dev, and it's looking pretty grim.
Sushi downstairs. There's so many players left from Sinister. They can watch every possible angle. Sushi slow peeking around this next corner. Can he win the fight? It's close, but he does take down Luna. Warden as well looking downstairs. Sushi's going to try to open some angles onto the bomb site to expose these players. Potentially a vaultable hole as well. Fury don't have a lot of information. They're separated. They have to count on both Warden and Sushi making an impact, and Nico takes down Sushi for the match. Sinister take it 7-5. Nico, a huge final round. The opening kill and then so many more after it.
A big round from Sinister and a big map overall. Able to bring that one back. Great 7-5 victory for them. Will edge them in front of Fury in the standings, at least for now. What a performance, Dev. I think after that rehost, they definitely brought a new team to the table. They didn't allow those first 2 rounds to really affect the rest of that map. And I think they brought that sort of positive play style that we've come to expect in the later half of this season.
I was actually quite worried for Sinister when I saw that first half. And yes, they were attacking, and you probably wouldn't expect them to win a lot of rounds on the attack, but I was pretty impressed. The thing that we always worry about with Sinister is there's something in their mental game, and it always seems to slip away from them after they start to take a few losses. The tilt sets in. We saw them go onto the defensive side, the side that should be favored. They got one round out of the way nicely, but then they tried Bar Cocktail twice and failed to defend it. And yet, despite that, they managed to close out with the victory. Coming back from that position, it's got to be tough, and I got to commend Sinister for being able to make it happen.
Now, I guess the question now is, what do Fury need to try and bring to the table for this second matchup? Of course, they did have that lead, and they did lose it. I think the feeling I got was they were playing quite a default traditional cafe, whereas Sinister were playing it a little bit more unorthodox. We saw a lot of verticality, for example. If Fury continue to play this way and play quite predictably, are you expecting maybe for Sinister to get over the top here in the second matchup?
Yeah, I've got to say the thing that with Fury that gets me a little bit is, especially on their defensive side, they don't seem to be abusing the operator bans. Thatcher and Thermite were banned, and they're still not bringing a mute to mute the cocktail walls, which enables Sinister to Hibana it open and clear those positions. Fury really flexing into what they do best, which is running and gunning, running around the map, finding flanks, finding frags, and it works when Sinister lets it happen, but once Sinister start to key into that, it's tough for Fury. So I think that change from Fury is what we need to see in this second map.
Well, there you have it. That's matchup number 1 between Sinister and Fury completed. Sinister just edging out on top, but don't go anywhere. We'll have the second matchup in just a moment.
Attackers have located a bomb. Defenders disable the diffuser. 5 seconds left. Attackers are active. Bomb located by attackers. Attackers are activating the bomb diffuser. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. Tell me everything's alright. my heart into something gold. No, I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I wrote it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do right now. What I do right now for you, for you.
G'day there and welcome back to Playday number 13 of the ANZ Pro League. I'm Guzzin. Waving to my virtual right is Dev Marta. James, we're coming off the back of a pretty exciting matchup. It was Sinister edging out Fury 7-5 on Cafe. What are some key takeaways from that match?
I gotta say, Sinister, we had some doubts during the game, but they look to be the Sinister that showed up for the split of the Pro League, and that's a really exciting prospect.
Yeah, and I'm really hoping that for their sake, they can carry on that momentum, because we know that, you know, they've had a couple of issues with that here and there. And if they start to struggle in the second matchup, then maybe we could see the tide shift in favor, I guess, of Fury, who, when they had that momentum, looked really good. But then once it slipped away for them, that's when it started to look pretty bad for them, really, at the end of that.
Yeah, I gotta say, when Fury's doing well, I feel like it's mostly because Sinister's doing something badly, as much as that's quite painful to say. But Sinister, it looks like once they can make sure that they're not leaving any flanks exposed, they're crossing their I's and dotting their T's, then that's when they make sure they're shutting down Fury.
That is such a Rob saying that one. But anyway, moving on. We have the map veto ready and waiting for the second matchup. Cafe was map number 1. Let's see where we'll be heading for the second. Of course, it is an independent map veto for every match now in Pro League. And Dev, we almost had Cafe again. We had a double border last night, actually, but we're going to end up on a Villa.
Yep, love to see it. And Fury just breaking my dreams by getting rid of the theme park once again. So I don't know what to say, guys, but that's just, you make me sad. That's all I can say. So yeah, I mean, Villa's a nice place to end up. I gotta say, I feel like we've seen a Villa recently between one of these teams. Let me double check. Yeah, it was Sinister last week against Kanga, and that was a 7-3. So pretty, not a one-side, not a hugely one-sided game, but that's a pretty strong result to have against Kanga. As someone who cast that match, do you feel like that's something you remember? They'd also the previous week 7-4 Knights, so that's 2 good games from Sinister on Villa. Thoughts?
Oh, I have casted so many rounds of Siege, Dev. I can't remember it exactly, but it was a strong performance, 7-3. We'll go with that. I mean, we could look back even further. They actually beat Knights on Villa 7-4, so definitely a bit of form to go off, and they're looking pretty consistent on this map. I might throw you under the bus here, but what have you got on Fury? Because from what I've got, they haven't really played it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, scrolling back through the Pro League, and nothing so far. And let me just do the last few games, double check. La-di-da-di-da, whoop-de-doo. They lost it. Sorry, they beat Mindfreak now and TBD on it 7-3, but that was in January, like the second play day of the season, Fury's very first match. I feel like that's so long ago that the result is almost not super relevant.
Yeah.
So I've got to say, I'm feeling the Sinister vibe once again. I feel like I've been on the Sinister train since the start, but
all aboard.
Look, the flip side of that is that Sinister have VODs on this map for the last 2 weeks. This is the third week in a row they've played it in the Pro League. Fury, do your research, come into this game expecting maybe your Villa's going to be the pick. There you go, that's it. That's the
Well,
play.
it should make for an exciting matchup. And you guys at home were actually correct in the very first poll vote. Let's have a look at the second here for matchup number 2 and see if maybe Sinister are the favourites. Once again, 49% in favour of them, and they will just edge out Fury, trailing on 35. And look, again, I don't know if we're feeling mutual in this, Dev, but I'd say that the poll vote's pretty reflective of the matchup we could see here.
Yeah, mostly the poll vote is a bit of a popularity vote, but this is actually, if I'm not wrong, even closer than the previous one we saw, or it's just about as close.
Yeah,
draws
I think
on the
maybe a
cards.
little bit less for the draw and more for Fury,
okay.
maybe. Yeah, I'm not too sure, but yeah.
Fury's a good team. I wouldn't count them out. They've had some good results. I've got to say I'm feeling Sinister, and I think that this is probably, if you had to say what do you think the odds are, this is probably about where I would draw it.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Sinister are probably going in with the mentality of never tell us the odds, because I mean, again, as we keep sort of alluding to, their first split, it's so easy to forget just how poor their start of this season was. They didn't look anything like the team they are now, despite the fact they actually have the same roster, which is actually across the entire board here in ANZ is something that we haven't really seen. A lot of these teams have undergone changes. Even teams like Wildcard and Fanatic, who we know are so big in ANZ, have had roster changes. Yet, I think Sinister are really proving that you don't need those changes necessarily to have success. But either way, though, we will see if Sinister can continue this form on Villa. They are taking on Fury. This is going to be another great contest, I think, Dev. Let's jump straight into the ban phase. Let's see the starting side. It's going to be Sinister on the attack. So that's 2 attack starts in a row for them. And I will make sure that I put them in my tracker correctly this time, which I didn't do last time. There we go.
Look, and one thing I will say at the moment for Fury that gives them a bit of a leg up in this game is that last map veto, Sinister got the final ban between Villa and Cafe, and Sinister banned Villa. So of the 2 maps, Sinister more favored Cafe. Here we are, and it's Villa, the map that Sinister favored slightly less. Fury got the final ban this time, and they decided to get rid of Cafe. So maybe Fury actually intended to go to Villa in the first place, and maybe they just thought Sinister would take them there. But now Fury have taken things into their own hands, and I don't know. We'll see. I'm keen for it. I think that this should be a pretty close contest.
And that it should. Just rounding out the final defensive bans here. Maestro once again taken off the board. And will it be a mirror? No, it won't. It's actually going to be a mute. So that's, I think, a counter ban to likely Fisho guy who was playing a lot of mute there for Sinister, so strong with the shotgun. But not only was it his ability to frag, those mute jammers, I think, were causing a lot of issues in them trying to gain that early round intel.
100%. Yeah, we saw consistently on that top floor, it was very difficult for Fury to drone forward. And I think that was one of the key things for them. Just those entries, they need information. Otherwise, they're going to get punished. So consistently, that's something that I think Sinister have been better at, using of the mute jammers, compared to what we've seen from Fury. Fury, if they want to go for wall denial, they'll use the bandit in this case. If they want to go for drone denial, they'll probably switch onto the Mozzie, whereas Sinister are a team consistently really good with their mute. So maybe that'll be a little bit better when we do eventually see Fury get onto the attack. But it is them on the defense right now. So we'll look to their first objective to defense, which is trophy and statuary. Statuary, however you want to. I say stat.
Yeah, I say
like
stat.
that.
Everyone hates the way I pronounce it. I'm not even going to say the full word. I attempt to say the full word there. I'll just go stat. Nice
I think it's a bit of an Aussie way to say it. Statuary.
Yeah, mate.
And there is the beautiful, now available Pro League set Thermite. Woo! There's a couple that came up. I love the look of it. And we're seeing Goyo tonight as well. And Goyo's not by no means the newest defensive operator to join the competitive pool, but he's still very much an unexplored operator. There's been a lot of trial with him, and a lot of teams have spoken very highly of his capacity as an operator, but there's still a lot more shield spots yet to be fully realized, and we'll keep an eye on how Rock uses that to slow down the attack, to drain utility away. It's going to be up to the grenades from Nico and the impacts from Luna to really clear out most of those shields. And yeah, could be significant. I hope so.
I definitely feel if Sinister bring the same verticality that they did to Cafe, we could even see the clearing of that utility from below, which may mean they can save that soft breach for other purposes. On this occasion, it looks like it will be a horizontal sweep from Study. Some decent control gathered so far, and Fury electing not to extend this far over towards that area, in towards AVG. Some teams will, but Fury, who I guess are renowned for bringing that aggression on this occasion, will play a little bit more passive.
Nice little position here adopted by Rock on the Goyo. Notice his shield's also been electrified. If I'm not wrong, that prevents Ash charges from drilling in and destroying those shields. Shouldn't have an effect against the Zephyr or the grenades, but it's a nice little trick there. Smokes to clear out that ADS, and oh, here's a nice pick. No way, you don't lose those. That's Vinny to find that kill. Shade shut down nice and early.
Vinny has been winning so many of these 50-50 engagements in recent past. Such a deadly entry here for Sinister, and again enabling his team to bring some confidence into these attacks. And now they have a minute to go to try and capitalize on that great play from Vinny. I think one thing to note as well is Sinister with a pretty strong drone economy at the moment, so they shouldn't be short of intel. I think these positions from Fury will be revealed pretty soon.
Yeah, and Rock's just slowly snaking his way backwards. He's abandoned that position. Vinny for a second here. Detonate that Goyo shield, make it very difficult to play in landing. There is a player there, and he whiffs his shots against Fisho. Just dancing around the flames, and another one for Sinister. It's all on Warden as his team falls around him. Destroy the Goyo shield, hope that that'll deal some damage, but it doesn't matter. Through the fire, he gets taken down, and Luna clutches out that round. We'll see it from Vinny's perspective. How very uneventful, but a great round for Sinister to take that.
That round, anything but uneventful really for Sinister. So nearly a flawless opening to this map. So we have a quick replay here. How did Vinny win this gunfight? Oh my goodness, that was a perfect opportunity there to open up the round, or for Fury to open up the round. Either way though, it wasn't meant to be. Fury now going to head over to Aviator in games, or as it's, I guess, more commonly known in the competitive scene, AVG. So if you hear me and Dev be a little bit lazy and call it that, that's what we are referring to. A bit like Stat is referring to that long word that I'm not going to say on stream. I got roasted for it once in my Twitch chat, so I'm just scarred. I'm just never saying it again.
Yeah, I don't mind that. When I used to handwrite my notes before I was converted to the ways of the spreadsheet, I used to just write scat or kit if it was kitchen. Very, very lazy. Righto, so the Goyo is still in play. The Goyo placed near the classical hallway near top ground stairs. A common position for players on the defensive side to hold on to for dear life. Another use of that bandit battery on that Goyo shield. As I was saying before, I don't think it'll be super impactful against the Zephyr or the Sledge. Maybe I need to do a little bit of custom game checking and see whether Zephyr's impacts can destroy the shields when it's electrified. I'm pretty sure it can, but it's just the ass charges that discounter.
Dev Marta, pro caster turned pro player? Question mark. Are we going to see you in the competitive scene with these dry runs?
Yeah,
bring something new to the table. Yeah. Ah, what a shame.
I would have mercy on any team that picks me up.
I'm not going to say anything. Our ranked matches are lots of fun, Dev. Lots of fun.
Oh, no one wants to hear about that. It's a good roam clear so far. Let's change the subject. Good roam clear so far. The Jackal's making that easier. Not a lot of teams in comp run the Jackal a bit. Fisher guy and Sinister, they're keen on it. It makes things a little bit more efficient. He's got a good gun, and the smoke's not super in meta at the moment, but they're still useful, and you can use them to waste ADSs. Worst comes to worst. Vertical angles being opened up as well to prevent these flanks. Sinister being nice and thorough and pretty time efficient as well. Once they start to hit these choke points near 90, they're going to need to sink a lot of utility into clearing the setups from Fury.
Exactly right. It's not only these funnel points that prove a danger here, but the addition of those Goyo shields and other utility make that entry even more difficult. And even once they get in towards site, if these shields are still up, they're in the perfect position to try and deny some of these default plants. Again, just draining more and more time. Shade as well, playing below there. In a great position to maybe go for a C4 late. Milo could shut him down as he crosses the front door, though this could be a big engagement. Both players are aware of each other's positions, but Shade misses the shot. The C4 comes out. We know these C4s are deadly now, but Molosca will just get away. Both players taking a hit, but now there's a minute to go to try and reset.
So close for Milo. Peeked Shade right as the C4 was ripped. 2 players on this window now. Tough position for Luna to be in. She can't hit them. No way to get that angle. And still a lot of pressure from Fury. Not much progress has been made from Sinister in the last 50 seconds. They still don't have 90 control, and it doesn't look like they'll be getting it anytime soon. They might try to bypass it, but still lots of utility set up on the bomb site. Rock will find one traded by Nico, but Fisher guys forced further back. 25 seconds. Sinister have rotated for this study take, but it might be too little too late.
Sinister needs to bring aggression to the table, try and even out the man count at least for this plant. They now have 15 seconds left. Fisho rushes in towards site through the smoke, gets a pick, but he needs to try and get that bomb down. He gets dropped though. Luna as well will need to try and pick herself up, but she doesn't have time even if she can, and she's just going to spam it out. Beautiful sight to my eyes here. And there we go, Fury will take the second round.
Thanks for that, Luna. I had to see that.
I had to look away, I was going to get a headache.
Yeah. So there you go. Really good map control taken from Sinister. Minute 40 remaining on the clock when they basically had all of the map except for that 90, and then they were ready to take control of 90 and take control of Aviator, maybe study. And then they weren't really sure what they wanted to do, and very late in the round decided to rotate for a study push without any 90 control. No way to dislodge those anchors, and it's really like throwing sand at a brick wall in a situation like that. Not really much of a dent you're going to make.
Ooh. I like that saying, Dev. That's good.
I'll
Not
come
bad.
back in the future with an improvement to that metaphor. I promise. Maybe like I was thinking, like, you know, I was gonna say, like, what do you know how you make a snowball out of snow, right? You throw that at stuff. But when you make like a ball out of sand, that's not a sand ball, is it?
Oh no.
It's like, I mean, I was thinking, you know, like if you threw a ball of sand at a brick wall, that wouldn't be very effective, right? But then I thought about saying the word sandball, and I was like, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna say those words.
It's a really weird word. I don't know why. Something about it.
It is. I don't know why.
Well, an interesting way to start off the map indeed. One apiece currently. And I think that last round, at least for me, Dev, felt like such a classic Villa attack in terms of Sinister's time being drained so effectively by Fury, and it really came down to that 15-second rush, and unfortunately Sinister just not quite able to hit those refrags, and Fury just able to sit back, collect those frags, and in doing so win the round.
It was interesting that Sinister didn't even attempt to pressure 90 from the hallway. Just one player on the window. There was so much utility, 2 pieces of barbed wire. It would have been really difficult for Sinister to take that, but maybe they should have tried anyway. Using grenades, using concussions from Luna. Stuns maybe. But no, they gave up on that pretty early. I'm not sure if they completely gave up. Oh, player in piano downstairs, spotted by Nico. Check through the drone hole. Doesn't see anyone so far. I hope the rest of the team is aware of this. Is that a yokai? Or maybe a Wamai magnet?
That's the entry for Fisho. I didn't even know that drone hole that Nico was looking at before was even there, so that's something new for you. Just Nico things, as we like to say. Always finding new and creative ways to try and help his team out. Had a little bit of a quiet first map, but again, it's easy to say that when his last few maps have been absolutely massive for his team, really showing up for Team Sinister.
It was this map that he got the 1 versus 4 with the 2 nade kills, wasn't it?
Indeed
Pretty
it was,
sure that
yes.
was this map. Hey, another yokai taken out. I don't know about you, but there's nothing more satisfying than playing IQ, going below the objective and destroying all this high-value utility.
I
That's
wish
exactly
you
what
let me
Vinny's done
play
there.
IQ. I just get stuck on
You
thermite,
can play
dude.
IQ anytime. I only play it because no one else is playing it.
Shade, he's found himself inside of closet with that shotgun. Could he go for the wang through the barricade? Just missing there, I think. Maybe doing a little bit of damage. Either way, though, he's going to skate away with his life. Rock as well, trying to protect him behind that shield, but so many angles Fury are trying to cover at the moment.
Maybe both the Nico's nades already used up there. It's a lot of utility to soak them up with the Wamires and the ADSs, and Shade's going to delay as much time as possible. He's flashed, but he's still not being pushed. Hesitance from the attackers. A frost mat as well makes it more difficult for the attackers jumping in. They have to shoot down and then look upwards. A really nice hold from Fury. It's stalling out Sinister so effectively. Milo looks down, takes out the frost trap, but now he has to reload. He's getting completely smoked up. Finally, they get the kill. With so many players taken so low, and there, from the grave, another one, and Sushi gets in on the fun as well, taking out Fisho. It's dire straits now, but 2 versus 2 at the end of it all. A bloodbath here ensues.
15 seconds to go.
Still an opportunity to clutch this now. It's all on Golden. Nico versus Luna. Luna contests it with the pistol, gets taken out. Maybe a bit too aggressive, a bit too desperate. All on Nico. We've talked about him so much. He just has to find this final kill. Is he going to get there in time? Golden pre-fires the angle, and that's the clutch. Golden, after such a messy round, assures himself and his team the victory in the 1 versus 2.
That play by Shade inside of the closet proving to be absolutely massive. Even from the grave, he had a big impact, and Fisher Guy as well as Milo were torn to pieces really in that location. The teamwork from them to get that initial kill was quite strong, but the follow-up in response from Fury was quite fantastic. We're going to head downstairs now though. Dining and kitchen, yet to see it appear so far here in Fury's objective selection pool. Starting to feel like the momentum is starting to shift the defenders' way, but as every caster will tell you, Villa is defender-sided, so keep that in mind.
It's tough because
Defenders
we call some maps defender-sided, but I've seen some great attacking games from on Villa before, and I feel like that mute has more of an impact than most people might expect. That mute ban, a lack of the mute, really can change. It just breathes a sigh of relief for the attackers and their drone work on the attack. But we haven't seen that so far because Sinister, they've been getting map control and understanding who's where and what's who and how's which, but they've struggled to actually get rid of the utility that Fury is presenting towards them. Look at that last round for an example. Shade was playing inside the closet. Sinister knew full well where he was, but they threw so much utility at him, they still couldn't dislodge him. They had to jump in. Thanks to the Jaeger devices, the Wamires, and those smoke grenades, making that such a tumultuous task for Sinister.
And I guess backtracking for a second there, when I was sort of referring to Villa being defender side, I guess globally you can make the argument that it might be, but there's actually been a few games here in ANZ where it's been attacker sided, even without mute bans on the board. So Sinister, like they did on map number 1, could shift momentum back their way with a couple of nice attacks here. It looks like so far they've gained some decent control above. Rock, though, he'll be critical on that pulse. He'll be gaining a lot of intel when he pulls that scanner out. In the meantime, he's just holding this angle, and right on cue, he will eventually pull out that heartbeat sensor. Quite a big range on it. Gaining a lot of intel at the moment, Devon. Fury pretty much know exactly what they're trying to do above.
If Vinny is cheeky here, he could look for the kill onto Rock through the floor. Yeah, and that's exactly what he was trying to do, shoot the pulse through the floor. But I'm not sure whether Rock got wise on it, or he just thought it was better to get rid of the scanner so he could be prepared to look and help the rest of his team, but the opportunity has been taken away from Vinny.
Rock still patiently just holding this angle. He could find himself a pick if he is disciplined, but Sinister not quite walking past that whole fit. Vinny might, but Rock repositions and he doesn't quite net that kill. All 10 members in the lobby still on 100 HP, Dev. Really setting up for another close end round here.
Yeah, a lot of ground taken, but still not a ton of progress. Vinny does find that first kill. Warden taken off. One of the roaming players, and Warden been making a huge impact on the previous map. Gonna sit down for the rest of this round, and Sinister, whole minute to go, but they need to start making some progress. They're trying to open these angles onto the bomb site and nearby areas to dislodge these key anchor players, but so far haven't found many picks.
Oscar with the diffuser in hand. It looks like they are setting up for push in towards Sheets. Nico with some coverage above alongside Fisher guy. They're trying to wallbang here potentially over towards the main staircase. Impact's raining out. The angle is generated. Molosca gets dropped by a C4. Those things are absolutely nuclear at the moment. Sushi taking full advantage, leaving it in a 4-on-4. Vinny in a position to cut down this rotate. Is he aware though that it is coming out? And now it's up to Sinister to reclaim that diffuser and try and reattempt the plant. The pre-fire there will come out from Fisho and give them the man advantage. This round definitely could go their way, but Sushi, he gets one and heads upstairs. Luna gets one as well, leaving it in a 3-on-2. Is the denial. There it is from Rock. He gets one. He gets the second with the UMP, leaving it up to Nico. We last saw him above. He's now downstairs. Does he have time? He gets one onto Sushi, but he doesn't really have much more to get the other. He makes his way in, but he can't get the kill. Fury edging out in the 4th round.
And that's the second 1v1 we've seen Nico just barely miss out on. And the second time that Fury has won a defense by the skin of their teeth like that. And a lot of it does come down to time management for Sinister. There's a huge stalling period in the round. Not a lot happens between about 2 minutes 30. Sinister have entered the building and taken map control. And between then and about 30 seconds left for a whole 2 minutes, Sinister's opening the floor, trying to find picks. Not really finding much. They found one pick onto Warden, who I believe was roaming downstairs, but aside from that, Sinister didn't make a huge amount of progress. It really just came down to a desperate attempt in the last 30 seconds, jumping downstairs. They were lucky to get it as close as they did. And Fury, they've won 3 rounds that way.
Sinister bringing out some more role changes here. We are going to see Molosca jump onto the Jackal. Currently trailing behind the rest of his team in the frag department, going 0-3. Fisho jumping across to the Ash. Quick peek at the scoreboard, we'll see that things are pretty consistent across the board really for both teams. And I guess that is reflective of the fact that most of these rounds have been really close. I mean, the last 2 devs, if I'm correct, were both 1v1s in the dying seconds.
Yeah, that's it. And 3 times we've seen Fury win rounds because Sinister is stalled out for about 1 to 2 minutes without making a lot of progress. I think that's one of the things that I'm noticing for Sinister. Just consistently, there are large periods of time. Maybe they have a step-by-step checklist of what they got to do. And the first step they're actually really good at. They get that done. The second step, that's the really tough bit. And when they don't make progress, they just keep at it. They just keep, okay, let's keep looking through the floor. Maybe we'll find a pick. And there's no one trying to take some initiative and decide, okay, that's not working. I need to try and be the hammer to this anvil. And that's when Fury are just waiting until time serves them correctly. Oh, wow. That is one way to have vertical player as a sledge. That's nice.
And guess who it is? It's Nico. Who else would it be doing something like that, honestly? And he still has 2 nades in his pocket as well.
Why not just play Brock?
Buck overrated. Sledge is the new operator for control below. Almost getting a wallbang there. Nate in hand. Surely he can't get one here. Could well nade him a kill. Doesn't quite. Rock though is very low from that dev, taking a lot of damage from that grenade.
It's actually very, very difficult to kill players inside a vault with vertical players. There's so many positions they could be in. And from below, it's about 4 different rooms. Luna pushing up brown stairs, droned really well. Finds that pick. Gonna destroy this shield, no doubt as well. ADS is to deal with. Gonna waste that ADS, surely. There you go. Second one destroys that Goyo shield. Warden decides to get aggressive off of it, but flashed out and lit up by that Goyo shield and finished off as he enters back into sight. Thanks to Nico. Things are looking good for Sinister. They've made some progress. 5 versus 3. Numbers advantage.
Sushi holding this door. There is a Claymore stopping him from swinging wide. Molosca just on the other side, inside of Study. As Sinister now have nice control around the map. Molosca critically does have the diffuser in hand on Jackal as he sprayed down that barricade. I think they're still trying to find one more pick here before they're confident enough to try and refrag outside, but Sushi, he will stall that plan. Fisher guy is dropped. He's getting ultra aggressive inside of Aviator and no one from Study in a position to shut that down. Smoke's coming out now. And more time is being wasted here for the attackers. Rock as well getting aggressive. Still so low on HP. Sushi finally finished off, and it's now a 4-on-2. Both these players so low. Can they get the kills, though? That's massive. The diffuser's now dropped by Rock. Nico and Vinny to clutch this one up. He's so low still from that initial grenade. Surely Sinister can refrag this out. Oh my goodness, so close there. They eventually do. The 5th round is theirs, but holding my breath there a little bit for Sinister. A little bit sketchy, but Vinny in the end will win another 50-50 gunfight.
A 1 versus 4 that got very, very scary. And yeah, you're right. Vinny has been on top of his engagements. Let's have a look at some of those kills from that round, especially this moment here where Rock really turned things around and gave his team the opportunity to clutch that. Just good positioning and no one from Sinister checking that angle. It got close. Too close for comfort, as a lot of these rounds have been, but finally Sinister gets another one on the board.
A real possibility that they could head into the half, 3 apiece, which would be very handy on Villa. I'm going to see Trophy and Stat as the final defensive pick for Fury. And interestingly enough, we're going to see Frost on the board. An interesting decision there. We saw it previously, Dev, and I think that's really feeding into what Fury lacked, I guess, in that first matchup that you mentioned about, was that lack of utility that needed clearing. And I think so far that they've done a pretty good job at tripping up Sinister a little bit, wasting time, wasting their soft breach, and just making things a little bit more challenging.
Yeah, 100%. I got to agree with you on that. A lot of these rounds that Fury have won have been because they have good setups, really strong setups that Sinister look at and they think, oh, that's tough to deal with. And then they spend a long time wasting time, and Fury end up in a scenario where they're in an advantaged position in the last few seconds of the round. Now that Frost you mentioned works in conjunction with Shade playing previously the Smoke, but he's now switched on to the I was going to say the Magnet, the Wamai. And likely to be preventing the jump in on that bathroom window and those closet windows, maybe the other master windows, just to make sure that anyone jumping in those windows has to look down first. Another cheeky one placed in that corner there just to catch off anyone who's aiming down sights, not looking at the floor. Likely that'll get spotted by a drone, but you never know what'll happen in the last few seconds of a round.
Warden playing over towards Skull here at the top of red. He'll make his way over towards the stairs. Could have been in a position to catch Nico off guard. Talk about catching a player off guard. Nico, he hits that wallbang through the barricade. Not enough to down Warden, but does a hefty amount of damage. He may not be aware that he has got that damage onto him. Nico, that is. But either way, decent way to start the round as Sinister continue to try and build this map control. Vinny heads up red, yet to get an entry in this round. We've seen him winning so many of those early engagements, but it looks like on this occasion, Sinister will have pretty free access to the southern side of the map. Now need to try and convert that to site control.
Yeah, as usual, Sinister really good at taking this map control, but it's the next step that they've been struggling with.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Not getting too distracted this time with that master push. Seems to be working well for them. It's what they struggled with previously. If they can start to find some picks here, it'll force Fury to spread their numbers out further around the bomb site, and they might have to abandon master control. It looks like that's what Warden's doing right now. And Sinister might even be able to get master for free.
Almost a minute to go now. 2 minutes eclipsed, and there's still 10 members left in the lobby. Make that 9 now as Vinny gets the first onto Sushi. That is the Frost off the board. Sinister looking to try and gain control of master bedroom. Potentially allow Molosca to get towards the wall and open it up with those exothermic charges. Meanwhile, Fisher guys pushing from Stat. Fu need to be mindful of this multi-dimensional attack. If they get too lazy, one of these angles could be exploited. Vinny getting his double for the round, and once again, he's just opening up these engagements for Sinister, giving them that lead in this stages of the round. Warden needs to go big here with the flank as Rock gets dropped. Will he be able to flank it? Surely the coverage is there from Master Bedroom. Warden, he will attempt it. Shots raining out from either side. Warden does get one. Golden trapped inside of Astro. Sinister know where these players are. Now it's up to them to try and hunt them down. Golden gets one. Can't get the next one though. And Sinister will get another round here in the half. And Dev, from out of nowhere, really, they'll be able to even it out, which I think for them will be a great result.
Really great adaptations we've seen from Sinister, and as you said, 3-3 at the half on the attacking side. You were concerned that Sinister would struggle on their remaining attacks, but they really started to figure out Fury and won their last 2 straight reattempting bomb sites that they hadn't previously won successfully. I really liked what we saw from Sinister. They were already good this entire game. They've been really good at taking map control, just droning out and taking areas, but Fury haven't been contesting that hard, to be honest. Sinister are good at just taking map control time efficiently when it's needed, but as soon as they saw good setups from Fury, they would throw everything they've got at it, and it wouldn't always be enough. This time, they played more slowly. They had slow and steady progress,
Attackers need to
pushing
locate
from
and
the
defuse
landing
bombs.
side, putting that pressure onto the bomb site, finding those picks, going below. Vinny opening up opportunities for his team as well, going for that flank, pushing up Astro stairs, and then eventually it got to the point where Fury couldn't have anyone in Master. They had to rotate all their players out of contesting Master and Closet, which was previously the area that Sinister struggled so much with taking. But it's pretty easy to take control of Master when everyone from Fury has run away because you've taken out their players elsewhere. So I really like those changes that we saw from Sinister,
10 seconds.
and ended up with a strong half there too. We're going to see the Goyo also
5 seconds
picked
remaining.
by Sinister. It was a mainstay for the Fury lineup,
Attackers
and
need to
this
locate
Wamai
and defuse
Goyo
the bomb.
combo really works out well.
Attackers bomb diffuser has been
Jaeger
dropped.
and
Attackers
Wamai
recover
both
the
to
bomb
protect
diffuser.
all of this utility that we have brought by the defenders.
APS deployed and ready to
4 shields especially because the Fisher guy on smoke had also brought a deployable shield. So utility all over the map here. Some holding the brown stairs, some even as far away as Master.
activating drone.
Of course, this is Fury's first attack here on Villa. It'll be interesting to see what kind of adaptations they can bring to the board. In the past, we've been a little bit critical of them failing to adapt on the fly. It's been quite evident in their last 2 matches, which unfortunately did result in losses. As you mentioned, Sinister definitely one of those teams who have learnt to adapt on the fly and has definitely been paying dividends, so hopefully Fury, for their sake, can follow that up.
Bomb
Not much has
located.
happened really so far. Fury's still trying to gain some sort of control of the map, but it's definitely slow and steady.
But wasting some of that utility now. Goyo shield taken out. Pushing up from the brown stairs. It's golden. With the IQ, he also can use that control below to get rid of utility.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Warden on the thermite, likely interested in opening up one of these study walls. He'll cross in. Lots of holes below. Not sure if there is a player downstairs ready to counter that. Golden's presence there probably denies any roamers doing that. Impact does destroy the thermite charge though. Warden only 1 element of hard breach left. Sushi, meanwhile, the other hard breach is watching a rotation. He might actually catch someone off here if Milo continues to peek around. He's not moving just yet. That's where he used the Hibana pellets, on the wall from the classical hallway. That's a strong angle that Fury have looking all the way into the attacking bomb site behind the pool table. And Warden does manage to get an opening onto the bomb site from Study as well, reducing the number of positions that Sinister can sit on the bomb site significantly.
Approaching 30 seconds left now, and as you mentioned, Sinister very, very exposed, and Fury in a great position to refrag this one out. Warden on the thermite has that diffuser in hand as Luna's flushed out of her position by that asphyxiating bolt. All members of Sinister really playing off site here to the north, and Fury will use that to the full advantage, trying to get aggressive, but it's been shut down. It's a 5-on-3. Shade making his way down classical halls, getting lit up as well. Surely he'll be taken out, and Will leaving it in a 5-on-1. And there's absolutely nothing Golden can do. It's a flawless round for Sinister, and despite some great clearing of that hard breach, although those reinforced walls rather, Fury just unable to really convert that to any sort of momentum in towards that site.
Yeah, I mean, typically what you'd see is opening up angles onto the bomb site exposes those anchors. They have to move, forces them into the attacker's lines of sight, but that's not really what happened. As Fury began to collapse, Sinister played very reactively and managed to find an opportunity in every moment. The first kill was Mollusca off screen. I'm not sure exactly where that went down, but he was last seen roaming near the 90 hallway, near where the Habana was playing of Sushi, and that was the first kill that he ended up getting. Perhaps Sushi decided, oh, I've really got to help my team. I need to repel in 90 window, and Molosca shut that down. Piece by piece, Fury attempted to get closer to the bomb site and use those openings that they'd created. Sinister were ready and waiting. I mean, to be honest, I don't know what to say about that. I can't really put my finger on what happened there that worked for Sinister. I wasn't watching closely enough, clearly.
Well, you definitely know that Sinister's brought out something special when Dev the Goat Marta doesn't know what to say about it. But yeah, you're right. I think it was. It's difficult because in these late round scenarios, there's so much going on that it's so hard to keep track of all the engagements that are happening, all the interactions between that utility. So it's a little bit challenging, but it is strange to see such a strong early round from the attack, especially in getting those walls open, just be foiled. Particularly considering that Sinister had such a strong hold that was sort of off-site. We saw them over down towards like 90 and landing, but they were still able to win those engagements, and Fury just unable to get in towards that site.
Yeah, one thing I will say for Fury is, on paper, we're thinking maybe that they were in an advantage in that round because they had that those key openings, and they cleared a lot of utility from Sinister. They'd forced them back onto the bomb site. They've opened angles onto the bomb site, but they didn't have a lot of map control. There was no one actually in 90. There was no one top red stairs. There was no one in landing. They were trying to just push all from that same direction on the study side, and as the time ticked down, it really became very predictable, and I think that's partly what Sinister used to shut them out in those dying moments. But nonetheless, this is actually, believe it or not, a kitchen defense, not a stat defense, as we like to say, but there's utility all over the shop from Sinister, and Molosca as well on that vigil, going to be disrupting these drones, making it difficult for Fury to figure out where those roamers are. But it's very much a horizontal take so far, not trying too hard to clear out that top floor.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting take from Fury thus far in towards Piano. Very horizontal, as you mentioned. We don't often see teams approaching this site in such a fashion, but they might be trying to exploit such a big roam. Molosca does get dropped there by Sushi. Sushi himself on 1 HP, I think, so a little bit lucky potentially to get out on top of that one. Shade gets one as well. And this roam, this extension of sight from Sinister, being shut down at the moment. It's going to be up to Nico, Luna, and Vinny to go big here. Vinny currently going 7 and 3. Good start for him. Again, going really well and winning those 1-on-1 engagements, but we might have to find more than one in this round. As Nico's
It's really unusual, though, the way that we're seeing Fury completely not contest that top floor, and oh no, whiff shots! That could be dire for Luna. Now Fury don't know it, but they have full control of the bomb site. Nico does find one on the roam, and this is the risk from Fury not clearing out that top floor. Now enables Sinister to go for these flanks, but it's all on Luna. She has to make up for those missed shots earlier on the Thermite, allowing him to rotate into Memorial. It's a 1 versus 4. She might get this freebie just here.
Oh no. Oh no.
Bit of sass there as well as she takes the shotgun to the face on Golden. It's a difficult task ahead of her though. And she doesn't get past the first player holding flank in Memorial. Nice attack from Fury. Very unconventional, but clearly effective.
Well played by Fury. Trying not to let this matchup slip too far out of their grasp, and in winning that round, they have now evened it out 4 apiece. So Trophy and Stat will be the next selection for Sinister. Yet to play this site so far. So I'm very interested to see how they are going to try and approach it.
Especially because we were treated by Fury to quite a unusual hold with the heavy smoke presence in the closet and those frost traps. Really holding on to Master, especially because it was so effective. Don't think we'll see something similar from Sinister, though. It looks like a much more typical lineup. Lots of presence on site. Likely with Echo, Fisho, Echo, Smoke Brother, and the Goyo. All great operators for locking players out of the objective and hurting them if they do get into the objective. Looks like potential for Rome as well, with Nico reinforcements on the aviator walls. Likely some drone denial. Now remember that it was Fury who banned out the mute, an operator they really struggled to deal with on Cafe. Sinister used it very effectively to deny drones and also other utility as that Thatcher was banned. We're going to see Nico put that pest in the floor. A little bit more difficult to shoot, but it still will catch any drones that goes over the top of it. A lot of angles also potentially for a C4. Maybe even if he stands on the bar, he'll be able to see players over the top. Nico's getting cheeky on this roam, and it could prove effective. Milo's over to help out, and it looks like Fury are going to play this roam clear game, starting from the south side.
And one thing important to note about this round, it's actually quite a big one. If Sinister manage to take it, Fury can't jump above them in the standings because they can only do... Oh, they'll only be able to win in response 7-5, which will equal them in the head-to-head. But then if we go down to their match difference or their round difference overall, they are trailing. So Fury must win this round if they want to be a chance of jumping ahead of Sinister in the standings. And as we said in the pre-show, the standings are still big this season. Prize money is on the line, and these teams really wanting that extra bank. Fury definitely can't leave anything on the line here in the 9th round.
You make a good point. This is where the stakes ramp up for Fury. If they drop another round, there's no way that they can jump Sinister in the standings. And likewise, they're trying to jump Sinister on this roam game. And they do clear it out. Not finding any kills, but rather scaring off Nico and the other players to get away from that presence on the statuary aviator and games room side. Now pressuring onto Master. There's no heavy hold from Sinister. Fury are getting a lot of control, making a lot of progress. They also have downstairs presence as well. Mozzie Pest Drone taken out as well there. Presence Sushi likely to attempt to open up this main wall. Likely a player on the other side with impacts ready to trick it. It'll be Vinny. But where is this presence? Golden is just ready to get into that bomb site.
Bomb has been located. Attackers
1 minute to go. The first kill finally coming out. It's Milo onto Sushi. The entry from Golden could be big here, but he gets downed as well by Vinny. Once again, winning another 50-50. Rock gets one in response as the frags are now coming out. The aggression from Rock is massive, but Sinister are able to shut that down. They will take the 9th round, and there we go. Fury cannot, again, if our calculations are correct, cannot finish ahead of Fury in the standings. So pretty big round there.
Fury can't finish ahead of Sinister, rather, but yes.
Is that what I said? Yeah, reverse what I said. Reverse it. I chipped over
it's quite a big moment for Sinister, but the work's not done yet. This game hasn't been locked out. There's still more points that they can earn on the board. And of course, Sinister and Fury are both contending with the Pittsburgh Knights as well. Before this Playday, Sinister, Fury, and Knights were all tied on 13 points. Sinister have got another 3 thanks to their victory on map number 1. Fury can still win this game and leap in front of Knights. Even a draw would put them in front, pending what Knights do against Kanga in their match that's actually been played right now, I believe. If you're not aware, we're actually going to be streaming the matches that are being played off stream right now. So the Pittsburgh Knights versus Kanga one and the TBD versus Elevate one. That's actually going to be on the Rainbow Six ANZ Twitch and YouTube channels tomorrow night. We're going to be casting that after the fact, so that you guys get to see those matches as well.
Indeed. All the matches tonight. Again, very impactful on those standings as the teams are battling it out to try and get their chunk of the prize pool.
5 seconds to go.
If Sinister win this round, they secure themselves at least 4 points tonight. Again, giving them a healthy boost. And I think it's safe to say that so far that's looking pretty likely. Especially if their big players here can show up once again. Vinny edging out the rest of the lobby with 9 kills, and most of those, Dev, I think have been pretty big impact kills as well. So again, keep an eye on him early round.
Yeah, he's so good, especially when he's playing attack with that G8 on the IQ. Just an impact player overall. Now we see this roam clear being attempted by Fury. Presence on this master bedroom side, including that Goyo shield that Shade's going to get rid of there, nice and easy with a lifeline charge. Gold's moved into the building as well. He's trying to figure out what is that utility. He knows one of those is the default cam. The other one likely to be, I'm not sure actually, a Valk cam. Sushi finds the lead-off kill, and Vinny is shut down.
Vinny falling victim to the caster's curse there by the team of things. Warden almost picks up another for his team. Doesn't quite hit it though as he makes his way all the way into landing. Quite an aggressive approach here from Fury, trying to take advantage of that man deficit that Sinister now need to play the rest of the round with. More than half the round remaining as well, so it's going to be challenging. We have seen Fury though in the past open up the site, have really nice control, and then fail to convert. So I'm sure Sinister is still happy with their position at the moment. Even happier now that Fisho will drop Rock. That's the Ash off the board. One of the top fraggers for Fury as well. And this round is still looking like it could fall in favor of Sinister.
That said, Fury have so much control, but Milo, not sure whether he had info there, but Warden didn't stand a chance in that fight. Just 3 Fury players left. Surely Vinny, Nico rather, playing below, has some kind of information. He's staying below, which tells me he likely still has a C4 in the pocket. No, he's used it, but he's still playing below. He's got his C4 pre-placed right ahead of him right now. No info, but he detonates it anyway at the 90 hallway. 50 seconds. Fury have opportunities here, but there are players on the bomb site. They know they need to find these picks before they can move inside.
Shade using one of those lifeline charges to try and find that player behind the bar, or at least disrupt him. He's going to go for the entry. Surely the refrag from Sinister, we hear the double peek. Where is it? It's coming out eventually, but Shade will survive in a position to potentially go for that plane. He has the diffuser tucked under his arm at the moment. It's going to be up to Sushi and Golden to try and cover it, but Sushi, he gets dropped inside of Study by Nico, and another kill comes out from Nico. That's 2 for him this round. The diffuser's down, and Golden needs to now hit a 1-on-2 as Fisho is dropped. Nico's low as well here, so definitely winnable here for Golden, but time is not on his side. He makes his way through Vault, misses those initial shots there onto Luna, needs to get aggressive, sees him on the floor, will get that kill, but he doesn't have the time, Dev. He won't be able to get the kill, he won't be able to plant that bomb, and Sinister will now head to match point.
Really valiant attempt of a clutch there from Golden, but I've got to say, Nico had to be the MVP of that round. Not only did he get that 2k on the flank, which we credited him for, but if you noticed in those dire moments, there was a Valkyrie camera inside of Study. So not only did Nico know that that player was edging, when Golden was here edging into the bomb site, Aviator, Nico could see him from the Study Valkyrie camera. When there was the Hibana playing in Study, Nico or the dead player could see them on the Study Valkyrie camera. And of course, when that diffuser got dropped in Study, you don't get point indications when you're playing in Pro League. So when Nico got that kill, he wouldn't necessarily seen the diffuser. He would have had to actually see the physical diffuser box on the body. He wouldn't have got the plus 20 points or whatever it is, the carrier denied. But the person on the Valkyrie camera could have seen that diffuser and said, Nico, just hide. He doesn't have the diffuser. You're chill. A huge round from Nico and the Sinister players, whoever was making those call-outs on that camera as well.
Nico really continuing on some fantastic form at the moment. He's just such a well-rounded player at the moment and continues to impress in such high-pressure scenarios as well. He's not having impacts on rounds that don't necessarily matter in the grander scheme of things, or rounds that may already be winnable for his team. He's coming up when they need him to. And that does put Sinister on match point, on the verge of another 6 points, Devon. If they do manage to win this map, that's going to be 3 matchups straight where they've taken maximum points. And they only had 1 point after the first split.
If this was the first split of the Pro League, then they would be flawless so far. Shade does find that early kill onto Nico. So one of our faves shut down right at the start, but Shade, he knows this is when he needs to turn it up, and good on him to find that early pick. Nico taken out.
A bomb has been located.
A lot of early presence there from Fury. Not a minute down, and a lot of players in downstairs getting aggressive.
Oh no.
Vinny's looking to find the flank onto Shade, and he does get it. Gets that eventual refrag. It took some time, and it took a risk of Vinny getting off of site, but it was worth it. He took that player down. And now he's activated that Goyo shield to prevent a quick push in from Fury, who looks pretty itchy to get in on that laundry entrance to the bomb site.
Rock gets his entry, Sushi as well. It's a 2-on-4 with that wall now open, as you mentioned, inside of laundry. A lot of time for Sinister to try and hold this site. Fury given the freedom to try and get in towards it. Milo tries to hit that flank on Astro, does a lot of damage, but doesn't quite net the kill. See Fisher here still trying to hunker down inside. He has a nice angle there into laundry, but he could be flanked through pantry or even behind. He needs to be mindful of that, but he hits the shot onto Warden. Doesn't quite see the player inside of laundry. Will reposition to somewhere safe as Milo comes to assist nice and slowly. The call may be going out that the diffuser is down. Milo tries to play off like here's the player to his right. Oh my goodness, that sound cue absolutely massive there for the Valkyrie. Now it's a 2-on-2. Fury are letting this round slip away. Surely they can start to go for this plant. Golden, not quite. He will, though, actually, eventually. Not rotating it to Rock, who had lower HP. Rock could well and truly lose this gunfight, but no. He will come out victorious. Had Fisher guy down, and now it's up for Milo to retake the site, but he can't do it. Rock was dropped in that process. A super close round for Fury. Sinister doing a decent job to bring it back, but just not quite enough.
You'd see from the get-go, Fury, after they got that initial pick, they said, all right, let's bring this back to basics. Take control of laundry. If we can open up that main wall, as they did with the thermite charge, maybe there's an opportunity here for us to get an early entrance onto the bomb site. Sinister had a lot of roaming presence, and once Fury were determined to make that happen, everything else seems to fall in line for them. They found so many picks, eventually ended up in a 4 versus 2. One of those 2 players left from Sinister being on-site and one of them being off-site. Fury didn't seem to have enough information, though, to make that execute happen. If they knew where Fisher guy was on-site and they knew that Molosca was off-site, maybe Fury would have just said, all right, let's just refrag out this guy on-site and then worry about the Valkyrie after that. Get someone to watch the flanks. No, Fury stalled out, and that really enabled Milo and who was it, Fisher guy, to put that into a winnable situation. Hats off to Fury though, they didn't let it slip away by the end of it. And we're going the full 12 rounds, another 24 round series for us here, guys.
Hell yeah.
Getting about as close as it can here in Pro League.
And again, this last round's so critical. If Sinister win this round, they will edge out Fury and Pittsburgh in the standings, of course, because Sinister won that head-to-head. So a big round here for them. If Sinister lose this round, they will be relying on Pittsburgh to win or gain 4 or less points tonight. Of course, they are playing concurrently, so we'll have to wait as that result is pending. I think Sinister holding their breath a little bit here, trying to just top off what has been a great second split here. Try not to fall, or try not to stumble over that final hurdle.
That's it. Fury looking downstairs. This is something so frequently that they do. Early presence downstairs. Shade and Rock both. Golden's going to jump in for the fun as well. A lot of manpower dedicated here that's not being used to clear control upstairs. But Sinister aren't really contesting the master bedroom at all. Nico coming up from his roam downstairs. Look at the red stairs. And Milo shoots a few drones. When you're playing against Fury, you've got to be careful of those players just lurking downstairs, and Milo does find Shade. Strong early pick, and now Fury need to try to get a refrag. Looks like they're not close enough to make one happen. Milo's so cautious for it, but Fury seem to be distracted elsewhere. Now they're deciding to drone out the bomb site, start to make this master push happen.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Time beginning to tick down for Fury, and the odds are stacking against them. It's been a rough end to the season for them. A draw here would at least make things a little bit easier, or heal the pain a little bit, but so far it's not looking likely. Sinister not giving them the pick. Luna though will, as well as Bisho. A nice start for Fury, but Vinny once again will win that engagement, bringing it to a 3-on-3. 11 kills for him so far on Villa. A great start for him. I'm still not confident in the positions here from Fury, though. It just feels like they're a little bit disjointed at the moment.
found 2 picks on the bomb site, and I thought that would have been the opening that they needed, but hats off to Vinny for being able to refrag that and just stall Fury's momentum for long enough for Molosca and Nico to get back to the bomb site. Now Nico's in a cheeky little position, ready to peek back into Statry if he needs to, and Fury don't have that numbers advantage. They do have the health advantage, but only marginally. Rock's beginning to go for this flank. Up the red stairs. No barbed wire, no leisure mines to contest with, but he doesn't know that. He's going to take it slow. Sushi gets inside. Still a Goyo shield to deal with. Rock may well get this free kill onto Nico, looking the wrong direction, but he loses the fight! Sushi finds one onto Vinny, however. 2 on 2. Just 15 seconds left in this round.
15 seconds left.
Molosca and Nico need to hold out for 10 more seconds. Will Molosca win this gunfight? He hits the shots, but he doesn't get the kill. He will eventually. That's the diffuser down. Golden needs to hit a 1-on-2, but he can't do it. Sinister will be your victors here on Villa. 7-5. 6 points again for them tonight, Dev, and what an end to the season for Team Sinister.
It was a hard-fought set of games, but Sinister lock it away for a flawless end to this season. In the second split of the Pro League, they had to face all of their fellow teams at the bottom half of the Pro League standings, and they didn't drop a single point to any of them. Look at that. 4 out of 5 Sinister players topping 10+ kills. But really, this is a team game after all. And Sinister, truly well-deserved 7-5, 7-5 tonight.
Honestly, it's a pretty unbelievable performance, winning the last 3 matchups, every single map, taking maximum points. And every time they look down and out, they just manage to bring something new to the table. They reset for the next round, and again, it just keeps feeling like we're seeing a new team Playday after Playday.
And that's funny because you're talking about a new team in the second half of the Pro League or between different Playdays, but Sinister is one of those teams that actually hasn't made many roster changes. They had a substantial roster change coming into this season with Vinny and Milo joining the roster. Vinny formerly of what's now Elevate, Milo formerly of what was called Sleeper Gaming, an under-18 team. And those 2 players were actually my highlights that game. In fact, I got some opening kill, opening death stats. Both of those players on Villa had 3 opening kills and 1 opening death. So positive +2 each of them. And that was the best stats of any players in that map. That's not bad for players that are playing not only roles where they're expected to get a lot of frags and get a lot of frags early in rounds as well, but also players who are having a lot to contribute in a support role as well. Milo, we talked about how he's essential to the comms, to that IGLing, and Vinny as well, we've seen playing a lot of those backline operators, a lot of those communication-based operators like Echo.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget Nico and Fisher Guy as well. They might have been a little bit further behind in the stats, but I think they were playing such a massive role, not only just in tonight, but I think overall they've really been gelling together quite well. And I think it's a testament to sort of how well-rounded the team has now become. It doesn't necessarily feel like they're relying on 1 or 2 players to show up on each play day. It feels like it's every single time, each player, every round is sort of contributing, playing their part. And I think in Pro League, that's something that's pretty critical and something that some of the teams do lack on occasion.
Yeah, Sinister, the big difference this season isn't that they've got... I think maybe it was a bit misleading. The way I was phrasing it before, it kind of sounded like I was saying Sinister brought on some top gunners who have been owning everyone. But no, like Sinister used to have techs, right?
Yeah.
These are the kinds of shoes that these other players have had to fill, but it's not about one player taking the whole game. It's about the team as a whole. And that's, I think, the first time, this second split, I think is the first time I'm finally seeing Sinister look like more than just the sum of their parts. And it's really great to see Sinister finally working their issues out and looking like a team that can contest those top 4.
Well, we've given our praise to Sinister, but I think it's easy to forget just how rough Fury have had it in this second split. I mean, they have just been struggling, and a lot of their matches have been pretty close as well. So it's not like they've been absolutely smashed. It's just, I think little mistakes and maybe lack of adaptation has just compounded, and unfortunately, they just haven't been able to get those W's on the board.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And I think Fury are a team that have had some, like the first half of the season wasn't actually that terrible. You know, they took a map off of TBD, and then moving forward, they managed to get some decent results against teams like Wildcard as well. Like they won and drew against Wildcard. So it's kind of the story of in reverse of Sinister. Fury actually had did surprisingly well against those good teams in the league, against those top upper echelon. But then against Pittsburgh Knights, against Sinister, they didn't have what they needed. They dropped the ball a little bit. And I guess we will get the opportunity later on to talk to Warden and see what maybe was the missing ingredient for Fury, what's gone wrong this second half of the season. But yeah, I mean, they are a team that has played through this entire league, and they've gotten quite a few points, as I mentioned, strong performances, so it's not like they haven't accomplished anything here.
And I guess something else we can sort of dig into with Warden is, what does the future of this team look like? Because they've always been that team that's sort of just been hanging around, and they need to try and find that spark, I think, to really take that extra step. So in your mind, is there anything that you can think of that maybe they can bring to the table for the future? Maybe something like a roster change or some role changes or something to sort of spice things up a little bit?
It's so difficult to put your finger on, because Fury is also a team that's gone pretty far before. You know, they took out Sinister, made it to the semi-finals at the Six Masters offline finals. This is a team with a lot of LAN experience. Individual players have a lot of experience on really strong teams as well. It's difficult to put your finger on exactly what's wrong, and I hate to point my finger if people are going to take it personally as well. I personally would love to see Fury improve their playstyle diversity. They typically seem to do similar things, but I guess we'll have an opportunity to talk to them about that. So let's not delay that, I guess.
Well, we have Warden from Fury waiting on the line. Let's say good day. Hello, Warden. A little bit of a rough night, mate. Yeah. How are you feeling?
Not too bad. I mean, like, very disappointing end, obviously, but I don't know, I suppose. We tried. Just made too many mistakes and didn't capitalize on theirs.
I gotta say, it was still a really, really close games there, with you guys getting within drawing distance both times as well. What do you think is you mentioned that there are a couple little mistakes, couple of things that you didn't capitalize upon. Maybe talk us through what you think it was that kind of took you, just prevented you from taking that next step, and kind of talk about where you feel like your team is at a whole now that the Pro League for the season is coming to a close.
Well, I think over the Masters break especially, we're probably going to be working on that mid to sort of late game phase of the round. As for most rounds, I'm pretty sure we got the opening kill, opening couple picks. It's just that we tend to stall out massively throughout that sort of mid round, and that just completely like throws off our execute off. We just walk into angles that we weren't ready for.
Yeah, so you mentioned the Six Masters there. Is there anything particular you guys are looking forward to? I know this season's been cut short a little bit, but you guys, you've played your last matches. Does it feel like kind of the pressure's off when you get back down to kind of doing the nitty-gritties, back to scrimming, back to dry running, and getting ready for your next step?
Yeah, we'll be good. It'll be good. We'll definitely feel like we can. Like, we've gone the distance before. We've won games. We just need to fix a couple more issues, and we're pretty confident we'll go into Masters pretty strong.
Yeah, well, I think it's safe to say that Fury has quite a bit of support here in ANZ. We've seen in the poll votes, they've been pretty popular as well. So is there anything you'd like to say to all the Fury fans out there that have been showing their support this season?
Thanks for watching, and sorry we couldn't take the game home.
Awesome. Well, Warden, we'll leave it at that. Congratulations on season number 11, and we hope to talk to you soon.
Thanks. Catch you later, guys.
Thanks, mate.
I always love the optimism. I love it.
Yeah. I was expecting Warden to maybe be a little bit more upset. I'm not sure, but look, you can't be too frustrated coming out of that, because as you said, and as you asked, so many of those rounds were so close. And not only tonight was there 7-5s, but previously against Pittsburgh, they had a 7-5. That was actually a 1v1. So again, Siege is really just a game of so many tight margins. And if you can sort of tune up their gameplay a little bit and eliminate those small mistakes, that'll add up, and it'll convert to round wins and map wins.
Yeah, I wasn't actually tracking this, but I've got to say, if you went back and watched those games again and you put a tick next to every round that was a 1v1 or a 1v2 that got so close, there would be a lot of those rounds, because trust me, it was a really close series. There were so many opportunities where a 2 versus 4 got turned into a 1 versus 1. And Fury often tended to be on the losing end of those. And so it's just one more of those things that they can tighten up, moving into, as he was saying, Six Masters, which will be coming up soon as well. I think a lot of these teams looking forward, especially now that there's no APAC finals, there's no Pro League finals in Sao Paulo for this season either. So teams are going to be looking forward to what is their next step and how can we get ourselves from where we are now to where we need to be.
And I guess extending on from that point about all these rounds being so close, and I guess looking into the future on what they can improve, taking on Sinister, one of those teams that were struggling in the late game, to come in and then struggle in that stage, as Warden alluded to, they're getting stalled out, they're finding it quite challenging. Hopefully this break offers that opportunity for them to take a step back, really, I guess, delve into those VODs and really work out what's going wrong, and then begin to improve on that in scrims, and hope that that really converts over to officials.
Yeah, for sure. It's just an opportunity here for Fury to go back to the drawing board. And look, I have confidence that Fury is a team that can make it work. And the way that Warden was talking in that interview, I have full confidence. So, you know, they deserve all the praise that they've gotten from their fans. And if you guys are a Fury fan, just wait. They'll be on the rise again.
Well, someone I'm sure who's going to be pretty happy tonight is Luna from Sinister. We have an interview with her ready and waiting. Let's say hello. Luna,
hi guys.
How's it going? Congratulations on the second split. Definitely a great performance for you and the team.
Thank you. We've been working really hard, so it's good to finally put up some results that we deserve. So thank you.
Yeah, a great end to the second split. You guys are undefeated in this split of the Pro League, and not only that, but you've actually won every game, not even having to settle for any draws. What is it that changed? Because you guys looked like a completely different team.
Everything. So I don't know, like, I think any team that has gotten beaten down over and over and losing your players all the time, and there's nothing more unmotivating than that. So that was our biggest problem. And you know, we redid all our strats and stuff, not that anyone cares about that, but yeah, so that was just everything like that. Mentality mostly.
Can you talk us through that a little bit? You've alluded to a lot of different things, but mentality, I think, seems to be the key thing. I'm not going to throw you under the bus here, but before the match, you came in here, you were doing a little bit of a rehearsal, trying to make sure that everything was working here for the interviews, and you were saying you're really nervous. What is it that you did before the game to make sure that you weren't nervous? What was it that you did during the game to make sure that you could get that composure back?
I'm just gonna start off to tell you why I was nervous. They have smashed us every time. At least I've versed them on this team, like 2-0 every time. It's our biggest weakness. Like, their playstyle is just like our kryptonite. We don't know what to do. So I'm really glad that we finally, clashed heads and actually put up a fight this time. So 100% credit to them. They're all gunners. But yeah, I don't know, like, mentality again, because like Molosca and Finny especially, so confident and so loud, like not as in like loud as in audibly loud, but loud as in comms and hype and that kind of thing, and we really like to fall back on that kind of thing. So I don't know, like they just kept us going. We were all really confident and talking non-stop, and we could.
Well, Sinister had the popularity vote that you were winning on that as well tonight. Is there anything you'd like to say to all the Sinister fans out there showing their support in Season 11?
Yeah, thank you for sticking behind us, behind our very low. Yeah, we've been working very hard, so we really appreciate the people that still stick behind us. And I want to say I love Priest. He's always there for us as well, and we talk to him a lot behind the scenes, and he's a good motivation for me personally anyway. So yeah, thank you so much.
Awesome. Well, that'll wrap up the interview, Luna. We appreciate your time, and hopefully we'll talk soon.
You guys, bye. Bye, Dan.
Bye.
See ya. So much wholesome. How do we?
I was gonna say it. I wanted to say it before you were gonna say it, but you
sorry,
got
too late. I gotta say, it's lovely. It's lovely to see Luna crediting, or in general, a team crediting their org manager, the team owner, in Priest in this case, who, if you're not aware, is an American streamer, and he is a person who has been incredibly supportive of the ANZ team, not only looking into ANZ to pick up a team. He came to our Ubisoft experience last year where I got to meet him. He was a lovely guy, and he's just always supporting the ANZ team. I get he's going to be in chat right now, I bet you. So it's really great to see how far this has come and everyone that's supporting them to get there.
Well, Sinister managed to defeat their demons in Fury, taking both maps 7-5. But we have another matchup for you guys tonight, so take a quick break, come back. We'll be here ready and waiting.
Diffuser has been dropped. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. 15 seconds. 10 seconds remaining. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. A bomb has been located. Diffuser. 50. 5 seconds left. Bomb diffuser has been.
Bomb spotted.
10 seconds left. Attackers dropped the diffuser.
I was born like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive. We come alive in the nighttime. Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we on the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive.
I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Right. Come alive. Come alive.
G'day there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Pro League here in ANZ. I'm Guz, and waving cheekily to my side, virtually, is Dev Marta. James, those eyebrows are looking pretty good, and so did Sinister just earlier.
Yeah, it's always great to get 1.5 meters close to Siege and just, like, get some games going, because that's what we've been doing tonight, and I've been enjoying it.
All right, well, make sure you guys follow all the action on socials at ESL Rainbow Six. Bonus tip, if you jump onto Twitter, you can participate in the community poll and show your support for your favorite team. Now, Dev, we're jumping into a big matchup up next, aren't we? Fnatic versus Wildcard.
Oh, yeah.
On surface value, this one's looking pretty good, isn't it? I think it's safe to say that despite Wildcard having a weaker season here, I think the rivalry between Fnatic and Wildcard, one of the biggest in ANZ, should really be reignited after tonight.
Yeah, this is the rivalry of ANZ. This is the two teams that have gone internationals, the two most well-known and most accomplished teams that our region has to offer. And they also have a long history of beating each other and really wanting to beat each other. So, look, this match might not affect the standings a lot, but it's certainly going to affect pride, and that matters more.
Well, heading into tonight, they were first in the standings. It is, of course, Fnatic, the most successful team in ANZ in recent times. Let's have a look at the lineup. Keep in mind, of course, that Aces is now in the roster. Virtue has departed to G2 Esports over in Europe. And as we briefly mentioned earlier in the broadcast, they actually just won their last map 7-0. But onwards from that, this is the Fnatic lineup that will be taking on this match tonight. Any highlights here for you, Dev Marta?
It's got to be talking about Aces, I think. We've talked a lot about how Virtue has been one of the best players in ANZ, and I think it's safe to say one of the best players in the world, and that's why he was picked up and taken overseas. Aces, he's been on the bench for quite a long time. He played in a Fnatic that operated very differently. Aces hasn't played on a starting 5 roster since Fnatic ran an actual dedicated hard support. Fnatic doesn't operate like that anymore. Aces is going to have to change. Fnatic is going to have to change, and this is going to be a great opportunity to see how that change has worked out for them.
Well, some would say Fnatic's opponent in Wildcard were once the top team in ANZ. Unfortunately, not the greatest form for them recently. Let's have a look at that Wildcard roster and see who will be taking on the big dogs in Fnatic. Again, Dev, any players you'd like to highlight? I feel like the roster changes, they're still sort of coming into fruition here for this squad, and it's going to take a little bit of time for the cogs to start turning and for them to work as a real unit.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, bringing on Pat and Geo, it's still fairly raw, that roster change, and both those players, this is their debut in Pro League this season. Geo previously played for what's now Elevate, and Pat previously played for Kanga. So, look, coming in straight out of the gate with this new roster, they lost a game and drew a game to TBD, and I think that was a point where the alarm bells were sounding, but Wildcard, Diesel in his interviews, he said, look, this isn't just an overnight fix. This is something we're looking in for long term. Wildcard is here to stay, and it takes some time. And look, it didn't even take a day, because the following night they beat Elevate 7-2, 7-3. And we could totally see them continue that trend and take it to Fnatic.
And I mean, Elevate definitely aren't pushovers at all at the moment. We saw last night they played 24 rounds against Wildcard's opponent tonight in Fnatic. They won one map and lost the other. That was Fnatic's second loss in this season. So I definitely think that Wildcard have some decent form heading into this matchup. But I feel like of all the matches in the season, this is the one that we expect to be the closest. I mean, you and I actually casted last season this matchup. That was super, super close. We saw some innovation from both teams there. And I definitely think that we're going to see something similar tonight.
Yeah, and for Fnatic, what's on the line is that first place in the Pro League standings for ANZ. There's nowhere else that you go from here. No APAC, no, it's just here. Who can be the top of ANZ? Fnatic currently sits on that throne, but TBD and Elevate both have an opportunity to upset that. That's what Fnatic's vying for Wildcard, is to repair their pride. And that's really the story of this matchup.
Well, we know that both these teams love their mind games, and the map veto is a great way to flex those muscles. Let's have a look at where we'll be heading for the first matchup between these two. Again, fingers crossed for a theme park game. Oh, we're getting so close, but it will be taken off the board. Clubhouse in the end, a map that in recent times has become pretty defender-sided, but I definitely think it opens up for a great match.
Yeah, and look, we talked about experimentation. I would personally love to see some experimentation, despite it being Clubhouse. I would love to see something like a mute band or a mozzie band, prevent those roams that teams like Fnatic like to go for, and everyone's adopting it nowadays thanks to Space Station anyway. Clubhouse is a very utility-heavy map where you get punished if you don't tick all the checkboxes that you need to, and these two teams are both really good at the utility usage out of doing their due diligence, as we like to say, and Clubhouse is a map where that really gets impacted. I will say it's interesting that Wildcard only banned out Theme Park with their last ban, so both teams were like, we'll just let the other team ban it, and then out of Cafe, Club, and Theme Park, Wildcard thought, no, let's not play Theme Park just yet.
Well, what do you guys at home think? Who's going to win this matchup? Is it Fnatic or Wildcard? Let's bring up the results and see what you all think. I'm expecting it to probably be Fnatic. Not by that much, but yeah, they'll be clear favourites into this one, Dev. Not a whole lot we can read into that. It's probably going to not be as one-sided as the poll suggests. It's, again, popularity.
Yeah. I mean, Wildcard, a reasonably popular team, but Fnatic have been around as an organisation for a lot longer, and they've really earned a lot of fans from their performances overseas, so pressure mounts on them, and I think Wildcard aren't feeling that pressure right now. You know, last season in the Fnatic Wildcard game, Wildcard felt like they should have won both of those maps, and they drew both of them, and that was frustrating for them. But now, on the back of 2 roster changes, if they can beat Fnatic, they'll be chuffed. If they can't, it's just another day at the office.
Well, let's go back to the map. We know it's going to be Clubhouse. Fnatic historically quite good at this map, and I think the thing to really think about approaching this map, as you mentioned, is that utility clear. Both these teams do take quite a similar approach in their attacks. But you know what, Dev? Let's finish the talking. Let's jump into it. Fnatic versus Wildcard. Let's see what they can bring to the table. The fiercest rivalry in ANZ will be sparked once again. Fnatic on the attack first, Dev, and I think this ban phase, as you mentioned, could play a pivotal role in how this one plays out.
Good luck, have fun, comes out in the chat. Let's get this game underway. Maverick banned out first up by Wildcard, a very powerful operator and a very common ban here on Clubhouse. Banning that really enables you to use the bandit trick and the Cade as well downstairs. So no real surprise. Capitao, oh my god, are we really just going to get like the most obvious bans for this map? Please no. I mean, Capitao, because there are so many strong anchor positions, Capitao is really good on this map for denying bandit trick, denying positions in blue, in church, in arsenal. So that's banned out to allow a bit more freedom to the anchors. Mirror banned out to prevent people from using on the church wall and on cash wall. And come on, this is just going to be an Echo on Maestro and we're going to snore ourselves to sleep, surely. There you go. I'm sad.
Shocking scenes here in the ban phase. Absolutely unprecedented here on Clubhouse. No, just kidding. If this is your first time watching Clubhouse, these are pretty much the staple bans across most competitive matches. And so it will come down to really who can finesse those attacks. We know that Clubhouse edges in favor of the defenders, and I'm tipping these bans will exaggerate that. So it's going to be up to Fnatic to put their best foot forward here as they are, as I said, attacking first. Try and gain that early momentum and not let Wildcard run around too freely.
The Cade being 6th pick to a Castle. Interesting choice there. Castle is fairly common when playing the basement if you're going for a roam setup, but not often used on this cache. In fact, of all the 3 primary bomb sites, I feel like this is the bomb site I'd least likely see the Castle, so I'm going to be keeping a keen eye on where Diesel's putting these Castle barricades. There's one on the west window of CCTV. That's 100% going to get cleared by some utility from Fnatic, even if it's just a 12 knife hits, but I don't know, this seems kind of odd. I'm going to keep my eye on Diesel here and see where the rest of these go, because I don't know if this is some super innovative strategy that Wildcard's pulling out, or
10 seconds left
not.
before insertion.
And is that another castle barricade going on one of the stock doors on the north side? Yep, so just making stock a little bit less accessible to prevent that vertical play. Magnet is on the Buck, Tex is on the Zephyr, both great operators for the vertical play. A lot of presence downstairs. You can see that Wildcard are definitely expecting Fnatic to take control of downstairs, or at least attempt to. They've got Mozzie Pest and castles in abundance.
Definitely have had some wild scenes on this map in recent times. Sinister with their complete bait strat onto the Pittsburgh Knights. earlier in the season. Wildcard's defense not looking quite as extravagant as that, but as you mentioned, definitely some interesting decisions made. I definitely think we will see more innovation and more unpredictability from Wildcard with those roster changes, continuing to spice things up. Fnatic going for that wall straight away. Emo Rin, can he hit this bandit trick? No, he can't. He will get away with his life, most importantly. The wall open with... Oh my goodness, so rushing in. I couldn't even see that coming. Emo Rin shuts it down as well as Ethan. It's a 2-on-4. The frag's coming out. Sight control given to Lusty and Aces though, but the C4 from below will drop him off the board, and Aces now left in a 1-on-3. He only just came back onto this team, and now he's been left in this situation. The plant going down. The denial from Wildcard not quite there, but they should be able to finish him off. And oh my goodness, Aces! It's now a 1-on-2, almost hitting that wallbang as well in towards Garage, aware of the player's presence. Plenty of time to work with here. The 5.56 is a very strong weapon. Wildcard trying to pinch him in this position. Will Aces be able to hit this shot? He lights him up. Emo Rin low, and he gets the kill off the bat. This is winnable now for Aces. If he gets 3 kills this round, he will net Fnatic the win. Emo Rin on a slither of HP. Such a hard round to win. He will need to hit the headshot here onto the Thermite. Aces still with a claymore, a flashbang rather, in hand. Emo Rin tries to sneak around the corner. Aces will surely win this gunfight, but he misses the shots. He whiffs just as Emo Rin quick peeks it. The flash does come out. Emo Rin needs to try and dodge it, but he'll get aggressive on it. Aces runs over to the table. A misplay from him will gift Emo Rin the round. My goodness, Dev, what a fantastic way to start this map. That turned up from a 0 to 100 so quickly. We looked away for a second, and Fnatic just flooded the site. Wildcard just getting away with that round.
And if that round is anything to go by, this is going to be a banging game between the two titans of ANZ. Let's check this replay. Aces going for that defuse plant, gets that kill onto Diesel. A 1 versus 3 that he almost made possible with 2 kills. Not to mention this was all on the back of a rush strategy from Fnatic. A huge gamble, but something we've seen them do before. They did it at the 6th Invitational. Can't remember what opponent they were facing. But as soon as we saw the Thatcher, the Thermite, and the Zephyr all ready and waiting outside that main cache wall, you had to be a little bit suspicious. And I think Wildcard really just got a wake-up call that they can't dilly-dally. They can't let Fnatic get away with these cheeky strats, because Fnatic are bringing their A-game here.
Wow, wait. It doesn't get much closer than that. A game of margins as small as milliseconds, really. Aces only had to hit 1 bullet there in the end onto Emo Rin, just narrowly missed, and the second he turned his sight towards that table to try and reposition, Emo Rin able to capitalize. As you say though, a big wake-up call here for Wildcard. And a big wake-up call for us all, I think. This is going to be a great match. I think heading into this, some people might be skeptical of Wildcard's form, but if it's as close as that, I can't call it at this stage. No way.
A very strong retake from Wildcard. Got to give them the credit as well. They completely lost control of the cache site, but they managed to take out multiple players and whittle it down into a 3 versus 1. If you weren't already strapped in, well, hold on to your horses, because this is going to be a wild ride.
A wild ride for us, and a wild ride for these players who are fighting it out to try and get as much of that prize pool as possible. The standing's still critical this season as these teams continue to battle it out. No one giving an inch. The pressure, you can just feel it. The aggression from Fnatic is so strong at the moment. Emo Rin. Potential flank opportunity here. Does look like the cross is being held by Fnatic, so he needs to be careful. Ethan, though, he drops Magnet. A great start for Wildcard in this round.
And it is that heavy roam that we so typically see these days on Clubhouse, even down to the operator choices. Mozzie, Mute, and Vigil all prevent information gathering from Fnatic, and that's the idea from Wildcard. Now, Fnatic, instead of deciding to go for a rush onto the bomb site, they decided to try and clear these roamers, and so far it's been mixed. They lost that early player of Magnet, but Lusty did find one as Emo tried to over-aggress up through the blue stairs. Now Ethan's going to try to get back to site. This may well just be an anchor strategy from here on out from Wildcard. It looks like all those 4 players are on the bomb site. Pat's going to try and keep his ERC drone cloak device as active as much of the time as possible to make Fnatic really slow. And you can see Fnatic still not quite sure about this roam clear. Face checking upstairs, re-droning. They need to be very careful. Even though all the Wildcard players are back to site, they're still wasting time.
Each of these players just playing every angle patiently, aware that they could be wide swung at any moment. Tex, he makes his way down the main stairs on that Zofia. Lusty above. We'll try and attempt some hard reach with those X-Kairos onto the hatch, but it gets impact tricked. A nice play there from Wildcard. Flash has come out to try and deny that, and Lusty will reattempt it. This time, right in the corner, might be a little bit more challenging. Ethan, meanwhile, gets his double for the round. A big kill from him onto Tex, who we saw earlier. Gio gets one as well. Lusty and Aces left to try and clutch this one up. Aces pushing in from Dirty. Had a massive round last time, but there's nothing he can do on this occasion, and Wildcard will take 2 rounds straight.
Not bad at all for Wildcard. Quite a textbook SSG roam, if we're going to call it that. Everyone seems to these days. But instead of trying to hold on for dear life, as soon as they realized Fnatic were dedicating 100% to that roam clear, Wildcard got the lead-off kill. Imarin tried to add to that by flanking upstairs using a C4 onto the players that were pushing CCTV. And once that was taken out, once that aggression was suppressed, Wildcard thought, all right, guys, let's get back to site. They got the mute of Ethan and the vigil of Pat back onto the bomb site, and they kept delaying time. Because all that utility, the mute jammers and Mozzie Pest were still upstairs, and they still had the vigil on the basement using his ERC 7 thingo device. I don't know. I'm not calling it a scanner because it's not scanning, right? It's like disruptor. I guess that makes the most sense. Jammer, disruptor. I don't know. Disruptor sounds cool, but it's
Jammer's confusing with mute. Then
I'll use disruptor. He was using his ERC, whatever. Vigil was doing Vigil things, and it made it really hard for Fnatic to keep droning. And I mean, by the end of it, there was 10 seconds left by the time Fnatic started to drop hatches. No way they're winning that. Great textbook play from Wildcard.
Can Wildcard continue this momentum, though? That is the golden question at the moment. Again, Clubhouse. Gonna sound like a broken record. It is defender-sided, so Fnatic definitely not out of this contest at all, by any stretch. Especially considering how close these rounds are at the moment. I think it's really going to come down to Wildcard trying to get that early pick once again. We saw it cause some issues for Fnatic in the last round, and if they can replicate it here in the third, they should set themselves up nicely.
This Jacuzzi wall going to be heavy point of contention. Fnatic just want to get this out of the way nice and early. Going to drone it real quick, see who's there. They see it's Imarin on the Bandit trick, but this Bandit trick was countered really effectively on that CCTV side. Flashbang checks there's no ADSs there. Now it's going to be the Zephyr lifelines to deny that Bandit trick from Emo. He gets on out of there. Ethan and Geo both, but you can see Wildcard, we're expecting this wall to get open eventually because Geo has that shield. Actually, it's a Goyo shield from Pat placed from Logistics facing that Jacuzzi wall. So it's a good progress from Fnatic, but Wildcard are prepared for it.
Critically, Emo was able to retreat to bathroom where he can execute another bandit trick if he so wishes. But his job definitely not done in this round. Neither is the work of Lusty and Aces playing those hard breaches. Mentalist as well if they need him, so it's definitely going to take a combined effort. It looks like Fnatic though are dedicating to the cash side. Just holding angles at the moment, trying to clear out any of those players. Trying to hold off site. The shots rain out there. Kill for Tex in the end. Wildcard trying not to give these early picks away, but unfortunately Diesel does fall.
And a lot of good drone work from Fnatic. Now they know they have this control of cash. They know they have control of construction. Ace has droned that out, and Tex is playing on this balcony. This position is only enabled because Fnatic have that control. Otherwise, the defenders could peek out from that CCTV window. But Wildcard are aware that there's no one playing Jacuzzi right now, so they're going to play aggressively on that Thermite breach. If they hear someone running above and dropping down on the Jacuzzi, we're likely going to see Ethan just peek aggressively. Tex actually drones that position, so he's aware of that aggression, and Wildcard starts to peel off.
Fnatic trying to choke out their opponent as best as possible. Try and refrain them from being able to rotate around the site. Seems to be working pretty well so far, but not long left on that timer. 30 seconds in the round now remaining. Geo is in a fantastic position here. Could line up one or two of these Fnatic members as they're trying to enter in towards Logi. It's a patient game for both teams. Mentalist, he'll get aggressive though. Geo looks the wrong way at the wrong time. Won't get that kill as Lusty rather is putting pressure from Con. Oof, Geo, they will take him out eventually. Tex gets his double for the round though. Geo, he goes massive and drops that diffuser on the balcony. Critically, there's no time left. Magnet, he's too far away from this diffuser. Wildcard can sit back, relax. There's nothing that Magnet can do, and Wildcard will take 3 straight.
Another really great defense from Wildcard. Not to say Fnatic were any chumps in that round. Really efficient, really good utility usage, but it was just something slightly missing from Fnatic. It seems like they're very much single-minded at the moment, in a single focus at a time. At first, it was very much, let's get this main wall open on Jacuzzi. Okay, that box is ticked. Let's go and take cash control. And they're very effective at doing these things, but Wildcard never hinges their entire strategy on not losing any of these utility battles. A great example is what you highlighted early in the round there with Imarin bandit tricking the Jacuzzi wall. As soon as that was countered, he just pushes back, he plays in the bathroom, and he has another wall to bandit trick. If Fnatic want to heavily push from the Jacuzzi side, they're going to have to thermite that wall. It's not going to be possible because of that bandit right there. Diesel only played as a singular player hard holding cash instead of dedicating multiple wildcard players to that, which meant that eventually when Fnatic did manage to take down that cash control, Wildcard didn't lose more than one player and they managed to 4-man hold site. So really good stuff so far from Wildcard. They're not dedicating too much to any single doctrine. They're keeping their options open, and that seems to be working against this much more rigid and much less versatile Fnatic than we used to see with their former lineup.
Of course, we are now in the 4th round, unlocking the cash and CCTV site for Wildcard to reattempt. They did win it in the 1st round. Almost threw it away though, the rush coming out from Fnatic. So close in the end, and Emo clutched it up against Aces with only a slither of HP. It's likely that Fnatic won't reattempt that rush on this occasion, despite there being 3 players on this balcony. I'd say it's pretty unlikely. Fnatic now trying to take their time, open up this wall. Emo again is attempting to bandit trick the wall, but Fnatic likely to counter it, and at this stage it's just a little bit of a time waster for Fnatic to make their lives a little bit more challenging. Emo could potentially hit at that lifeline just in time. He'll vault over in towards Garage, doesn't get picked off critically, and now Wildcard need to prevent any sort of pushing from that wall.
Very similar to what happened last time this bomb site was attacked from Fnatic. Good utility usage, get that main wall open. Different this time they didn't rush. Wildcard actually have a lot of players off-site, but in positions that they're very eager to do retake strategies and deny plant from below. That's why Magnet's pushing down towards Bar here, cutting off any wildcard players getting too aggressive on their own and exposing themselves to the main stairs. Magnet does actually do just that, as Pat gets too aggressive down inside the bar, taken out nice and early. There you go, in the middle of bar. There's actually a Valkyrie camera in bar, what we saw previously, so Wildcard do have information there if Fnatic decide to go there. Ace is actually going to drone that out from construction, but Fnatic, now that they've opened the main wall, they're going to rotate pretty much entirely to go for a construction side push.
Fnatic are rotating, but so is Emo. Still with 3 batteries to use on this con wall. Lusty and Aces will be trying to get it open, but it's going to be so challenging. The nade though from Magnet over the top. This could be big. Emo with fantastic timing. We will get away. That now allows Lusty to get the wall open. A second grenade comes out for safety as Emo rotates and gets that kill, in fact. Unfortunately, unable to bandit juggle that wall, but it doesn't matter. Wildcard have now rotated. They have this entry pretty well covered, leaving Fnatic with a real hard, tough scenario here. 40 seconds on the board. A lot of these entries, as I mentioned, are being monitored, so they need to push hard here for refrags. Aces gets the first though. Ethan refakes it. That's critical, but the rush into sight is massive here. Magnet manages to get in towards Cash on top of that table, using that skeleton key to full effect, and Mentalist will get one as well. Diesel at the top of these stairs could play a critical role, but he only has the UMP in hand. Ethan alongside to assist, but a wide peek here could spell his demise. They don't wide peek it yet though, and Ethan gets away, but eventually he will be taken down. Diesel now still at the top of these stairs, desperately tries to deny that plant, but as I said, the UMP, not the greatest gun in this scenario. Diesel pre-fires that first angle, doesn't get the kill, re-peeks it again, he is taken out, and Fanatic take the round.
It looked a bit troublesome there, Fnatic. They did tick all the boxes that they needed to. They opened up that main CCTV wall, they rotated, they got construction control, they even got the opening pick as well onto Pat downstairs. Then they opened up the construction wall by denying that bandit trick using those grenades from Magnet. But even at that point, I was still a little bit concerned. Wildcard had a lot of players on site, and if Fnatic just tried to file in through, they would have gotten taken out. But that's why Fnatic had that key player, who I think it was Aces actually, maybe Mentalist, playing on the CCTV wall on that breach. And I think Wildcard had actually keyed into that, and they thought, okay, we really have to deny this player on the balcony. We need to ensure that that player on the CCTV balcony is dead so that we don't have to worry about that angle and we can completely be concerned with the construction push. And that's why we saw players trying to run out of garage and such, but I think Fnatic were a bit more careful than Wildcard, than suited Wildcard, and managed to find actually 2 picks through those openings. And by that point, Fnatic took control of that site, and it was a very difficult retake for Wildcard.
Definitely starting to get a bit of feel for how this match will play out. Such an even spread for kills across both teams. Diesel, unfortunately for Wildcard, lagging behind a little bit, but again, that's to be expected, of course, playing such a heavy support role for his team. Indeed. If he's left in situations like it was last round, you can't really expect too much. I think as
what
long
we
as
do
the
now
rest
have is...
So, go.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Dev Martic. Ladies first. Go ahead.
Alright. I was going to say, we do have that SSG room again, and presence on top floor, and I was just trying to speculate whether Fnatic would go for the top floor control, or... Yeah, they are, okay? Instead of going for a rush. I thought it would be a pretty Fnatic kind of thing to do, to just go for the big yeet, but no, they decided to play it the same way that they tried it last time. It didn't work last time, despite them getting the opening pick, so I am a bit concerned. Oh, no, they didn't get the opening pick, but they got the brief frag on the opening pick.
Lusty Crouch walking through lounge could pose a threat here to Wildcard if they are unaware of his position, but there's no one really nearby. There is a player above, but Magnet, he cleans that one up. That is the Mozzie off the board. It looks like there are still 2 more roamers though for Wildcard on the top floor, so really trying to take it up to Fnatic here. It will be Ethan and Pat holding above currently. Both in strong positions, but it looks like Pat's position inside of bathroom has been revealed. Ethan's as well. So they really need to win these gunfights. If both these players drop, it's basically an impossible round for Wildcard, but just like that, it's a synchronized double frag for Wildcard, and now they can just rotate back to site, chill out, and force Fnatic to take the fight to them.
And that's beautiful. Not only did we see Ethan and Pat get to rotate downstairs, but you would have noticed Diesel went to cover their bar push. Now Mentals decided to get very aggressive on the main stairs, see if there's any pressure, but Ethan, very aware of that, he says sit down, and he squishes Mentalist into a bloody pulp. Ethan, control yourself, my friend.
That leaves Aces and Lusty in now a 2v3. Lusty's actually made his way in, but he gets refragged out. That's 2 massive kills for Pat, formerly known as Thumbnail, recently coming across from Kanga Esports. It's 2 for him in this round. Aces again, left to try and clutch it up. I wouldn't put it past him after his efforts in the first round. This one, though, looking quite challenging as he doesn't have that control insight. We're going to see the crouch walk come out, though. The default will spot his position, so Wildcard well and truly aware of where he is positioned. He uses the last of his flashes. Can't hit that pre-fire. He does eventually, and he gets the second! Once again, Aces hits a nuts double frag, and now Pat will need to hit 3 of the biggest kills of this season to win this round. He just gets it. Pat edges him out in that gunfight, and Wildcard will take the round. Aces Oh my goodness. He's just putting Wildcard to sleep in these late rounds.
They were two insane shots. Each one of those is worthy of a GN, but that's the second time, Wildcard. You have made me have a heart attack. But they brought it back. Emo clutched the very first round that Ace is almost 1v3'd, and Pat clutched that one. This is, look, the scoreline might not say it right now, but this is a game that's got my heart pumping.
Just when you think it's over, Aces pulls this out of the bag. One, what the hell was that flick? And then to have the presence of mind to pre-fire that. What in... Where?
Defenders, protect your bombs.
Goodness me.
Used by attackers.
Full credit to Pat, though. Again, coming into this team fight recently, that was definitely a pretty high-pressure situation, taking on Fanatic. It is the second time, actually, funnily enough, he is playing against Fnatic in this season because of that roster change. So he's not unfamiliar to taking them on, but I think that this matchup is just a whole nother beast, and he definitely controlled himself well there.
Yeah, that's it. And you know what? Last time he played Fnatic, he actually managed to get a draw when he was playing for Kanga. They drew on one map, and then they got 7-1'd on the other map. So, I mean, that goes to show that little Pat's not scared to play against these big teams. And at the first Playday, when we saw Wildcard operate with their new lineup, we were concerned. It looks like they hadn't quite enough time to fit in. I'm not sure whether it's a time thing or just a nerves thing. Officials are very different to scrims, but by now it really seems like Pat and Geo have changed and are ready for this.
Wildcard as a whole seem pretty ready for this matchup. 4-1 up at the moment, and this will be their last defensive round of the half, giving themselves a really nice chance to be 5-1 up. And even on a map as defender-sided as this, that will be absolutely massive. Emorin once again will attempt the bandit trick, but it will be foiled, and expecting him to likely rotate back towards Bathroom. He was trapped out a little bit, but that Goyo shield will give him enough protection to get in towards Bathroom. He can chill out and wait for that second hard breach later in the round.
Looks like we're watching a replay there. Plays out the exact same, but Emorin, there was a slightly different Goyo shield you mentioned. You've been moved up from the logistics doorway, but it's taken out nice and early by Tex anyway. I like this from Geo though. Trying to contest heavily on the main stairs, and there's 3 magnet devices as well to protect him. He does get out of there because those magnet devices don't prevent the stun grenades from going off. They just move them, and unfortunately they moved it straight into his line of sight. Now after destroying those magnets using those stun grenades, Magnet himself, as in the player, destroys the shield with his frag grenade, and that forces Tex completely back. And it's really struggling at the moment is Diesel, getting droned out as well, feeling the pressure. Geo was nearby. Can Diesel find a kill here? Frag grenade comes over, and a player on the main stairs. That's Mentalist, cleans him up. Nice work there from Fnatic to collapse and regain that control. But Emo finds a frag elsewhere. This is still tit for tat.
Feels like every single inch of this map is being contested by either team at the moment, not wanting to give an inch. Don't want to forfeit any of that control. It's so critical and can be exploited by teams of this caliber. Lusty rotates to the balcony. He has the diffuser in hand, so keep an eye on him. Mentalist and Magnet trying to push in from Cash. Ethan in a very precarious position here behind that mattress. He will be taken out. It's now a 4-on-3. A great position for Fnatic. 30 seconds left on the board. Definitely winnable though for Wildcard if Geo can hit some shots here. He knows that there's players inside a con. He peeks at one, he gets one. Pat gets one as well, and just like that, Wildcard now have the advantage, and Geo gets 2. What a big round from him. He gets shot in the back of the head eventually by Mentalist. It's a 1-on-2. Emo, Rin, and Pat left with it all to do. Mentalist gets the triple for the round, and Pat once again needs to clutch it up. Mentalist basically forced to dedicate to the plant here. Will he stick it? It looks like he will. Pat unable to deny it. Mentalist, he can't move though. Pat will surely get the kill, but no! Mentalist swings wide. Fnatic get the round. And just like that, Mentalist gets himself into this game.
What was that? End to the round. Fnatic, it looks like gradually they were making progress. Wildcard put up a fight every step of the way, but to polish it off like that, a clutch from Mentalists. And that ends off Fnatic's attacking half with a hard-fought 2 rounds in their column. We'll have to see a very strong set of defenses if Fnatic are to take the full 3 points at the end of this map. We'll have to see 5 defending rounds won by them. Wildcard. Now the challenge is set to them. Let's have a moment to appreciate that clutch. A 1 versus 2. Basically a 1 versus 3 because he just gotten a kill prior. And then doesn't make any noise after he gets on the diffuser. Peeks out with the pistol, knows he doesn't have time to switch to his primary and reload it. Excellent work.
My, oh my. I am exhausted. I'm only halfway through this matchup, Dev. This is classic Fnatic and Wildcard. We saw it last season. We've seen it throughout the history of ANZ. These teams going tit for tat and just absolutely taking every single matchup to the very end. And so far, it's looking like this could well be the case. Definitely expecting this to go the full 12 rounds. I would be incredibly surprised if it doesn't. Both these teams just bringing their A game at the moment. Only the smallest of mistakes at the moment, and either team just ready to capitalize upon that. And exactly what we've seen so far.
Now Fnatic switch onto that defensive side. Cash and CCTV, the primary choice. Fnatic bringing a very similar, if not in exactly the same lineup as Fnatic did typically bring. Clubhouse is a very utility-heavy map for the attackers. You don't have a lot of lineup flexibility because of that. You need to bring the Thatcher, you need to bring the Thermite, you need to bring the Hibana. There's just that much breach, and you really need to have... Oh, hello! You need to do that, I guess. Emarin's going to take down Mentalist nice and early. The Cade player, and that's the main CCTV wall opened as well. No, actually, something else was opened. Was that the construction wall? I saw I heard a thermite charge go off. Am I crazy?
Maybe. I don't know. I looked away for half a second, and a lot is going on as Ethan gets magnet. So is it open? I don't think it is. No, it's not.
Main wall's not open. It must have been the construction wall or some other wall that exists somewhere in this. Oh, it's garage wall. I'm such a ditz. It's garage wall.
Well, Diesel, he'll use that opening to drone it out. Wildcard with half the round to find this intel. They need to find 3 players from Fnatic. Hunkered in sight, try and flush them out, or even flash them out. As Tex dodges one of those. Aces, he's playing the top of garage, of key power position on this side. If he dies here, the round will well and truly be opened up for Wildcard as they do a classic Wildcard, don't they, Dev? Just take their time, make sure it's calculated. That was a calculated destruction from below. Tex thinks about reattempting that trick, but he thinks better of it in the end. Rotates back towards Cash alongside Lusty, and now Wildcard only have a minute left.
Significantly though, Tex has taken a lot of damage from that lifeline impact. He's very low, likely to be taken out in 1 bullet from any of the attacker weapons to the chest. And now Wildcard turn their attention to Aces here. A Thatcher grenade used to get rid of those magnet devices. He finds 1, takes it with him, but even though he can find Pat, Ethan will get the trade. That's a pretty good result for Wildcard, especially because they still have that numbers advantage. 25 seconds remaining, 4 versus 2, and almost all the control that they could ask for.
That drone's taken out, depriving some intel here for Wildcard, but most importantly, they have the man advantage to refrag it out late. 10 seconds left now. They need to commit to the plant, but Tex gets 1. That's Geo off the board. He rotates below. Lusty with the C4 in hand as well. Could be massive. The rush coming in from Wildcard, though. They have 3 seconds to try and find this final kill. They will in the end. That's Diesel on to Lusty. Wildcard taking their first attack, Devon. A pretty dominant performance late round there.
I feel like in Wildcard induction school, the Silex and Flox, the coaches, just throw new players into like a, all right, there's 10 seconds left, 4 versus 2, what do? You send it. Because that's what we know Wildcard for, right? They spend so much time preparing for their execute. And when their executes come in, man, it is messy, but it's so effective. And, well, it took Fnatic 4 attempts before they managed to steal away an attack. And here, Wildcard get it on the first go. This is looking scary if you're a Fnatic player right now. Not only they're going to actually reattempt cash straight away. Likely because 2 of their players were picked off right at the start. Mentalist caught off guard downstairs by Imorin, and Magnet elsewhere. Not sure where he was playing, got caught off. If we can have Fnatic not lose those 2 players early, perhaps they're going to have a bit more success. They've identified that. That's what they need to change.
Definitely interesting that Fnatic are reattempting this side. If my tracker is correct, we didn't see a site repeated at all there in the very first half, so definite change up there. Fnatic confident that they can bring something new to the table on this round. The stakes, of course, so high. If Wildcard win this round, they secure at least a point in this matchup and have a massive buffer to try and take the win. So definitely a risky decision here from Fnatic, but they're definitely backing themselves into this one. Doesn't look like they're bringing a whole lot different to the board, so maybe just a bit tighter on that end round, I think.
And I think just being a bit more cautious in the early round and showing that they don't lose 2 players early, probably part of the game for Fnatic. I mean, maybe they had a plan that they didn't fully get to execute because they lost those 2 players so early. Good drone work early on from Pat. Spots out the Bandit Tricker and several other players. Spots out the setup inside of Cash as well. Now, classic textbook CCTV wall counter. Thatcher EMP surely going to come out. There you go. There's a Sophia charge as well. Counter the Bandit Trick. Tex got very close there, but good job from those 3 wildcard players to ensure that wall gets opened up. Very efficient.
Tex was definitely a little bit slower than Imorin in getting off that wall. If Wildcard had someone positioned to the right-hand side of that double wall, potentially he would have been taken out. But either way, he skates away inside of Garage. Now he'll join Aces, his friend in Wamai, trying to hold that entry in towards site. It's going to be up to Wildcard to try and clear those players out. Otherwise, that entry into the main wall will be challenging. We could also potentially see Wildcard rotate, and we will, in towards Con. So it looks like they're trying to take a multi-directional approach here and try and squeeze Fnatic a little bit.
When Fnatic managed to win a cash attack, and it was only once that Fnatic managed to win one of those, they did exactly this. They got the main wall open, they rotated to Con. Now we do have Magnet, that X Factor on the roam, but he doesn't have a C4 playing the Jaeger. He's more of a gunfight kind of player. Rather operator. So he's going to be playing for flanks rather than for C4 Plantinile from below. But we saw a lot of pre-placed drones, and I just saw Diesel was flicking through his drones on the objective and, sorry, below the objective, watching for that flank. There you go, Diesel flicking those drones right now, watching for Magnet. If Magnet tries to go for that flank, and it doesn't look like he will, Wildcard will likely punish him. Magnet really needs to be stacked on the bomb site right now. Fnatic will need all the help they can get.
They do have Tex below with that C4 for that denial, as you mentioned. Magnet trying to cover him. 40 seconds left on the board now. Wildcard are continuing to try and progress through. Con, Pat gets the first kill there, leaving it in a 4-on-5. Mentalist dropped off the board. That's the Kaid taken down. Emo Rin tries to make this pinch even more impactful from the main wall outside of CCTV. Tries to find a pick, but no, he will in the end. Actually, it's Pat. Diesel is well taken down. Wildcard need to try and hit this res, but they don't have much time left. They might not be able to do it. It's looking risky. The flank coming out there from Magnet is deleted by Ethan. A great play there from Wildcard, but they only have 10 seconds left now. Lusty gets a kill as well. That entry towards side is actually denied.
Oh no!
Exclusivity from either team. Emo Rin now left in a 1-on-1. Lusty hits those shots, downs him in the end.
No way!
Wins the round for his team. And Fnatic will just get that round.
And Lusty was the last man standing as well. After all that, I've got to say, Lusty single-handedly held down that cash room, prevented that construction attack. Got so very dire, but finally Fnatic managed to get a defense round. And it looks like the repeat strategy worked. It was close, and I'm not sure close enough to justify the repeat, but now we will see Fnatic head down to Church and Arsenal, teasing out the Jaeger, but in fact bringing the castle. So no Jaeger and no Wamai on the board. Operators that we've seen both utilized, and I expect this is because Fnatic are mostly going to be focused on their roam, their information denial, and the line of sight denial with the castle brackets to enable those rotations. They're not going to be worrying as much about having the utility protected. It's more about just draining utility. by having so many castle barricades and so many things for Fnatic to, for Wildcard rather, to do. This castle barricade here on the stairs prevents attackers rather, outside near the construction side, peeking in and cutting off that main stairs rotation. As you can see, there are currently 3 Fnatic players on the top floor. Another castle barricade from Mentalist was placed on the construction window on the top floor. So these castle barricades used to prevent lines of sight from the attackers, cutting off the rotations of the defending roamers. Very textbook for this style SSG roam.
SSG, of course, the 6 Invitational Champions in 2020. Fnatic, of course, did attend that event, as did Wildcard. Unfortunately, for Wildcard, it wasn't a very successful campaign, failing to win a series. Fnatic, on the other hand, played exceptionally well. Unfortunately, they did fall short to BDS and TSM. Oh, in the reverse order, TSM then BDS. But I think they've taken a lot from that event, and they're looking really sharp here come the back end of this season. Either way, though, Wildcard are looking very sharp themselves on this map so far. The wall getting opened, exposing Tex inside of CCTV. Imorin ready to peek, but he's a little bit too late. Tex getting away inside of Cash. A minute down in this round, Dev. And it's just so much pressure. There we go. Tex's rotate completely shut down by Pat. That's what you were talking about earlier. These rotations above, so critical that Pat manages to find that opening.
Smart move from Wildcard. The first thing they did was disable that utility prepared by Fnatic, get rid of that castle barricade, use the angle that Fnatic was trying to deny. And now it looks like Fnatic will mostly default back to site. Actually, it's only 2 of them on the bottom floor at the moment. Magnet jumps downstairs, but Aces was the only one other on site. Lusty and Mentalist still abroad somewhere. Looks like Lusty was near Gym upstairs, I think. Running amok. There you go, in Gym right now, and that's going to catch off Geo. A huge blunder from Geo, not watching that angle, not wary of that hatch. Pat goes looking for it, but now this gives a lot of flexibility to Fnatic, and Magnet in particular, who rotated down the main stairs. He can move as he wants now. And there you go, pushes up aggressively, but Ethan shuts him down. At least there's a refrag there from Lusty, a great hole prepped through the floor from Master. And now Wildcard at a bit of a loss. It's a 3 versus 2, and they have numbers advantage, however, and they know one of them's upstairs.
So many of these gunfights ensuing from above. That's another one above the site. That's Pat actually getting the kill there on to Lusty, leaving Aces again in a 1-on-3. We've seen it twice already tonight. Given these clutch scenarios, can he get this one? Just skates away with his life, but he is taken out in the end. Wildcard taking the 9th round, and Dev, I think it was almost easy to forget that the site was downstairs that entire time. Almost all the gunfights took place on the 1st or 2nd floors, making for a really aggressive encounter. And Wildcard just edging out on top, now have match point, the 6-3 lead in their favor, and it's looking pretty good at the moment.
This is a huge opening for Wildcard. We're talking about the team who went to the 6 Invitational and barely won a few rounds, were frustrated with themselves, and they haven't felt like the team that they've wanted to be. They haven't been able to be proud of themselves for the last 9 months. They've been in this slump. They made sweeping roster changes, bringing in 2 somewhat unproven players in Pat and Geo in their debut season in Pro League. And now in their final match, they're taking Fnatic to match point. 6-3, and it looks pretty good for Wildcard to win this, but the job's not over yet, and this is the pattern we saw last season in the matchup between Fnatic and Wildcard. Wildcard gets onto match point, and previously, Fnatic, in both of the matchups in Season 10, were able to edge out draws, even from deficits like this. Never count Fnatic out. This is their opportunity right now to make sure that they retain their #1 position on the standings in the ANZ Pro League. In the final ANZ Pro League, I might add.
It's never over until it's over when you're playing Fnatic, as you mentioned. They have that endurance, they have that experience, and now is the time to let that shine. Wildcard need to just treat this as another round. Don't look at that scoreboard, don't let it plague your gameplay. Imorin, I think, was getting shot at from spawn there. Either way, he gets away with it. An interesting spawn pick, I think, maybe coming out there from Fnatic. Either way, though, as we move into this round, Wildcard looking like they're going to sweep from CCTV and cash side of the map. Pat with quite an aggressive entry there on the Thatcher inside of Garage. Claymore to cover his flank, and a sensible decision in that. We've seen Magnet, for example, playing quite an aggressive roam. Fnatic as a whole not playing as aggressively as some other teams in ANZ on that roam, but still prevalent nonetheless, and Wildcard need to be mindful of that because they don't have a Nomad or a Gridlock on the board.
Pat does find the opening kill, taking down Lusty. Not sure where that was. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it, but Pat has Garage control and he's peeking onto Magnet, shuts him down too. This is 2 kills very early on for Wildcard, setting themselves up so very well for this round, and it's a 1 versus 5 on match point. It's all on Tex.
It's all on the line here. Tex needs to hit 4 more. He can't hit the second, and Wildcard will win round number 10, and in the process, defeat Fnatic on Clubhouse 7-3. James, my goodness, what a matchup that was, and doesn't that just set up for a great 2 maps between these guys? Didn't expect it to be that one-sided, but in the end, Wildcard is edging out on so many of those rounds.
It didn't feel one-sided, to be honest.
Yeah, the scoreline was one-sided. The matches, the rounds themselves were super close. Almost all of them were really close, except the last one, really.
Yeah, and that final result at 7-3, after Wildcard managed to edge away 4 defenses, you think that that's pretty standard for Clubhouse, right? That's only a, 60% favor to Clubhouse? So to defense on Clubhouse? And then Fnatic comes out of the gate and they're not able to nail down their defenses. They traded. Wildcard won their first attack, and Fnatic won one, and then Wildcard won one, and then... Wait, why did I write Fnatic won that last round? Wildcard definitely won that last round. I'm pretty sure of that.
Yeah, I think they did, yeah.
Man, that was a treat. That really was a treat.
I think the thing to really take out of that matchup was so many of those rounds, except pretty much the last one, came down to the last 10 seconds. They were so tight, and it's unlike, I think, any of the matches we've really seen so far in the season. Both these teams take it down to the wire, and it really comes down to who can precisely go for that execute on the attack or just hold strong on defense, because it's a matter of margins. All these kills are being separated by milliseconds and millimeters, really, and it's making for a really great contest. And as you said, despite it being 7-3, it was super, super close. If you look at the scoreline, you're probably thinking, oh yeah, Wildcard smashed him, Fnatic fell asleep, but it was anything but.
No, definitely. Yeah, a lot of almost clutches from Fnatic and a lot of close rounds that Wildcard just manages to edge away. A really great game, and I'm just excited that we get to see them one more time, and hopefully on Theme Park.
Well, Dev and I can't stop smiling. We hope everyone at home is enjoying the show. Wildcard managed to defeat Fnatic, but come back for the second matchup. It's going to be a banger.
Attackers have located a bomb. Drop the bomb. 10 seconds to go. Bomb located by attackers. Loading new mag. Drop go. 10 seconds remaining. Attackers activating the Stay clear of the serious drywall work coming up. Five seconds left.
We're stuck in your car on a Friday night, and we laugh at stuff we try not to talk about. Feel your smile keep on heating up the climate, and all the blood to my cheeks are rushing out, yeah, yeah. And by accident, you're getting closer. Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Is it a wild shot of letting you know that you're the topic of all of my thoughts, yeah. Guess I'm so sick of this friend zone. Whatever it is, it just feels so real. And your eyes keep on talking in the silence, and all the blood to my cheeks are rushing now, yeah, yeah. And I'm hoping you are getting closer. Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Is it a wild shot of letting you know that you're the topic of all of my thoughts, yeah. And that I'm sick of this friend zone. Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? 'Cause I'm so sick of this friend zone.
Look above your heads at the moonlit sky. The stardust drips and shines brightly in your eye. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning.
G'day there and welcome back to Pro League here in ANZ. I'm Guz, and joining me once again is the beautiful Dev Marta, and we're coming off a beautiful match, aren't we? Wildcard defeating Fanatic on Clubhouse 7-3. Such a fantastic match, high intensity, high octane, and map 2 should be much of the same, I think.
I hope so, because they've given us a really good show so far. We came in with pretty high expectations for Fnatic, I want to say, and not super high expectations for Wildcard. But Fnatic are the ones who really have a lot to fight for here. They're the ones who've been sitting at the top spot on the standings, with TBD and Elevate nipping at their heels. And Wildcard are the ones who are pretty much locked into 4th place. So I mean, it's a tough contest, and Wildcard really showed up in the first game. Let's see if Fnatic can get their revenge.
Well, let's see where these teams are heading for the second matchup. Keep in mind, it is an independent map veto, so we might see Clubhouse again. I'm doubting it after that first match. It'll end up being Coastline. So, look, most importantly, or most critically, we're not going to see Theme Park in ANZ in Season 11. So that is a little bit of a feels bad, but I think Coastline will produce an interesting match.
Yeah, but it was Wildcard that banned Clubhouse. That's the weird bit to me, because they just 7-3'd Fnatic on it. So you got to think, like, what's running through their mind? Are they thinking we just have too much faith in Fnatic's ability to adapt? And it makes me wonder, like, if, let's say that Wildcard had banned Clubhouse, like, would Fnatic ban it, or would they prefer to play Coastline? So I don't know, a lot of kind of what ifs and that, but man, Coastline, we had these teams play it last season. It was one of their final matches against each other, and it's always a bloodbath. It's always a lot of sweat, a lot of fun. So I'm keen for it nonetheless.
And I guess the funny thing about that match last season, one of the star players in that matchup was actually Virtue, who at the time was playing for Fnatic. So now it's going to be someone else's turn to step up to the plate. I mean, funnily enough, we actually saw Aces, his replacement, in the last map, showing up massively, almost hitting a few clutches there, well, actually succeeding in one of those occasions. But I definitely think Fnatic, one or two of those members, just really need to step up and bring something more to the table. Whereas I think on the side of Wildcard, it was a pretty well-rounded effort for the most part.
A lot of the rounds that Fnatic were losing were based on heavy risks that they were taking, and a lot of the rounds that they won were because they did fairly simple stuff and just landed their shots. They managed to... everything went according to plan, and they just stayed consistent throughout. So I know it's difficult to say. I feel like Wildcard's a team where you can't just get away with doing something cheeky. You've got to be thorough.
Well, we saw Wildcard take the first map. Let's see if the Fnatic fans that have faith for the second matchup. Let's bring up the poll vote and see who is the favorite. And yeah, okay.
Is that one more percent over towards Wildcard?
Do you reckon even if Wildcard 7-0'd Fnatic, do you think it would change the poll result?
Nah, it's who people want to win, right? I mean, honestly, I just want to go over it right now and vote for Wildcard just because I'm not biased, but I just feel like they deserve a bit of love, you know? They earned that win on the last map, but hey, Fnatic's fans are out there cheering, and if you spam enough static in the chat, then who knows what'll happen.
Oh, jeez. Brace for that in the chat, I guess. Well, actually, let's lead on from that. Fnatic, I'm sure the chat spam isn't really going to help them, I don't think. What do they actually need to do to try and take this up against Wildcard? We know, as you said, the last time they played, it was 6-6, but that was a long time ago. A lot has changed. They're coming off the back of a loss. The first time this season, they're actually heading into the second matchup. After a loss, they have had a draw that was against Kanga and then came back strong. Do you think they'll be able to bounce back here against Wildcard?
Definitely on Coastline. Wildcard have been a pretty good Coastline map, but they've also seen some struggles on Coastline in the past as well. I've got to say, Coastline is a map where Fnatic can run around and do their thing and step up huge, and it'll make a huge difference. It's not just a map control, not just a utility fest. And Wildcard really need to keep their head above the water if they want to stay on board this ship and ride it all the way to their destination.
Well, let's kick off the second map between these two teams. And I would like to check, did Elevate actually win the first matchup last night? Because I feel like I might have made an error, or maybe I'm right. I think my tracker's a bit dodgy.
Yep. 7-5 on border.
So I apologize. So Fnatic have bounced back from a loss this season. So disregard what I said. Fnatic definitely in a great position to bounce back here. They have done it before. It was a smaller margin as well, so keep that in mind.
Yeah, that's true. Now let's have a look at these operator bans. Wildcard gets rid of the Hibana. That's primarily for that hookah defense where teams will open up those walls onto the cocktail bar. Buck eliminated. That's because Emo Rin is the GOAT Buck, to be honest. He's a god. And attacking hookah, if you let Emo Rin have Buck, you're just not going to be able to sit in hookah or in billiards or anywhere on the map because Emo will find you and he will buck you from below.
Valkyrie will round out the bans. Nothing too crazy here, I guess, outside of possibly that Goyo, and indicates to me that Wildcard on this first half don't want to be dealing with too much of that soft breach utility clear. And rightly so. Definitely a challenge in the current meta.
Yeah, great point with the Goyo there. And look, I have a feeling that we're going to see a bit of mirror here. Maybe if Fnatic decide to do some of their kind of over-the-top mirror strats on, they're defending hookah, but they want to make sure that the enemy doesn't get kitchen control, so they chuck a mirror in kitchen. That's the kind of thing we've seen Fnatic do in the past. Not opting to go with it yet. In fact, getting a rook. Very unusual operator pick in Pro League, especially when Echo's unbanned, where you're getting a very similar gun, just not getting those t-shirts. But perhaps there's something I don't know about how Fnatic think this damage reduction. You get about 20% extra health, essentially, 20% damage reduction by wearing those armor plates. So it does help a little bit. Basically turns all your 3 speeds, or 1 armors, I guess I should say, into a 3 armor. So, I don't know, might make a difference. I'm not sure. Maybe it tells us that Fnatic's going to be playing really aggressive, taking a lot of gunfights.
Yeah.
5 seconds to go.
I think I'd probably have to edge along that side. Definitely considering it was a 6 pick, so they're trying to throw wildcard off with that pick. Maybe revealing it in that initial stage would have been a little bit too obvious. I thought maybe we'd see some spawn kills from Fnatic. I don't think they've attempted any. Looks like Mentalist might be trying to line one up, but haven't really heard any shots raining out just yet. And he's just chilling over in Sunrise, having a quick drink, just chilling out, waiting for this match to really kick off. And if it's anything like the first map, Dev, it'll probably turn up pretty quickly.
You'd think that Coastline would be the most chill map out of all of them. I mean, there's so many bars, so many lounges, but to be honest, Coastline is the most high-octane map in the competitive pool right now. Top 4 control from Wildcard being contested. Nice job droning out VIP and such, pushing from the DJ balcony. Still, there was presence near Theatre. In fact, a deployable shield. Defenders will often contest this angle in Theatre. A lot of strong positions. In fact, there's 2 players from Fnatic there at the moment. Tex is ready and waiting for this. Wasting those stun grenades is the Capitao of Diesel. An Ash charge goes over the top. But it does get chewed up by something. Or did he miss? There you go, there's an ADS there. Continues to peek that angle, but doesn't land any shots just yet. You gotta blame Diesel there. His stun grenades didn't go deep enough and didn't destroy that ADS.
We have now eclipsed the halfway point of the round, and in classic wildcard fashion, they're taking their sweet time, trying to gain map control and set up for that execute. Diesel, of course, with the diffuser in hand, playing onto Capitao. The drone economy as well for wildcard, looking alright at the moment. Not sure how many drones Magnet has collected, as he sits behind that main lobby desk, rotates just out in time, makes his way over towards security, trying to find a bit of a safe haven from what could be his death up against Geo on that Nomad, of course. And he's definitely been having a great start here. I think Geo and Pat as well, both playing quite well. Talking about Pat, he gets that kill through the drone roll onto Tex, and that's massive.
Fnatic gave up on trying to contest from the penthouse side, and they're trying to clear instead through Theatre, and it works effectively. They spot out Lusty, and Diesel's got to be counting as lucky stars that he picked up Pat, because the Zafir just saved his life. And now the 2 free picks, nice and early, not free picks, and not really early actually. 20 seconds left, and the Smoke Babes can completely stall out this service room push. So it'll have to be an explosive finish for Wildcard.
Aces does get that vertical kill, and the second down there. Mentalist gets one as well in the meantime. Now it's a 2-on-2. Shots raining out from Geo, gets himself that kill. It's actually Mentalist, sorry, there onto Geo. It's a 1-on-2 now. Shots raining out through the little metal fence, but Fnatic will get that round in the end. Holding strong there. What a performance from Aces there on that smoke. What a big round from him.
And that's where the smoke really does tend to shine in the last few seconds of the round, especially in close range encounters. Aces plays that role so well. I really got a point towards the fact that Wildcard couldn't get rid of that shield in Theatre. Now it's such a small detail, but it had ripple effects on the rest of the round. Because Wildcard couldn't clear out that deployable shield, they weren't comfortable contesting Tex aggressively and clearing out Theatre from the guitar side, from the Hall of Fame. So instead, they rotated. They pushed one player through 90. They actually got a pick through the drone hole. The other player pushed up. It was, I believe, Imarin on the sledge, pushing from the top white stairs to try and pinch. And yeah, it worked eventually. In fact, they got those picks without getting refragged at all. But the problem was it took so long, only 30 seconds left for the final collapse. No time for Imarin to open up the floor and take out those players underneath in the bomb site.
Let's talk about Aces for a little bit. Late in that round, he used the last of his smoke canisters, but he had a massive effect. Hitting that shot vertically up above that he shouldn't have won, and then another down with that shotgun. It's almost easy to forget that he's only really just joined back into this roster after being on the bench for quite some time. Of course, Virtue departed to G2 Esports over in the European Pro League. Ace is filling that void in the meantime. And I mean, I'd have to say he's making a pretty good case for him to stay back in this team at the moment. He's definitely performing well tonight.
He's had a lot of almost scenarios and also a lot of successes. And he's now playing a position inside of Sunrise. We saw him doing his setup. Kind of setup teams like G2 often like to do. A deployable shield inside of Sunrise. Let's talk about that later when it's relevant. At the moment, let's focus on Lusty roaming here on this lobby side. Gets droned out. Here's Vigil. The attackers definitely knew he was there. In fact, a very spread out hold from Fnatic so far. Mentalist was holding down Office by himself with the Yokai drones. 3 players from Wildcard pushing and 1 droning ahead in that VIP area.
Tex on that Jaeger. We saw him down through the drone hole in the last round by Pat, who funnily enough is actually droning out, trying to find where Lusty is now located. So everything is related at the moment. Each of these teams trying to outfox one another. That gadget from Lusty, that disruption as you referred to it earlier, is causing some big issues here for Wildcard. Unsure if they can proceed down that hallway, and Lusty just baiting it perfectly at the moment, wasting so much time.
And Nomad does prevent any flank up the white stairs, however, and I think Wildcard are fairly convinced they have this top floor under wraps, just droning out last few parts of Sunrise. Lusty downstairs. Diesel does check that and sends his drone nice out the window. Still a lot of top floor control, but not a lot of downstairs control and time slipping away. Diesel playing this Capital could be instrumental for eliminating the position of Aces in Sunrise, but those Wamai magnets will protect him. And look at how much horizontal control Fnatic still have. There's so much ability to deny plant from outside of the bomb site, and Aces is still hunkered down inside, ADSs and magnets ready to catch any projectile sent towards him.
Ace is in a perfect position to spoil the party for Wildcard once again in this late round, and as we always see, Wildcard leaving it to these dying seconds to try and overwhelm Fnatic. Aces with full confidence in this angle, still peeking behind that shield. His position likely is noted by Wildcard, but he gets aggressive. He wide peeks, he gets one. The refrag comes out, Lusty with aggression onto that run out. Doesn't net himself a kill though. His position is revealed. 20 seconds left on the board now. Diesel once again with the diffuser in hand needs to try and enter and get that bomb down. Could even use that shield against Fnatic. Not in the greatest position, but could be utilized. Either way though, it's now 10 seconds left. This counter just continues to go down and the aggression needs to come out from Wildcard. They storm the site. The plant being attempted by Diesel with the man advantage. Tex in the gunfight at Cool Vibes. He's not in a position to deny the plant. Can they deny it? It's the actual Yokai in the end, I believe, that has denied that plant. Fantastic play there from the Echo. Unfortunately, Wildcard unable to take that gadget out, and Fnatic will finesse that round.
Goes to show that patience is a virtue, even when virtue heads across the pond.
Oh, I knew you were gonna say. Oh, I just knew you when you said that you were gonna say that. Oh.
You know what's funny is I didn't even think of that joke beforehand. I literally just was gonna say patience is a virtue, and then I realized, oh, that's funny.
every time I think of saying it, I go, yeah.
Well, Fnatic, those are Yokai drones. It's easy to point to the Echo and say that that was the reason they won the round, but it was a little bit of everything. because the Yokai drone won the round because the timer was at 0 when the bomb wasn't down, when the diffuser wasn't down. And that wasn't just the Yokai preventing it from going down at the end. That was everything from the very start of the round when Wildcard was clearing the map and Lusty was shooting drones and disrupting them with his Vigil ability. It was later on when Aces was hard holding inside of what we call Sauna near the aggressive part of Sunrise. And all of the 2 ADSs that were dedicated to that and multiple Wamai devices that meant it Wildcard couldn't destroy his shield. They ended up killing him forcing his position out using the Capital Firebolts. Ironically, the Wamai magnets did catch those firebolts, but it didn't matter in the end because they detonated right on top of his face anyway. But all of that time being delayed was the reason that Yokai was able to deny that plant in the last few seconds. And that kind of synergy between players is what really makes Fnatic Fnatic.
Yeah, and it's definitely rounds like those that highlight the Achilles heel, if you would, of that wildcard attack approach, because it's almost a given that they are going to take their time on these takes. We very rarely see them rush, never mind go for aggressive takes early. So Fnatic seemingly have been able to read into that. We're able to deny that plant from going down. Not necessarily having to get all those kills. Just got to be able to stop that diffuser from being planted, and they were able to do so. I wonder how Wildcard are going to adapt to that, though. Will they try and get Ethan in early to clear out those Yokais? Will they maybe try and frag it out? I guess it's up to them now to try and work out a counter to this Fnatic approach.
Drone spotted there. That Vigil once again delaying time. Use your scanner. Shoot a drone. Use your disruptor. Not scanner, disruptor.
Bomb has been located.
Just prevent those attackers from having any clue what's going on. The Yokai spots out the Zephyr. Tex was eager to contest that. Barbed wire now destroyed. There's 2 players down there. Dangerous position for Pat to be in, and there are still roamers downstairs as well. I believe that's Magnet, in fact, on the Wamai, ironically, wielding his magnets, gets spotted out, shoots the drone. Doesn't move too much. His position now. What? Lusty takes him out with a flank. I thought that was Magnet who landed that shot.
So did I.
No, Lusty for the double. And Ethan does get just a consolation prize, but another one for Lusty, a 3K on the round. Single-handedly dismantling Wildcard as they're distracted with the remaining players. There's another one for Wildcard, mind you. Lusty's still up, still down for the ace, but he's taken really low HP as well, and Imarin's eager to take this fight.
A great play from Lusty, but he is very low on HP now. Still winnable for Wildcard. Plenty of time on the board if they can find one more pick. It's going to be challenging for Fnatic. Challenging for both teams, really. Both with some big tasks ahead. 30 seconds left for Wildcard to try and attempt this execute. There is a player inside of VOP at the couches. It doesn't look like Wildcard are aware of this position. Imarin doesn't check to his right. Gets one. That is refrag. Is Lusty, so he doesn't get his ace this round. Geo is left in a 1 versus 2. One of the biggest clutches in the ANZ Pro League this season. This will have to be one of the biggest clutches of his career if he wants to win this one. Players to his left and right, both protected by utility. He can't clear it. He's being stunned, and Fnatic will take that round.
No less on one of the maps in the competitive pool that is regarded as fairly attacker-sided in the grand scheme of things. And yet Wildcard really struggling on these attacks. Fnatic flawless thus far. Wildcard were the ones who decided not to go to Clubhouse, where they had already had a 7-3 victory against Fnatic. Fnatic has so far won as many rounds this map as they did in the entire 10 rounds of the previous.
Are you getting the impression that maybe some of this soft breach utility counter that Fnatic are bringing to the board with the shields and the Yokais, etc., is that hampering Wildcard at all? Because it feels like even once Wildcard gets some sort of map control, the conversion onto side is just so challenging. I mean, in that last round, we saw players just chilling behind shields basically in the open, and there was nothing that could be done about it, really. Limited time and limited resources late round.
I agree, there's definitely, especially when Aces was playing really aggressively back there. And also the earlier round where this very shield we're looking at right now from Lusty inside of Theater pretty much completely prevented Wildcard from pushing the guitar side, and they had to fully rotate and go for another side push. Yeah, it absolutely has been hampering Wildcard, but it's also the roam game. The roam game from Fnatic in that last round was insane. It was just Lusty going nuts. And look at that, 3 ADSs right here. Fnatic know that Wildcard haven't been bringing a Thatcher, as so few teams do on this map, which means they're happy to stack all their ADSs in one position. It'll take 6 pieces of soft breach, or of projectiles rather, to get rid of all of those ADSs, and then you still have to have a grenade or Zephyr lifeline to get rid of the shield itself. So let's say you got 3 stun grenades from the Nomad, 3 stun grenades from the Capitao. All of those have to land in those ADSs, and then finally you can use a lifeline or a frag grenade. And last time, Diesel didn't throw his stun grenades deep enough, and they didn't get caught by those ADSs. I have a feeling Wildcard won't make the same mistake twice.
Pat's found himself all the way inside of VIP, breaching open in towards bedroom as they try and flush out these roamers, playing above site. Keep that in mind. Pat enters in, doesn't see anything he likes, and will retreat back to his teammates. This shield, as you alluded to, making it really difficult to clear this part of the map. Those ADS devices just chewing up Util. Tech's unlucky to miss that shot, gets lit up as he crosses the doorway. Lusty in a position to assist potentially, but playing quite patiently at 90. The grenade comes out. That does even more damage. Tech's now, he's one shot. If Wildcard can clear him now, this will be a great start to the round as we eclipse the halfway point.
They have info on Lusty now. They've droned him twice. A second drone spots him. Pat's trying to contest. Pat's looking for this kill onto Tex. He knows he's in that corner, but Tex knows. All he has to do is sit here. Lusty's there to back him up. Takes down Emo Rin. And the Yokai drone as well, feeding information to these roamers. Wildcard are completely bamboozled. They're focusing so hard on these 2 players, and they still haven't managed to get these kills yet. They know they can't wide swing Tex because they will get refragged by Lusty. That's why we have Geo trying to push from the hallway. Ethan as well. But still, Wildcard haven't been able to find this. Finally, Tex goes down. Pat decides it's enough. I have to move in. Lusty's still alive though, and gets taken down by Ethan. Almost managed to steal another kill. But even with those kills taken out, 1 kill, 2.5 minutes, and so much health damage done. That is so much that these 2 players have accomplished for Fnatic.
Wildcard do love a good late round push though, and they have 30 seconds to try and execute something here. Try and get their first round win on this map. That timer keeps ticking down. 20 seconds left now. Great bullet hole, or punch hole rather, from Magnet, watching that service entrance. Surely we're going to kill, but he misses those shots. Pre-fire will surely take him out here. Comes out, but it misses. The smoke's now blocking that vision. Mentalist gets one. It's a 3-on-3, but Aces comes up massive, dropping that diffuser. It's a 2-on-2. Magnet gets one as well, and Geo is entering in towards bathroom, but there's absolutely nothing he can do. Dev and Fnatic will take 4 rounds straight, and Wildcard just really struggling at the moment.
Also to mention, it was Emarin who was taken out as during the roam from Fnatic. Emarin of Wildcard, the primary soft breacher with that sledgehammer, who was taken out, which meant that Wildcard didn't open up all that floor above the bomb site, didn't expose positions like we saw Magnet and Aces holding on the bomb site. So it not only was it the time delay, but it was also a huge utility sink. And the fact that 2 players from Fnatic alone managed to completely distract Wildcard, plus of course the Yokai play from Mentalist, they completely read Wildcard. But the thing is, Wildcard fully dedicate all to one thing. So Fnatic dedicate really hard to that same area in response. You'd think Wildcard would be like, alright, this is going to be really hard to take. Let's push somewhere else. But they're so focused on achieving their set goals. And that does come back to bite them. Now 4 straight rounds for Fnatic, and it really doesn't look like they're going to let up anytime soon.
Wildcard historically quite a rigid team, as you're alluding to. Trying to tick off those boxes, I guess, and win rounds, but it's just being countered beautifully by Fnatic at the moment. Just nothing in response from this attack. That's really been unnerving them. quite clinical at the moment, especially on this roam. I think Dev has been so impactful. So much time is just being wasted. It feels like the round for Fnatic is almost infinite at the moment as they just keep letting it tick down.
Ethan does switch onto the Ash, and it makes me wonder whether that's primary for the soft breach and for the stuns, which can waste out ADSs and magnet charges, but is it also just for that confidence? I think Wildcard do need a little bit of explosivity right now. A little bit of confidence to just go for broke. Try something. Make an entrance.
Shots begin to rain out. Neither team doing or conceding any damage at the moment. Pat collects that drone as he makes his way through VIP. The pre-fire there from Tex doesn't net him a kill, but Ethan's actually made his way into slide as Tex will fall back. Lusty not quite there to cover. There are two players at the bottom of Cool Vibes. Ethan needs to be so careful of his back that he doesn't get shot by that roamer. He is aware of it. Doesn't seem as it's actually through the wall. I thought that was just over the countertop there, but it wasn't. It's Lusty all the way inside of a Chrome. He drops down though, so Fnatic not dedicating as hard to this roam on round number 5.
And yet, Wildcard still have to be worried about that Vigil. They don't know he's gone downstairs, and Lusty's going to be using that Disruptor as much as possible to just add that uncertainty to Wildcard. And Mental's also going to be droning for his own team, using the Yokai. Ethan likely to take it out. There you go. Great job. A lot of information there denied for Fnatic. And also, it was the Yokais that clutched this very Sunrise defense last time around. Good stun grenade forces Tex back. Now, Soft Breach laid down onto the floor as well, as everything turns quiet.
Yes, it does. Either way, you can listen to our smooth voices for the next round. It is a 5-on-5. All members of Wildcard and Fnatic still on the board, and we do see that position being held behind the shield inside of the bar once again. That's Aces on the Wamai, currently going 4-2. Definitely been a solid series for him thus far. Ethan, with the diffuser in hand, is trying to make an entrance over towards that side of the map, which we did see them attempt on the last time. And again, it's feeling almost like a replay. Tex holding the bottom of these stairs, and everyone's position feeling quite static at the moment. He is droned out eventually. That Mozzie Pest not quite catching that drone as the rotations from Fnatic come out. They try and edge closer towards the site, try and offer that protection. Keep in mind, it was the Yokai drone from Mentalist that denied the plan on the last occasion, and we could well see that here once again. Diesel is on that IQ, but he's pretty far away from side as we hear the 15-second counter go down and the frags begin to come out. Mentalist goes off as well as Aces. Frags still coming out left, right, and center. It's Emo, Rin, and Geo left to try and enter in towards the site, but it gets denied. Geo once again is left to clutch it out. Absolutely no time on the board. He gets taken down, and Fnatic take the 5th round, and it is the 5th round now in a row.
Looking very difficult if you're a Wildcard fan. Fnatic has been unstoppable on this defense, and you've got to be worried if you're not banning Echo against Fnatic, because it's terrifying. It's just really, really scary. And yeah, there's everything that Fnatic's doing right, and we talk about it all the time. The thing that Wildcard do is take their time, and they're really good with that time. They accomplish a lot with it until they don't, and then they sit there and time ticks away, and they have to go for a desperate measure in the last few seconds. They might get one frag in the desperate attempt, but they so rarely actually win rounds when they haven't properly set up as they intend to.
Yeah, and I think scary is actually probably the best way to describe not only that Yokai denial and the Echo, but the entire playstyle from Fnatic on this second map has really stepped up. Everywhere Wildcard go to try and gain any sort of map control is being contested. And then if it's not, Fnatic have that freedom to rotate back towards site. Those rotates not being held, understandably so, because they are in such tricky parts of the map. And then it gets to that stage late round, as you mentioned, where Wildcard have put in the groundwork. They're getting closer and closer towards site. But then you have players like Mentalist and Aces sitting back behind shields, waiting for them to push in. There's nothing that Wildcard can really do in that last round, just forced to try and yeet it in towards the side, essentially. And once you're clutching at straws like that, you're not going to be winning rounds. And the scoreboard reflecting that so far. 5 rounds in a row to Fnatic, and Wildcard looking like pretty unlikely victors at the moment.
Yeah, I think that Fnatic have perfected on this map the ability to have faith in individual players holding individual areas. Never once did Wildcard try to push Office where there were 2 players hanging out from Fnatic, and never once did Wildcard really put serious pressure on the bottom blue stairs rather, until the very end of the round when Diesel just made a desperate jump down there. Fnatic held so much ground so confidently that there wasn't really a vulnerable point for them. And that was the struggle from Wildcard. They're looking at this saying, all right, bottom blue stairs is going to be really hard to take. Tex is sitting down there. He looks really hard to kill. There was also a lot of information that Fnatic had, thanks to the Yokais. Aces, which is where they decided to put their pressure. Behind that deployable shield, so much utility, even has backup. That's tough. The 2 players Office, that was never even a thought for Wildcard. And on top of all that, there's a 5th player there somewhere. I don't know where he was, but it's just making it all the more difficult.
Yeah, and I guess that raises two key questions so far. Firstly, what have Fnatic done over this break to turn up like this? What have they changed? And conversely, what are Wildcard doing wrong? Because we didn't see them bring such extreme desperation in the latter stages of these rounds on Clubhouse. Yes, it was the classic Wildcard, taking your time, being methodical, but it never felt like they were sort of clutching at straws. I keep saying that, but desperately trying to get these like late round advantages and going for these picks out of desperation, like we are seeing here on Coastline.
I've got to say, a part of it, I think, is that strategy that Fnatic used in Sunrise in particular, where they have aces playing all the way in sauna or near sauna in that aggressive position with the shield and the Lamais and the Jaegers. That's a pretty normal kind of strategy in Europe. If you watch G2 play Coastline, that's a strategy they frequently bring out. But it's not such a common strategy in ANZ. So Wildcard, they're a team that once they figure out a problem and they figure out how to solve the problem, they're really good at overcoming it. Maybe they've never scrimmed against holds like that before. Maybe they've never scrimmed against holds like that before that are as good as Fnatic's version of those holds. That means that Wildcard are trying to figure this out as they go along, and they're always one step behind. Especially because I think that two of the key things Fnatic are so good at on this map is roaming and holding strong positions, and also information gathering. It just enables everything that Fnatic is good at, is when they have information.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you mentioned that Fnatic is bringing aspects from other regions meta into ANZ. But I guess we can't really discount the fact that Wildcard themselves, they went to Montreal, they boot camped in preparation for the Invitational. So we can't be cutting them too much slack, because surely they went out, they would have scrimmed some of these international teams, learned some of those intricacies of those metas that they can now try and incorporate into their own game. So where do you think Wildcard are falling short in trying to do that? Because they're in a similar position in terms of having that experience. I guess maybe it can come down to the fact that they have done these roster changes after the 6th Invitational. Of course, Derpe and Neophyte are a bench now, and Pat and Gio are in, so that dynamic is continuing to develop. But for you, is there anything that Wildcard can be doing to try and incorporate some of these more complex strategies?
It feels like they're going into the round, they're kind of just bringing a one-size-fits-all lineup instead of something that Fnatic do really often, which is, hey, let's just try this operator. Let's see if this works. So, for example, if you're trying to dislodge aces playing in that position near sauna, bring a Thatcher. Thatcher out, you get rid of all the ADSs, you deactivate all of them, my magnets for a little bit of time, then just destroy the shield. Like one Thatcher, one Ash Charge or what have you, that destroys the shield. I was also a bit disappointed by how little we saw the IQ locating those Yokai drones, because I think that of all the teams in ANZ in particular, Fnatic is the best with Yokai, with the Echo drones. We see them use them especially aggressively, really effectively. You need to be countering that. In fact, in that previous round, there was a Yokai drone sitting right when Ethan was trying to hold the top of the blue stairs, there was a Yokai drone that was sitting on the ledge above him. We saw it because it got that little blue outline. Diesel was standing like 5 meters away, and he didn't even whip out his scanner to look for it. And if he had, I don't know, I really thought that could have made the difference. At the same time, it's really hard to be critical of Wildcard and say, oh, you should bring a Thatcher, you should bring a whatever, because they're trying their best to bring like, okay, We know that they're roaming, so they're bringing in Nomad to prevent flanks. And they also need to have lots of stun grenades to get rid of all of the projectile utilities. So they got 3 stun grenades on the Nomad, 3 stuns on the Capitao. Bringing the Capitao for area denial because that's what they really, really need to dislodge these positions. But it's not working. They need soft breach, so they need melee soft breach like Sledge. They also need explosives to get rid of all the shields and stuff. And once you tick all the boxes that you need like 10 operators to do that in some scenarios. And I think that's how Wildcard are feeling right now. And that's why they haven't had such great success, because they're not just picking, this is the correct solution to this problem. They're trying to do a kind of one size fits all, because that's kind of what you need to do in some ways.
Yeah, and I guess leading on from that point, this is an opportunity for Fnatic to sort of flex their guns a little bit and show that they are flexible onto these operator roles. I mean, if we go back to that Yokai example on Echo, in the the APAC 6 Invitational qualifiers, for example, we saw Tex playing Echo, which I don't think many people expected. And then you jump into another matchup where someone else is playing it. You jump into today where Mentalist is playing it, and to good effect on all occasions. So I think that's maybe something that Fnatic have the edge over on Wildcard at the moment, is just their ability to switch up their roles a little bit more. It does feel like Wildcard are a little bit rigid, and look, if there's any time to switch that up, it's probably about now, because Fnatic are only 1 round away from match point.
It's never too late to make a difference, try something new. So no, I don't blame Wildcard for trying new things if they dare to do so, but at the moment this has been a game of banging their heads against the wall, and that wall has been Fnatic standing strong on these defenses. This could well be a flawless half, because I haven't seen very many moments on Coastline where Wildcard has looked like they'll take a round. And if Wildcard stare into the second half 0-6, man, it's not just the fact that they have got to win every single defense round, but also just that mental position that they would be in, especially players like Pat and Geo, who are still new, feeling trodden down after losing 6 rounds in a row. Got to be devastating to your morale.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Fnatic in a position potentially to take this map flawlessly, heading into Super Week. Here in ANZ, there wasn't a single flawless match, but since then we have seen 2. One was actually last night, I believe. If I bring up the scores, no, it was the 2 the night before, rather. Sinister managed to defeat Kanga 7-0, and then later in the night, Fnatic defeated TBD 7-0. So not only would this be the 3rd flawless win of the season, but it could definitely be Fnatic's 2nd. And against Wildcard, I don't think many people would have tipped that.
No, but it's definitely looking possible. Especially if Fnatic can polish off this one, going into the second half feeling confident, feeling ready to take on any challenge. I wouldn't put it past them. Anything's possible. Well, let's see. Last opportunity for redemption on Wildcard's attacks here. We've hounded them for basically everything under the sun, but here's a good start. Not only have they gotten an early pick, but it's Mentalist of all players who is playing Vars just a pre-fire through that doorway. Takes out the Yokais. Well, the potential for those Yokai drones. Not sure if both of the Yokais were on the board, but even if they were up, that's a lot of information that can't be moved around.
Minute 30 to go. Once again, it's quite slow, but Lusty speeds things up a little bit. That's Emo Rin taken out inside of Aqua. Sledge no longer in play, and Emo Rin will lose any grenades that he had left standing. Didn't hear him use any earlier, so that may well be 2 down the drain here for Wildcard. They need to now adapt. We've been critical, maybe lacking some of that adaptation at the moment. Pat trying to clear that shield, but again, the coverage is fantastic from Fnatic using those ADS devices. Shots raining out. Tex is now a little bit low, finds himself some coverage down the Cool Vibes stairs, Dev. Still 4 members left up in this defense.
Pat does find another kill despite not being able to get rid of that shield. Pat for another one. I'd said maybe he was feeling the pressure, but he goes huge. That's a 3K on the rounds. Magnet's the last man standing. We were talking about Fnatic stepping up for a potential 7-0, but now Wildcard are in the driver's seat. Magnet needs to step up hugely in a 1 versus 4 retake.
Shoots the air jab. Likely giving
Is
a
he just
sound
gonna
cue to Wildcard. Yeah. I think at this point, 25 seconds left on that fuse, there's not a whole lot he can do. 4 members of Wildcard sitting very, very patiently. Just going to try and pad his stats out a little bit, get any exit frags. He might get 1 here onto the IQ. That'll be Ethan taken off the board. Doesn't get refragged across courtyard as these players paddle it out. What a shot there from Magnet. That's Pat, always gets the 3rd there, but it doesn't matter. Wildcard will shut him down. And is Magnet running the pizza scheme?
Yeah, he is.
Oh my goodness.
Pat did just get like absolutely deleted by pizza.
Yes.
Just gonna put that out there.
What a snack.
Well, in my spreadsheet tracking this match, which is all orange, we finally have 1 round for Wildcard. Finally.
Definitely taking their time.
I'm sad for some reason my spreadsheet's broken.
Mine's still working. Haha.
Yeah, but yours is your spreadsheet is in the dark ages compared to mine, mate.
Oh.
And you know it. You know it.
Hey, I play by play, so I can be a bit more different. I just tell you what's happening on screen. You give us the insightful information. You're the big brain on the screen.
I'm just triggered because I have this like beautiful long if statement that makes it so when I write Wildcard wins the round, it gives me like this little thing to say that the defenders won or like the attackers won. But for some reason it's telling me that Wildcard were on defense, and I'm sad.
Back to the drawing board. Back to the drawing board for Dev, and potentially for Wildcard as well. Wasn't a bad round there, but still a long way from being able to draw or win this one. But here's a great place to start. Switch of halves, a switch of momentum possibly, and as we always see between these two teams, it's not over till it's over.
Attacker's objective is to locate
to right. Now it's an opportunity for Fnatic to close this out with some strong attacks, but Wildcard are in this game for the long run. Surely, especially after winning that first map so dominantly. They wouldn't want to... I mean, imagine Wildcard win the first map, but then they lose the second map by a larger margin. You think, we're really fighting for pride here, and Wildcard, they want to at least win as many rounds as Fnatic did on their map.
Almost a minute down in this round, and as expected between these two, it's a battle for info gathering in the early stages. Mentalist with an interesting rappel to get an angle in towards the hookah door. An interesting choice of primary as well, running the LMG-E as opposed to the assault rifle. Both weapons pretty strong. Sophia as a whole, definitely a great package to bring to any lineup, and Mentalist is bringing her on this occasion. Tex is being lit up. Possibly by Pat at White Stairs, but he will get away with his life.
Good control so far for Wildcard. Now there's pressure up from 90 from Tex. Love to see Aces on the Blackbeard. What a throwback. See whether it can be effective. He's on the roof at the moment, just trying to catch off and punish rotating players from Wildcard. It looks like he'll rotate either to the big window or to the, potentially just to the aqua balcony. Take control of Aquarium. Indeed, looks to be that. Magnet's going to pinch from luggage. Aces drones that out, calls it clear for Mag. Very much a multi-pronged push from Fnatic thus far. Evil Eyes are on the objective as well to prevent this push and eventual plan. Aces gets in to the aqua. Potential for an aggressive push here, but Fnatic have set themselves up really nicely.
40 seconds left now. Wildcard with the HP advantage, but the man count, most importantly, is even. Fnatic playing is very similar to Wildcard in terms of taking their time, and it pays the price. Aces will lose his life. The diffuser has now been dropped. Fnatic needs to try and get it back and go for that plant. Mentalist still outside that balcony. He'll be dropped as well. It's a 5-on-3. Lusty gets one back though onto Diesel, so Smoke can no longer deny that plant. Ethan trying to set up for the run out, but the air jab will prevent that. Pre-fires coming out in towards Aqua. Doesn't quite get Magnet, who has that diffuser. They're basically forced to go for the plant now. Lusty with the late flank could get one. He does. Can he get another? I'm not sure he will. He will flick onto that Maestro and get the kill in the end. Can Fnatic win this round? Magnet now forced to go for the plant. Can Magnet get it down? Pat can surely deny it. He jumps over the breach. He will get the kill in the end, and Wildcard will just win that round.
That's 2 huge rounds in a row for Pat as well. His debut in Pro League, and he's really stepped into big shoes and turned up huge. And just when you think Fnatic's got it all sorted, Wildcard make their comeback, and well, it's a long way to get back into it. It's still possible for Wildcard to take the dub here, but looking very unlikely. Just one round at a time though. Kitchen is up next. Fnatic looks so good on those attacks though. They're set up really nicely, but when it comes down to just making that execute happen, there's something missing. Even in the dire moments though, with Lusty making that rotate in through hookah to find 2 kills. There's so many flashes of greatness from Fnatic that almost get these rounds over the line.
Well played by Pat in that round. He's been in so many clutch scenarios tonight. Hasn't won them all, but definitely putting his best foot forward on every single occasion. And as you mentioned, filling in some massive shoes. Pat, of course, formerly known as Thumbnail, started this season on the Kanga Esports roster, was a part of their effort in actually drawing with Fnatic on Bank earlier in the season. And then over the break, he jumped ship over towards Wildcard as they, as earlier mentioned, benched Neofighter and Turpe. And I guess maybe we can start to dig in that a little bit at the start of this round. Dev, how are you feeling about these roster changes? Because we've seen them play out for a little bit now. Any sort of thoughts as the season is starting to conclude and wrap up here?
Well, I was pretty convinced already that Gio is an A-grade player in the ANZ scene, and he was going to be a huge addition to Wildcard. I think that was proved already, especially Gio's performance on Elevate, his former team. Pat was, I mean, I had faith in him as a player, but he was still somewhat unproven. Tonight, he has stepped up hugely, and I've got to say, I'm really impressed by all of these roster changes for Wildcard. I think that it's the ingredient that they need to retain their former, or regain, I should say, their former glory.
Wildcard and Fnatic, of course, such a classic matchup here in ANZ. One of the longest and strongest, I guess, rivalries here in the region. So often these teams are battling it out for the top 2 positions. This season has been a little bit different as Wildcard struggled early season, but they are now rebuilding, and the results are starting to show, of course, winning the first matchup tonight. Second one's been a little bit of a struggle, but they have won the last 2 rounds, Dev. Definitely not going down without a fight.
His presence downstairs, very aggressive from Gio. I think his position has been found by the player droning downstairs, but at the moment he's just trying to hold on to Sunrise. Good top floor attack from Fnatic, but still a lot of presence up there from Wildcard. Fnatic really actually haven't made a lot of progress in terms of map control just yet. Gio still has control of Sunrise. Emo still roaming up top. Is Fnatic maybe taking from the office side? Looks like they had players stationed over there. Still mounting up their attack. I'm not sure what the progress is. Are they just waiting for Wildcard to get antsy and trying to find picks? They had a lot of flank and rotation drones set up. Now they finally take control of Sunrise.
50 seconds left now as we approach the late round, and this is where everything begins to really take off for both teams as they take their sweet time gathering that intel and taking the time and approaching the side. An air jab goes off. Not quite sure where that was from. Either way though, it doesn't net Fnatic a kill. Still 10 members alive, 30 seconds left. Mentalist, he's holding that cross at the front door, and Fnatic in a position to really cut off these rotates, but it's up to them to try and get that plant down. 20 seconds left. Emo still holding up. Pre-fires that angle, doesn't net himself a kill, gives his position away in the meantime. And Fnatic now, they have to commit to this push. They'll rush straight in. Tex leads the charge. He takes out that Yokai, almost takes out his teammate in the process. Either way though, he gets it off the board and the frags now start to come out. Will it go down? It will.
Way. How is this possible for Fnatic? A 5-on-5 and they didn't have almost any map control. But they take out the Yokai drone and now they're in a winnable position. Assuming strong post plants and oh, another great shot from Mag. It's all on Emo. Trying to push down the main stairs. A 1 versus 4 and this looks like it could be the match point that Fnatic have been looking for. 18 seconds, 4 players to find and a diffuser to get down. Less than 2 seconds per kill at the moment and Fnatic closed out that one. 5 versus 5 with just a few seconds on the clock, but they're going to fall into the bomb site. They're going to make it happen.
Match point now for Fnatic.
Honestly, I have no idea what happened just then. Like that's I'm still getting over that. I was looking at this thinking like, there's no way Fnatic win this round, right? Wildcard still have players above in kitchen, so there's no way they can jump in kitchen window. There were even holes prepped above kitchen door. Like there was so much control from Wildcard. How have Fnatic pulled that off?
Winning rounds that they shouldn't. Classic Fnatic. That 6-2 lead. Absolutely massive here.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Completely shutting down Wildcard so far tonight, and at least on this second map, I must say, the first map was definitely in favour of Wildcard. Definitely get the impression that this second map not quite as tight as the first, even though the scoreline is quite similar at the moment. Fnatic just seemingly bringing a lot more to the table in terms of the counter game at the moment.
Well, Wildcard, you'd think... I'm going to reinforce the point that I made earlier. This is a game of pride, really, for Wildcard in particular. You know, Fnatic, there is still that first place on the scoreboard, on the leaderboards in the ANZ Pro League, on the line. At the start of tonight, they retained that first spot, but they've got TBD and Elevate nipping at their heels. For Wildcard, they're locked solidly in 4th place, but potentially 3rd place, actually. They could potentially get 3rd place. But they can't get 2nd place. They can't change the prize money that they're going to win out of this. It's bragging rights. We did better to Fnatic than they did to us. And right now, if Fnatic win this round, that won't be the case. Fnatic will have won 7-2 against Wildcard, when Wildcard only won 7-3 against Fnatic. Wildcard need at least one more round in here to retain those bragging rights.
This matchup only fueling that rivalry even more for 2020 and beyond. As we see Lusty now droning in towards Aquarium. Fully aware that Emo is behind the bar. Trading some shots before, and he will confirm that. Emo still holding that position. C4 from below could be massive from Diesel, and he nets the kill straight through the floor. What a throw there by Diesel, and what a great way to open up this round.
Great kill to get as well. Lusty been really impactful, especially preventing those flanks. Diesel, he's been pretty cold this game so far, this entire series. He went 1-7 on the last map, despite his team winning a hard-fought game. And now that's his first kill of this map as well. Mind you, we did have a rehost, not counting before the rehost happened. Wildcard are in a position to win this round, but as we saw on Fnatic's kitchen attack last round, anything can happen in the dire moments of the round. Fnatic, unlike when Wildcard were attacking, Fnatic do decide to heavily focus on this office side, get this office control. Perhaps they're going eventually for that blue bar plant. It's very difficult when Wildcard still have this control of the top floor.
Texas found an opening in towards blue. He's going to exploit that, but the Echo spots his position. Verticality from above takes him out. Emo in with a fantastic shot there with the Commando. Gives Wildcard a fantastic opportunity in this round. Not long to go. Aces approaches the site. He has the diffuser tucked under his arm. He uses those smoke grenades, placing them a little bit higher up to deny that verticality. Can he enter in towards side? He pre-fires. Doesn't quite down that player, but will find himself inside the site. Is the support there from Fnatic? That is the question. Mentalist goes massive there from Kitchen. Can he get the second? No. Ethan shuts that down, but the pistol has been whipped out by Aces. He's going to get aggressive here on the bar. Can he hit this shot? Missing, ducking, weaving. He hits it in the end. And now Emorin needs to make sure he denies this plant. Fortunately for him, time is on his side. The question is, do they have the intel? Aces might be able to stick it before he drops and hit the flick. No, he won't. Gets it down just in time, but Emorin with the triple closes it out. And this match will continue.
Defenders disable the diffuser.
Just keeping their head above water for a little bit longer is Wildcard. The draw is still on the cards. But there's 3 more rounds they need ahead of him to get that. And get that extra point. Steal away the rest of Fnatic's points potential for tonight. Now, one thing I will say, if we're talking bragging rights, if we're talking the chips on their shoulders, Wildcard have got the 3 rounds they need to equal Fnatic's 3 rounds that they took against Wildcard on Clubhouse. So if Fnatic wins this, we are even between 2 of our most prestigious teams in terms of head-to-head. And it is getting desperate. The one thing that Fnatic seems so good at that Wildcard just weren't able to manage on their attacks is this explosivity. Pushing into the bomb site, taking out these players. And Fnatic now are making another adaptation, bringing the DKB that they 6th pick away from the Ashe. A DKB that counters not only the Maestro, forcing him off his cameras, also the Echo, forcing him off his cameras, and allowing for those explosive pushes to work even more effectively. I have a feeling Fnatic has identified that's what worked last round, and it got so close. They're going to try it once more.
Just when you think this matchup couldn't get any better, it does. Wildcard desperately searching for this next round to not only give themselves a better fight for the draw, but as you mentioned, give themselves the lead in that head-to-head and maybe be able to call themselves better than Fnatic in current state. Of course, that's going to be up for debate as Fnatic will, in theory, finish higher than them in the standings. Been a great series so far, Dev, and I think it's far from over.
Difficult to call at this stage. Fnatic have looked really good, and I'm scared of this Dokkaebi pick. It could be exactly what they need to continue this explosive strategy that worked well against Wildcard, but just ramp it up 1 extra notch and steal away all of Wildcard's camera information gathering at the same time. Surely you're not going to peek that, Ethan! Tex says goodnight, good sir. And that's the Echo taken out. No more of those mobile cameras. With Valkyrie off the board, that's your primary information gathering. Taken out. Droning out the bomb site now as well is Fnatic. They've got that opening pick. Tex didn't even have to use any of his utility to make it happen. Just waiting now. It's the patient game. There's so much time for Fnatic. They could go for an explosive push right now and still have tons of time to work with. Aces gets taken out by Emorin on the roam downstairs. Aces playing the Capitão. Not sure exactly what the strategy was there, but now droning in from the Billiard side as Fnatic mount their push, not only from Hookah, but also from the Aqua balcony.
Edging closer to the end of this round, Dev. Again, so much pressure on these teams trying to battle it out, and that result's still not looking certain as we enter the latter stages of this round. Just over a minute to go, Dev.
Oh! That was an explosive way to make it happen. Pat with a C4, Gio with 1 as well. It looks like Wildcard are giving as good as they're getting, and it's all onto Lusty now. Needs to reload this ARX. I'm not sure if they have info on him. Could be that there is no more Maestro or Echo cameras to take this out. Caught between a rock and a hard place, and he's finished off. Wildcard get themselves another step closer to tying this series up in a draw.
At number 11, Still match point in favor of Fnatic. Kitchen and service will be the site. And Fnatic at the moment just struggling to close this one out, unfortunately for them. It's often a trait. I was just going to say, it's often a trait of Fnatic to prevent other teams from closing out matches, but on this occasion, that curse is really falling upon themselves.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Has been a bit concerning for Fnatic as they got so close to making this. Like we were once talking about this being a 7-0, right?
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Right now, I'm not sure, man. This is looking tougher and tougher by the minute for Fnatic, and
Located a bomb.
I mean, this is the point where I'm starting to think maybe, just maybe, that draw is actually a possibility. Can you imagine coming back from a 5-1 deficit and smacking a draw on the table?
Definitely in the realm of possibility here. Wildcard looking quite poised after what was a pretty devastating start, really, to this map. They lost 5 rounds straight, only able to win the final of their attacks on a map which arguably is actually attacker-sided.
Yeah,
They're
it's
really doing well
funny
flipping this one back so far. Yeah, it's playing out quite weird.
You know what we're seeing actually from Wildcard right here is they're doing a very similar setup to what we saw from Fnatic that Wildcard so struggled with, which is that shield into... Oh no. It's alright, Mentalist. No one was watching. Just 5,000 people on Twitch and other platforms. Look, that shield, I don't know if it's going to work as well against Fnatic as it did against Wildcard, because Wildcard don't have a Jaeger. They're just relying on the magnets from the Wamai. So, difficult to call. We'll see. What I will say is Wildcard's being very proactive about looking through holes in the floor. Could work to their advantage.
Hex just droning it out at the moment. Trying to get an invitation to enter Hall of Fame, but elects to jump off that DJ balcony and head over towards the bars. Oscar, meanwhile, doing some nice training for his team as well, and definitely feels like this round will come down to the later stages, and Fnatic will try and bring that explosive. I can't say it.
Your explosivity.
Go ahead, Dev. Fill in the
There you
gap.
go.
There we go. Thanks, Dev.
No, you say that
say
first. You say explode. I'll say civity. Ready?
Explode.
Civity. There we go.
Nice.
Perfect
Well played.
synergy.
Thank you. But now just over a minute to go. Fnatic yet to bring that explosivity. There you go. I said it. Yes, into the map. But there we go. Texas found his way straight into sight. He doesn't miss. He misses that shot onto the rotate though. Smoke's trying to hold him back, but he's found his way over towards the southeastern side of the map. Diesel did drop aces. Tex gets one back though. He gets a second as well. That's the double for Tex, even though they knew exactly where he was. The wallbang comes out though from Pat inside of Courtyard, evening this round out.
And now we get that lull back again. As these players start to reassess the situation, what are the opportunities that Fnatic can exploit here on match point? Wildcard is just a hair's breadth away from making this the final round and putting that draw seriously on the cards. But these players are waiting for it and holding that long line. Lusty finds 2, makes it a 1 versus 3 for Diesel. Put under the pump. Angles from above, but time is ticking away. No more smoke babes to speak of. He gets spotted, and now all the pressure is on him. Lusty is holding the long angle. Can he find that angle? No, Fnatic close out that game. Lusty going huge on the rounds and locking out this victory after such a turbulent mid-game. Fnatic take the victory that they've been gunning for.
Poor start to that map for Wildcard costs them in the end, and Fnatic will be your victors, leaving it 1 map apiece this evening. All the players now can take a breath after what has been one hell of a series. One of the most intense Pro League matches we have seen in ANZ, I think, ever. both these teams just so close at every opportunity.
Especially for one that didn't actually technically go all the distance, because we had a 7-3 only 10 out of 12 rounds, and then there are 7-4 only 11 out of 12 rounds. Both of those maps, I go to say matches, both of those maps felt like really, really close encounters. And I mean, the fact that Wildcard even put themselves in the position of making a draw on the cards from a 5-1, what looks like it was going to be a 7-0 against them, it makes you wonder, imagine if Wildcard had woken up just a little bit more on their attacks.
Yeah, and it was a stark contrast, I think, to the first map where we saw Wildcard seem to be a little bit more proactive in how they approached Fnatic's playstyle. But then when it came to Coastline, it really was the case that it felt as if Fnatic were able to out-innovate their opponents. And it's a trait that we often see come up in their playstyle. But against a team like Wildcard, who has that experience, you would have expected that gap to be a little bit closer on map number 2. But Fnatic just proving to be too strong in those early stages.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the last match of our Pro League. That's crazy to think.
We're done.
That is,
yeah.
I mean, and it's this is scary. I mean, I've been casting Pro League since ANZ had a Pro League back in Season 6, Year 2, Season 3. And, man, now there's no more Pro League. But, I mean, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. We do have interviews with Fnatic and Wildcard, and also I'm just going to flag this right now. The matches that were played out off stream, so that's Pittsburgh Knights versus Kanga and TBD versus Elevate, they have finished now, but we will be broadcasting them with casters tomorrow night on the Rainbow Six ANZ channel. Yeah, you and me, Guz. How's it for you? 4 nights casting in a row, Guz.
Yeah,
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. This is your super week, to be honest.
It definitely is. Look, it's been tiring. It's been good fun though. Getting to share it with Raven and yourself has definitely been a pleasure. I guess it's unfortunate we couldn't do it in the studio, but look, we've made do. Hopefully everyone at home has enjoyed the broadcast as much as we have. These matches, they've been really awesome. I mean, we see it every season, I guess. Super Week just bring it up another notch, but I think this season as a whole just is really stepping up the game for ANZ just as a region, because I mean, often back in the day people would say, ANZ dead region, top heavy, etc. But look, it's had a real shake up, I think, this year or this season.
Yeah, especially with Wildcard, the team that we'd looked at to be really, really strong, and then this season teams like TBD and Elevate edging in above them. That's been huge. And we're going to have a look at the final standings before we close tonight, after we do our interviews. Mind you, isn't it awesome that we're doing home broadcasts and still doing interviews? So
yes.
Huge hats off to the ESL Australia team for managing to make that happen. Those guys are legends.
Yes.
And yeah, it's been good times, and way to make the most of the situation as well.
Yeah, I think it's really, I guess, the beauty of esports. I mean, unfortunately, a lot of events have been closed down, but we're still going strong, pumping out some content for you guys. And as I said, I hope everyone's been enjoying it, because these matches have been so close. The stakes still there in terms of prize pool and the teams really wanting to give it up to one another. I mean, as you said during that last matchup, ultimately, Fnatic versus Wildcard was really about bragging rights at the end, and I don't think either team left a whole lot in the tank. Maybe there would have been some strategies, yada yada, left in the bank for the future, but in terms of just bringing that hard, aggressive playstyle and trying to frag out as heavily as possible, they definitely did bring that to the table tonight.
Yeah, and there is a bit of a gap. Like you talked about saving strats, like there is a bit of a gap between now and our next tournament that we'll be playing in ANZ, the Six Masters. So this is really an opportunity for, like you said, bragging rights for these teams, and I'm just eager to hear what the teams think of it.
Well, we have Silex, the coach of Wildcard, waiting on the line. Let's say hello. Silex, pleasure to see you once again. How are you feeling coming out of that matchup?
Hey guys, hey Dev.
Hello.
Yeah, that match was pretty good. We won the first one 7-3 on club, and Coastline 4-7. I mean, we've been doing pretty on Coastline recently. Saw it at against an RV and then SI, but we've got 2 new players and they're really pulling their own at the moment. So like we're taking it as a learning experience at the moment.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about that. We've had a chance to already hear from you since you picked up Gio and Pat, but I mean, it's got to be pretty huge as a team to undertake not only 2 new players onto the roster, but to pick up players who are making their debut into Pro League. What's it been like bringing on Gio and Pat? What have been the challenges? What have been the fresh ideas that they've brought with them? And what's it kind of been like that going through that whole commotion?
It's been pretty good so far. We're still trying to find our groove, find our own play style at the moment. Gio and Pat are really contributing hard. So before we had some issues with like internal comms and stuff like that. Now we're still getting over a couple of hurdles, but you can see that they've got some pretty good ideas, especially mid-round. And it's really important at the moment where you're in a game where adapting is really key to success. So I think they're still finding their place, but it won't be long before they really shine. I mean, tonight you saw Pat go off like, how many rounds did he like get 3+ kills? Went insane.
Yeah, it was fantastic to see. And I mean, Clubhouse, I think we've got to pat you on the back for that. Really great job on Clubhouse. A lot of interesting strategies that you guys brought out. But I want to talk about Coastline because you mentioned it already. You mentioned how you've struggled in the past. Na'Vi, you lost it, but it was one of the mainstays in your map pool for a really long time. So I want you to tell me a little bit about what changed with Coastline and you guys on Coastline, and what was it that in particular really impacted your attacks today, because you went through that attacking half with only 1 round and it was the very last round in the half.
I think the map is it's getting a bit stale. There's only so many things you can do on the map, even though you have like all 4 sites being viable. Pent used to be the main one back early on when the map first came out. Now it's like the worst one, in my opinion at least. And our attacks today, we decided to more like attack head on. Really use our utility, clear the roamers, and we encountered some pretty heavy bottlenecks in like Jaeger ADSs, Wamai's magnets, and it just soaked up a lot of that utility. And once we've like exhausted that utility, we have to like stop, rethink, reposition ourselves, and that really slowed us down, because you could see in the first few rounds we'd like be a man up or something, but then when it came to executing onto the site, we're low on time. We haven't got the utility to actually help ourselves take the site. We don't have time to fully drone it out, and yeah, I think it just came down to that. The last round of our attacks on Hookah, we kind of took more direct approach on the site, killed the players there, and then focused on getting the plant down and fragging them as they were, I don't know, retaking. So I guess hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, definitely. Very insightful. Thanks.
All right. Well, Silex, as always, we appreciate your time. Congrats on the season, and hopefully we get to chat soon.
Yep, rank later. See you there.
Oh, okay. Damn. All right, let's go.
I'll take that.
Actually, I'm too tired, dude, after all these cards.
No, I'm hyped up. I feel like I'm just going to go and click heads like Pat or Tex or something. I'm pumped.
Just chuck me on the thermite. I'll rock that new skin. I'll just sit back.
Every team with a D or an ace is all right, and we know how good they can.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, look, that was really insightful. I mean, Silex is a player who's actually been in the Rainbow Six scene in ANZ for one of the longest out of all of these players. We've talked about new blood like Gio and Pat. Silex used to be a player on this roster, and he sacrificed his position as a player in order to pick up Diesel because they wanted to pick up Diesel. But he's been playing. He played in the very first LAN event that ANZ ever had for Rainbow Six. So he's an OG, as you could say it. And it's great to see the way that Wildcard has progressed over the years, from playing in these $5,000 LAN events to playing at the Six Invitational. Even though they haven't had that result that they've been striving for, you can really see that this is a team who's been dedicated for such a long time, and things have changed, and they've really come a long way.
Well, talking about OGs in ANZ, we have Magnet from Fanatic on the line. Let's say hello. G'day, Mag. Good to see you again, mate. Third night in a row.
Yep.
What are your impressions coming out of that matchup?
Good. We won the one match we needed to. Top 2 is always the goal for us, and we achieved it, so we are actually very happy with ourselves at the moment.
I'm interested in hearing about kind of how the roster has had to deal with the challenge of switching out a player and bringing back aces from the bench. We've talked a lot about aces, and something that I had brought in early in the broadcast was talking about how aces played for you guys back when you kind of had a more dedicated support player, when you kind of had a hard support. And at least in my observation, please correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like your team has evolved kind of away from that style and moving much into more a flexible 5-man flex with a lot more entries, and everyone's contributing in terms of utility and calls. What was it like bringing on a player that has been sitting on the bench for a while and kind of incorporating that and teaching that player all your stuff, but also kind of learning to, he's not Virtue. You have to shift around your roles around that.
It's actually been a lot easier than expected. Obviously, we did a lot of hard work on sort of defining everyone's roles with aces on the team. As you've already seen the games we've played in Pro League, we've got very different roles. Like an example, I'm now, the buck player. I don't play as much support, say like Maestro on defense as well. So it's pretty much just been a grind so far. I definitely agree with you. Your statement that, say, before we didn't sort of have a full dedicated hard support player. That in a way is still the case now. But Ace is still playing more of a support role to how Lusty was before. I mean, there's always going to be a support player on the team, but for our team especially, it's always about 5 people contributing to supporting each other in a way. So yeah, Aces has fitted in nicely. He's had some decent performances. He's holding up his own, almost clutching. So yeah, actually really happy with how smooth we were able to do it.
Yeah, that's great to hear, man. And I mean, you guys have been, we talked about OGs earlier, and we've talked about how you guys have been around for the longest time. I mean, you went to every single invitational, right, Mag? You guys have come so far. And we want to know, what's that next step for Fnatic? You come back from 6 Invitational. I know you guys are proud of what you accomplished, but I know that you're shooting for even higher than what you accomplished this time. What's the next move for Fnatic?
Next move for Fnatic, top 4 at a major. Never been accomplished by us so far. Our best is top 6. So obviously there are, smaller goals along the way, which we'll work towards. But top 4 at the next major is our next goal, I'd say. Well, personally anyway.
Well, Magnet,
Awesome.
Of course, there are a lot of Fnatic fans here in ANZ and abroad. Is there anything you'd like to say for them for showing their support so far this year?
Thanks very much, guys. Look, you're always behind us, whether we win, whether we lose, especially when we win. You love that when we do upsets, but really appreciate the support. And yeah, I hope you're excited to see what we will be doing this year.
Awesome. Well, Magnet, it's always a pleasure. We appreciate your time and all the best in the future.
Thanks very much, man.
See ya.
I know he's always... Yeah, I mean, that's just, it's not even like, oh, wow, that was wholesome. It's just like, was it wholesome? Tick. And in ANZ, it's always a tick, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes, it's wholesome, but it's also like, this is, I mean, I'm not trying to sound like there is so much coming up in Rainbow Six, right? It's 6 Invitational. The entire new format was announced, 3 majors a year and 6 Invitational, but this is the end of the Pro League. What's coming next is even more exciting, but I think we have to have a moment to reflect on this season of Pro League and everything that has happened since Pro League debuted 11 seasons ago.
Well, let's begin those reflections by looking at the standings here in season number 11 and see where these teams have ended up. And it will be Fnatic and Elevate in the top 2 to round things off, Dev. Great performance for Elevate. And probably not a result that a lot of people expected going into this season. Of course, having a couple of roster changes themselves, but they brought some fantastic form into this season. And then if we head down the standings, Wildcard managed to hold on to the top 4. Sinister, just below. They had 1 point heading into this second split, but then won 6 maps straight. And as we head further down, we will unfortunately find Fury and Kanga in the bottom 2. Kanga struggling a little bit, a couple of roster changes during the break, not really helping them out, but they can definitely rebuild from here.
I was
Dev.
muted.
Hey, you're back.
Classic
Hello.
Dev. I'm going to keep talking now. I was talking about Kanga. I was saying I've got to credit Kanga, right? They have 4 points on the board. 1 point they got from drawing against Fnatic. The other 3 points they got from beating Wildcard. Now, that's nothing to scoff at. So Kanga have made their debut in the Pro League this season, coming to a Challenger League, and that's a huge accomplishment. They've also had a lot of their players stolen by Wildcard and Elevate, so the second half of the split was a bit of a write-off for them. The other, I think, anomalies here, I mean, Pittsburgh Knights has, I think, a lot of expectations coming onto them, and they did really well, even just to avoid the bottom 2 spots. Sinister as well, you've already talked about their amazing split, but I think if there's any one team I want to talk about this season, it is Elevate.
Yep.
This is the very first time Elevate has made top 2 in the ANZ Pro League. And that is, in fact, any ANZ competition, the first time they have made top 2, it's an accomplishment that they have been striving for season upon season. They have finally made it happen. And usually that would mean that they make LAN. Unfortunately, that's not the case this season. But what it does mean is they over quadruple their prize money that they would have gotten in third place. So we didn't see them tonight. We're going to broadcast their match tomorrow against TBT. And I mean, this is a moment to hats off to them.
And it's about this time at the end of last season where you and I were interviewing what was almost a tearful Raven, who now currently cast, but was the ex-coach of this roster. Just it shows how quickly things can change. I mean, all these teams are just shifting around. It's becoming so unpredictable. And I think the most important thing is that the matches themselves were just such good quality. And it's been really hard to beat, I think.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of entertainment value provided by these teams. That first match today, the first match of the Clubhouse, the first map on Clubhouse of Fnatic Wildcard, that was a storm. I absolutely love to watch that. And seeing Sinister finally work out the kinks and get consistent wins has been one of the most rewarding things. They're undefeated in the last 2 weeks of Pro League. That's awesome for them and a huge accomplishment. This has been a fantastic season of Pro League, and I'm really happy with how it turned out. And I'm really excited for what's next, which is tomorrow when we're going to broadcast those matches, and also Six Masters 2020.
Well, the future of Siege is looking bright. That marks the end of Pro League here in ANZ for season number 11. On behalf of myself, Dev, Manic and Raven, the entire team back at ESL, Ubisoft as well, we would like to thank you so much for your support and your viewership. But until next time, stay safe and good night.
Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's on mine and it won't forget. You bring me back from my darkness black as the soul in me and the heart I had for you. It bleeds for you. It bleeds again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to I'm safe, even though we burn from the light I bleed. She bring me back, not a heart attack. Could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it bleeds again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life.
on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next.